Can the clerk begin to call roll, please? See?
Councilmember Berman. Councilmember Burt. Here. Councilmember Holman. Yes. Councilmember Klein. Vice Mayor Niss. Here. Councilmember Price. Here. Councilmember Scharf. Here. Councilmember Schmidt. Here. And Mayor Shepard. Here. Looks like everyone's present, 9 present.
Thank you. And tonight we have a study session, which is from the Measure. It's a Measure E update is what you're listing this as, which is the Energy Compost Facility Request for Proposals, Identified Pricing for Privately Funded Projects and Technologies to Jointly Handle Food Scraps, Yard Trimmings, and Biosolids, and considered processing at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant and or using the 10-acre Measure E site as well as export options. So I'm going to turn it over. I know that you have a presentation for us, and study session means we won't be taking action, but I already have some cards on this, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Shepard. Mike Sarter, Public Works Director. And with the title, no further need to describe what we're here for. I am very pleased to present or turn the mic over to Phil Boble, our Assistant Director of Environmental Services Division. And also up here at the table with us is Jamie Allen to my left, who is our Regional Water Quality Control Plant Manager. Thank you. Phil?
And welcome, Phil. Yeah, welcome, Phil. Welcome back. It's good to see you.
It's very timely that we're here to report, but we really just want an excuse to get Phil here this evening, so turn it over.
Thanks, Jim. Phil Boble, Public Works. So you see our intro slide has the consultants that have helped us, and some of them are here, and I'll just introduce them quickly. The ARI is the principal consultant that we used on this and have for some time. Jim Osborne is the person that's with us tonight, and he's been a part of this for a long time. CH2M Hill listed below that. Dave Green and Drew Whitlock are with us. They did the biosolids facilities plan. So the ARI's main involvement was reviewing the proposals, the energy compost proposals. CH2M Hill's main involvement was doing the biosolids facilities plan. Listed underneath that is Jim Binder Consulting. Jim was with ARI, has retired, but is such a valuable person to us as part of this process that we have a small contract with him to review the proposals as well. That's Jim Binder. So he's here too, and they're all available to answer your questions in a minute. Here's the outline that we're going to go through. Some quick background and the RFP selection process. So remember, there's 2 things we're doing tonight. One is briefing you on the energy compost RFP process, and then the other is this biosolids facility plan. The difference is the RFP selection process deals with 3 streams: yard, food, and biosolids, whereas the biosolids facility plan just deals with biosolids. So we're going to talk you through both of those and then show you where staff is headed in kind of a combined way when you put the 2 together. And that putting the 2 together is the last bullet there, the proposed organics facilities plan. We're going to outline that for you, and it takes from both the biosolids facilities plan and the work that we got in the way of proposals, puts them together, and we call that a proposed organics facility plan. We're going to describe that to you and talk about next steps. So the background, here's the objectives. You've seen these before. You've actually voted as a council to phase out the existing incinerators as soon as possible. We'll get a major reduction in greenhouse gas emissions when we do that. And about a year ago, you voted to phase that out as quickly as we can. So that's a major objective of this whole effort. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Obviously, our climate action plan adopted in 2007 was the main vehicle for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We've met the goals for 2012. We should meet them fairly easily for 2021. As you know, we're working on the next generation of a climate action plan. We'll almost certainly give ourselves new, more aggressive goals, and this project can fit into that by getting some of those emission reductions. Reduce landfill disposal. That comes out of our zero waste plan, which you adopted in 2007. We're still looking for ways to meet the major goal of that, which was to eliminate landfill disposal by 2021. Very aggressive goal, and this project can help in that regard. Enhance the beneficial uses of organic materials. We've got food from both residential and commercial that's underutilized at the moment. We're not getting the energy value out of it. This type of project could change that, and we show that as a goal. The next bullet, economically competitive. Obviously, whatever project we do has got to be competitive from an economic standpoint, so that's a major goal. The way we've set this up, the way we've structured reviewing the proposals is that 50% of the goal is financial and 50% is everything else. So as we score these, it was a sort of a 50-50 basis, with 50% of the scoring being on the financial cost of the project, and then 50% being all these other goals. We need a reliable long-term solution, goes without saying. So just to remind you where the Measure E site is, it's on the southeastern corner of the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. The Regional Water Quality Control Plant is shown in kind of this light green color, and the 10-acre Measure E site, as we've come to call it, is that blue almost square rectangle there on the southeastern corner. Reminding you of that, at the same time we do a quick background. The feasibility study was completed in 2011, and right after that was the vote on Measure E. It was November 2011. It passed. It means that for a 10-year period, the Measure E site, that 10-acre site, has been is no longer parkland for that 10-year period, and Council has the authority to make it once again parkland if it has not materialized in that 10-year period. The action plan was adopted by you in July of 12 after the vote. The major thing that was in that action plan was this RFP that we've now initiated. So we released the RFP in 2013, March of 2013. We received proposals in August of 2013, and we've essentially been reviewing them ever since. And we had interviews in November. More importantly, we've had several review groups underway. The first listed is a technical review group where it was principally our own staff, our consultants that I've already told you about, a couple people from other agencies who are very knowledgeable in this area. Their job was to score these proposals, and that's what they're almost done with. Not quite done with the review and the scoring. So this study session is to give you an update when we're sort of 90–95% of the way there in terms of our review. The second review group listed is our community review group. This group was made up of some people that were for a project on the Measure E site, the 10 acres, some people that were against the project on the 10 acres. And I say on the 10 acres because I think all these people would want you to know that they're not against a project if it can be done somewhere. But the people we usually call opponents are the ones that are against using the 10-acre site. Some of them are on the review group, and some that we call proponents, generally speaking, were on the review group. Because of the difficulty of getting a group like that to come to a final recommendation, we didn't ask them to do that. We simply asked them to review the documents, come up with good questions, push back on staff, make sure we were asking all the right questions, and go back to the vendors, but not to come up with a recommendation. So technical review group is doing the scoring and a recommendation. Community review group is keeping us staff honest and asking good questions. Quick reminder that the energy compost part of this project has 3 feedstocks involved. And I'm not going to go over these figures. One thing to just remember, on the food scrap side, the commercial food scraps we are dealing with in a different way than the residential now. We are collecting the commercial food scraps. Notice how much greater that number is than the residential. So we are collecting it, and it's undergoing aerobic composting in Gilroy. So we're doing something with it, but we're not extracting the energy value from it. Residential food scraps are not collected at all, as you know. And you're going to hear more about that in the near future. We're going to have proposals to you within several months for collecting those residential food scraps so we can utilize them. The proposals are listed here. We got 6 of them, and this was all covered in the staff report too, so I'll just leave that slide up there enough to remind you of the 6. So there were 2 that, in our judgment, did not meet the minimum qualifications, Biogas Equity 2 and EcoCorp. In the case of EcoCorp, the financial surety was not in on time. In the case of Biogas Equity 2, not all the required sections of the RFP were responded to on time. The next one that was eliminated was Energia. That one because it was, in our judgment, way too expensive compared to the rest. It wouldn't have competed well, and there was no point carrying it through the rest of the process. So we are left with 3, Harvest Power, Synagro, and We Generation, in parentheses, Canby, utilizing this Canby process that we're going to talk about. So Harvest Power, the first one, utilizes wet anaerobic digestion, and then it's followed by heat drying and composting of the yard. So the wet anaerobic digestion would be for food and biosolids. The heat drying would follow that, and it would produce a pelletized product that could either be used as a soil supplement fertilizer or for energy value. The composting, again, refers to the yard trimmings and what would be done there. It's important to note that all 3 feedstocks would be processed on site, meaning either the water quality control plant or the Measure E site. And you can see here specifically they would utilize less than the 3.8 acres of the Measure E site. We talk about this 3.8 acres, remember, because it's that relatively flat portion right next to the sewage treatment plant. So they would not even utilize that complete flat area. And about 1 acre at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. Some notes about that proposal, the Harvest Power proposal. It does generate biogas. That's the main plus of the wet anaerobic digestion process. If we got feedstock from outside the city, that would enhance it. You'd get more biogas the more stuff you put in it. We could utilize our own landfill gas because now we'd have a unit that was producing electricity from the biogas generated here, so we could add to that the biogas from our landfill. So I won't go through the rest of these bullets in the interest of time. We can get into it. We have a note here about electric prices because obviously the more favorable the price of electricity, the better the bottom line looks on this project. And the next one as well, which is the regeneration or Canby process. The difference here in the wet anaerobic digestion step is it's preceded by this thermal hydrolysis. That means it's preceded by a step where you raise the temperature, you introduce steam, and you break down the cell walls of the bacteria and other cells. And this allows you to capture more energy because you've released it from the cells. The biosolids and the food would be digested on the regional water quality control plant site. The yard trimmings would be exported to Newbie Island, run by Republic Services. So it uses about a half an acre of the water quality control plant site, and it doesn't utilize any of the area of the Measure E site. Some considerations. Generates the most biogas. That's because we've released more of that energy, as I talked about, through the thermal hydrolysis. Again, it's sensitive to the pricing of energy. The pre-processing on food would be done at the San Carlos facility. Some of you may be familiar with that facility. It's run by Recology. So it would not be done at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant site as with Harvest Power. Sort of a detail, but an important one to people at the Water Quality Control Plant. So the third proposal is from Synagro. This is a totally off-site proposal, meaning that all of the material is exported somewhere else and dealt with. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But that's the key and important difference, is exporting off-site. The sort of major negative associated with that is there's no renewable energy generated. It creates compost, but not renewable energy. And I think I'll just let you read the rest of those bullets. All right, so some conclusions from all of this. Now remember, we've got two things going on here. We've got our RFP process for the energy compost, the 3 feedstock deal, and we've got the biosolids facility plan that we're going to get to. The conclusions that we take away, we as staff took away from these RFP proposals are on this slide. First, that the best technology now available, we staff believe, is this thermal hydrolysis with the wet anaerobic digestion. Remember, we didn't get proposals, and we say this in the context of the proposals we got, right? When we started this process, we thought, well, maybe we'll get proposals that will, maybe we'll get a pyrolysis proposal. We didn't. We got the 2 proposals on site that we got were both wet anaerobic digestion variations on that theme. So our takeaway message is that's the technology that these vendors feel is best, and we staff actually agreed with it as well, that that's the technology that we should be moving toward. The next bullet just says that it's appropriate for both biosolids and food scraps only. It says that because none of the proposers, none of the information that we found either involved putting the yard trimmings in wet anaerobic digestion. That's just not done as near as we can tell. So that's an important bullet to take away. Third bullet, aerobic composting is the best for yard trimmings. That's what the proposers all proposed. Maybe in the future there'll be a new technology. And as you know, they're building dry anaerobic digestion in San Jose, and they're going to take a limited amount of green material. I say green material because it's not so much yard trimmings as it is wood waste that they're targeting there. And they don't want our stuff. They've got all of that kind of material they need for the new facility that's opening up in San Jose. We'll keep checking with them if something changes, but at the moment it looks like what's out there that's available to us at this time is aerobic composting for yard trimmings. And again, we just point out that these projects, the ones that are on site and producing energy, are very sensitive to the price of electricity. We'll get into why we keep hammering on that. So let's talk about the biosolids facility plan for a second. This is the second major thing that we've been up to. So at the same time these vendors were working on proposals, CH2M Hill and Jamie and others were working on this biosolids facility plan. Why? Well, what if this energy compost thing doesn't go anywhere? What if we don't end up with a project through that process that you adopt? We have to do something at the water quality control plant site. You want to eliminate the incinerators. We want to eliminate the incinerators. You've adopted a policy of doing so, and we're trying to carry that out as quickly as we can. So we need another technology besides incineration. And to line ourselves up with that, we've been doing this biosolids facility plan. You can see the technologies we looked at. I'm not going to go over them all. Surprise, surprise, one of them was wet anaerobic digestion, and including the thermal hydrolysis, the second bullet, this so-called CAMBI process. Thermal hydrolysis being a more general term, CAMBI being the specific process that this company uses. You see, we looked at gasification pyrolysis, and we conclude that it's not quite ready for prime time for biosolids. We looked at thermal drying. That could be an addition. And we looked at exporting, either for composting like Synagro or to somebody else's digesters. The one that's most available to us most likely is East Bay mud. We're not wild about trucking all this stuff to East Bay mud, but it could be done for a short period of time. So what are the conclusions from the biosolids facility plan? Well, first of all, we think we need a dewatering and truck load-out facility as quickly as we can get it. We've been skating along without a good way to deal with emergencies and urgent situations at the water quality control plant. If the incinerators go down right now, we're sort of toast. And most facilities have something like this, big plants, so that they can, in the face of some urgent situation, they can get this stuff into trucks and haul it somewhere else. We don't have that. We think we need it regardless of the other technologies that are chosen. So we think this is an essential first step to deal with emergencies and urgent situations. So we're going to list that, you'll see later, as a key and an initial component because it's required, we think, regardless of the next steps. The longer-term recommendation then is thermal hydrolysis with wet anaerobic digestion. We've concluded that releasing more energy is good, wet anaerobic digestion is good, so adding the thermal hydrolysis is even better, and that should be part of our plan. Next bullet, incorporating food scraps to increase biogas. That was proposed by both the biosolids facilities plan and several of the vendors. So we're on that page as well. The last bullet is key because here's where we use the energy. We have a combined heat and power, meaning we take that gas and we convert it to electric energy and heat, and we use both the heat and the electric energy. And we can also put our own landfill gas in it after the incinerators go away, which is where it's currently being used. So we would be making energy from the biogas and from our own landfill gas. So we put these two things together. That is the conclusions from the RFP, what we learned from these vendors that were good enough to submit proposals, and what we learned from the Biosolids Facilities Plan. And here's what we came up with. A 4-step plan. As you know, this is a study session. We're not asking you to adopt it tonight. We're still thinking about all of this. We haven't completed the reviews, but this is where we're headed. This is kind of your preview. Late March, early April. We said that spring in the staff report. We'll be coming back to you with specific recommendations. This is kind of where we're headed at the moment. A plan that has 4 technical components to it. The first component is this dewatering and truck off-haul thing I talked about. That would happen first. Second component, anaerobic digestion, wet anaerobic digestion. That would happen second. Third would be landing on a place and a technology to pre-process the food scraps so that they could be added to the wet anaerobic digester. That's the third thing that would happen, the third technology. Fourth would be utilizing the yard trimmings, possibly in a different way than we do now. So what we do now is aerobic composting of commercial, and headed toward that with residential as well. So this has us considering other technologies and other locations, and as a fourth step, taking action. Let me just say, one of the reasons we think that's important is you'll notice that we can implement this proposed organics facilities plan without utilizing the 10-acre, any portion of the 10-acre Measure E site. And we felt that that was an important feature. There was no need to immediately utilize any of that area, and it would have been very controversial for us to propose it, and there was, in our judgment, no need to propose to do it now. We can continue to evaluate and continue to consider this. We're not ruling it out, so we could use the Measure E site. We're not abandoning it, but neither are we proposing to you to use it in the near term. I wanted to point that out because it gives you a plan that is more doable than some. The other thing it does, it spreads out the cost. To not try to do this whole thing, remember this whole project is going to be somewhere upwards on 100 million, certainly more than 50 million. And if we divide it into these steps in this way, it spreads the costs out. Related to that, it spreads out our financing plan. We're going to have a complicated financing plan. Remember, the sewage treatment plant has got all these partners, and we've got 2 funds internal to the city. We've got our refuse fund and our sewage treatment plant fund. So there's going to be a very complicated financing plan. But notice that first step, that isn't too complicated. It doesn't involve the refuse fund at all, the truck dewatering and off-haul component. We think it's sort of an easy sell to our partners. We might be wrong, but we need to sell it to them for emergency purposes. I think they'll understand it. We've started those discussions. So we think we're giving you a first step, which has a very clear financing plan from the sewage treatment plant partners and is essential. This proposed organics plan is also consistent with the recommendations from the Compost Blue Ribbon Task Force in 2009. I won't go into detail on that, but those of you that have been through that process. So we think we found something that's sort of consistent with all of your mandates. The next step, a series of community meetings and coming back to you in March, late March, early April. So here's kind of a summary of our tentative recommendations to you. Now, we told you we're not really done with the analysis. That's true. Yet we felt we should give you some tentative recommendations to avoid surprises later, so that you didn't say, well, gosh, why didn't you tell me in the study session you were sort of headed in this direction? So understand these are very tentative. Nonetheless, we wanted to get something out on the table to you. They're not all in the staff report, and so you're seeing this for the first time, some of it. So here goes. The first bullet is to put in front of you this proposed organics facility plan that chart summarized, and ask you to accept it. And it combines the conclusions from both the RFP process and the biosolids facilities plan. We would ask staff to, we would ask you to direct staff to do these next 4 sub-bullets. First of all, to go ahead and get started with the design on the dewatering and truck off-haul. We think we're ready to go on that. The next step is design, so we'll seek your authorization to do that design work. The next bullet is to do pre-design work on the anaerobic digestion. We should have spelled that out. Thermal hydrolysis, anaerobic digestion. So that's you'll remember that's component 2 in the plan. The reason we need to do pre-design work is a couple of important things. One is this price of energy. We need to work with our utilities department and pin down what is the incentive pricing for the base load renewable energy that the utilities department is going to be willing to give us. We had a very conservative number in the proposal, in the RFP, that we asked proposers to respond to. And we think that the utilities department is going to want to increase that value. They're going to be coming back to the UAC in a couple of months on this issue. We're going to be sort of helping push them along so that we get this question answered of how much, what that price is going to be. It's incredibly important to the design. Another thing that's important to the design here is how big these digesters have to be to accommodate the food. So there's a sizing question, and we need to work on that. And then there's a financing plan. I talked to you about how the finances on this are complicated because it involves both the refuse fund, because we're involving food, and the sewage treatment plant because it involves biosolids. And then we have all these partners, and this isn't going to be the slam dunk that the first component was with the partners. So we've got a lot of pre-design work, and we're going to seek your sort of go ahead on that pre-design work. We need a third bullet, we need a timeline for the food in the yard, components 3 and 4. They're further out, but you're going to want to see a timeline. We are too. The fourth bullet is trying to deal with the RFP. So we have these vendors. They're here tonight. They're wondering what the heck we're going to do. And right now, the best we can come up with is to say that we'd cancel the current RFP because none of these vendors are proposing our exact plan. None of them are lined up doing exactly what we are coming toward. On the other hand, some of them have got part of it, and and Councilmember Price asked a question about that today, isn't there a way to utilize, or I'm putting words in your mouth, but isn't there a way to utilize this current RFP process, not just cancel it, but have some kind of dialogue with the vendors who got at least part of it the way we think we want it. And so we're going to consider that. We don't see the way forward right now, but we've got another month or two to think about this, and so we're going to do that. So why are we canceling the RFP. I mean, again, this is something that we're not definite on, but we wanted to give you those reasons. Shifting to a city-owned facility is part of it. Equally important to me is that second bullet, no one proposal contains all the components that we wanted. And we list a couple of the problematic features of the harvest power, the weed generation, and the Synagro. In the interest of time, we can get into that if you want to. So that was our final slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And it's a study session, so we're going to go out to the public. We have about 5 speakers, and we're going to give you 3 minutes each. And our first speaker will be Walt Hayes, to be followed by Paul Seller. Here.
Good evening. I'm not actually speaking on behalf of our page group, the ones that did Measure E, but I've been very active in the process. I would say, personally, I completely support the staff recommendation. The thermal hydrolysis of the wet anaerobic digestion with the food and the biosolids is a proven technology. It's going to produce more energy, which is what we were hoping to do. It's too bad that we can't find a way to do something immediately with our trimmings, but at least it's going to be kept studied. I would say we were probably all disappointed that we had to reject all the proposals after that very extensive RFP process. But if you remember, when the feasibility study came out during the Measure E campaign, they said it would be good to have the city own the design and own it because it would be cheaper, but it would be too risky. As it turns out, one of the things we've learned from the RFP thing is that this technology, wet anaerobic digestion of the food and the biosolids, is not risky. And so why not have the city own it? And so to have another round where we focus in on thermal hydrolysis and we talk about city ownership makes sense. The only thing, obviously, we want to try to get all this done in the 10 years if we can, in case we do have to use part of the 10 acres. But one of the exciting things about this is after all the controversy of Measure E, it looks like we can have most of what we want without having to use the 10 acres, which would be fine for everybody. And so a lot of the antagonism that took place during that would be totally eliminated. So I think there's some real exciting possibilities out of this whole approach. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul Seller, to be followed by Alvin Thomas.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Paul Salou. I'm founder and executive chairman of Harvest Power, one of the responders through the RFP process. So a little background on myself. I've been in this business for 30 plus years and really founded Harvest to really provide solutions very much identical to the kind of issues laid out in the RFP. So founding Harvest the last 5 or 6 years now, we have 40 operating sites, manage a couple million tons of organics, biosolids, food waste, yard waste, and others, and own and operate facilities that would be identical to what we have proposed here at Palo Alto here in the United States. So a little history. I met with Peter Dreckmeyer and a few members of City Council 5+ years ago, talking about, and Mr. Bobel, talking about what was happening as far as what's next with organics here in North America, some recent developments in Europe, and to the commendation of at that time City Council, you guys adopted this. Took some time, had to go through the process, but it was great that the RFP came out. And so 3 issues I wanted to raise around the RFP process and what staff is recommending. And I think the first one deals with risk mitigation. So this is what Harvest does for a living. We have facilities that we built and have operating that will do the same thing that we're proposing here at Palo Alto. And when you look at this, we look at it in the form of modules. You have biosolids pre-processing, right? You've heard the term thermal hydrolysis, but that's really biosolids pre-processing to increase energy, anaerobic digestion, the combined heat and power to turn that biogas into energy you can sell, the handling of the digestate through dewatering and then conversion of that into organic fertilizer, and then the marketing of the compost-based soil amendments, which is in total, we think, unique, cutting edge, and really not being done anywhere right now in the United States. So I would just urge City Council to appreciate the complexity of this project because it's real, and this is what Harvest does for a living, and we're willing to put up the capital, and we understand staff is interested in operating at some point, so the notion of a design, build, own, operate, transfer, and really having a partner that you can work with is really how I want to leave staff and council with what it would be like to work with us. Lastly, we completely embraced the RFP. We were the only responder that completely handled everything on site, and greenhouse gas reduction was a big issue, and so by doing it on site, there's some real advantages in that, and also cost as well. And then lastly, my final point, timeline. So can I make this final point?
You can sum your up in hopefully one
Timeline.
sentence.
If we're awarded a contract, we could have something up and going in 2 years plus. So otherwise, you're talking about a multi-year procurement process that drives it up. So, thank you.
Jim Stahl, excuse me, I'm sorry. Alvin Thomas to be followed by Jim Stahl.
Good evening. My name is Alvin Thomas. I'm the CEO of We Generation Canby Services. Thank you for allowing us to be here this evening. I have a sort of a write-up of my comments that I'll provide to you, but I just kind of wanted to address some of the things that came out of the proposal. First of all, we're obviously very excited that staff put together such a comprehensive report and really recognize the benefits that Canby's thermal hydrolysis process provides. It is the only one that comes close to that. It's the only one that's in commercial operation. We have about 40 processing plants around the world. Washington, D.C., which is, I guess, the second or third largest wastewater treatment plant in the country, is just finishing putting in Canby's technology. But with that said, I have to caution, I'm kind of surprised that we would be moving toward another procurement because I really believe that our proposal covers everything that staff asked for. It processes the biosolids, it processes the food waste, it deals with the dewatering facility, and it also has a more than adequate solution for the yard waste. We're certainly happy to sit down and talk about alternative financing arrangements if the city wants to finance it themselves. Our proposal provides that the city would ultimately have the ownership transferred to the city. Certainly the timeline for that is flexible. But risk is important. I have to agree with Paul Salou. Paul and I have known each other for many years. When you're talking about processing not just biosolids but also food waste, it's called co-digestion. That's a very complicated process. It's not the same as just processing biosolids. When you need to make sure that the thermal hydrolysis system is set up to do that. On the dewatering building, that's another example. The timing of these is important that they're all coordinated. The dewatering building for the Canby process is different than a dewatering building would be for a traditional biosolids processing. And that's because we do a dewatering before we do the thermal hydrolysis process that then puts it into our process, and then there's a post-dewatering. Most of the biosolids processing, they do not do that. And it also, you have to make sure that it's tweaked the right way for when you're dealing with food scraps as opposed to biosolids. So I would just say for the city to do this themselves, to design it in stages, you're going to end up with a lot more cost. You're going to end up with redundancy. And I think it's something that we probably need to sit down together and talk about, because our proposal as is, under the current RFP, in my view, is more than adequate. And you've already gone through multiple RFP processes. So I really don't see a need to do it again.
Thank you. Jim Stahl to be followed by Stephen Rosenblum.
Madam Chair and members of the council, my name is Jim Stahl. I'm a vice president with MWH, the global consulting firm specializing in environmental engineering in the construction design of water and wastewater systems. What we bring to the table in teaming with Canby as the engineering arm is the firm that has the most experience from the standpoint of the number of facilities that has been designed in the Canby process, 6 in total, 3 that are operating. I congratulate the staff on a thorough report, but I also feel that you have to give due consideration for the team that we bring in mitigating risks for the city, whether it be in a design build format or design build operate known format. I understand, as someone who spent 38 years with the sanitation districts of Los Angeles County, forgive me for the moniker of coming for the South, but I'm a graduate of Stanford too, so I wear both sides of it. And I appreciate what you have done in teaming with Stanford in the Renew It program that they have. I've been in the solid waste business. I've been in the wastewater business as well as biosolids. And in working with MWH and Canby, I really do think that we would bring to you the most efficient system that would maximize green energy and handle the biosolids in an environmentally prudent, cost-effective fashion. I appreciate the time, and again, we'd look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Stephen Rosenblum to be followed by John Foster.
Good evening, council members. My name is Steve Rosenblum. I'm a resident in Palo Alto. I think the staff report on Measure E is an excellent step towards an eventual solution to Palo Alto's sewage and food scrap handling. Wet anaerobic fermentation disposes of these waste streams, converting them to recoverable methane and a product which can be turned into beneficial compost. I urge the council and staff to make every effort to deal with our garden waste within the city limits rather than trucking them elsewhere. Global warming is the most critical issue facing our Earth environment, and the city must do all it can to reduce its global warming gas output. It would also include trucking as another component of global warming gas production. It's a moral imperative to leave a safe climate for our children and our grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you. John Foster to be followed by Peter Druckmeyer.
Good evening. I'm John Foster. Let me state at the outset that I'm speaking in my individual capacity this evening, not on behalf of the Utilities Advisory Commission. This issue in its current form has not come to the UAC. I am and have been very supportive of building a facility to handle biosolids, food scraps, and yard waste. I agree with the prior speaker, they should all be handled here. And I'm also very supportive, not surprisingly, given my role in the UAC, of generating renewable energy in the process. I am concerned, however, that the idea of canceling the current RFP and going with an entirely new procurement process designed around 4 separate components. It strikes me that we have 2 qualified responses to the current RFP. I could understand a multi-component sort of piecemeal process if we did not have qualified responses, but it seems to me that both Harvest Power and We Generation have submitted proposals that are responsive to the RFP and in the spirit of Measure E. Both vendors propose to handle biosolids and food scraps on site, and both will generate renewable energy in the process. Harvest Power would also handle yard waste on site and thus was 100% responsive to the RFP as I see it. The third vendor, Synagro, would simply truck everything off-site and would produce no renewable energy and thus strikes me as a substantially inferior alternative. I recommend that Palo Alto push forward with either Harvest Power or We Generation. Doing so will result in Palo Alto having the type of facility that was envisioned at the start of the process and will do so in a much faster time frame than if we go down a route that involves a whole new RFP or series of RFPs. It would also remove financial risk from the city. Further, building this sort of facility is a complex undertaking, and I believe Palo Alto would be better off hiring a qualified vendor who has built similar facilities previously and is on the financial hook for its successful completion and operation, rather than having the city take the responsibility for putting together a facility using technology and construction services from multiple vendors. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Peter Druckmeyer, to be followed by Kristen Flynn.
Good evening, Peter Druckmeyer, Palo Alto. It's nice to see you all tonight, especially good to see Phil Boble back in action. I think that we learned a lot in this process. We learned that wet anaerobic digestion is the best solution for food and biosolids. We've learned that thermal hydrolysis is very promising. We learned that we can handle all 3 of our organic waste streams on 3.8 acres or less. So that means less than 40% of the Measure E land. And we wouldn't have to excavate garbage. The hill there could easily be converted back to a park. I guess my concern is just timing of all of this. I was really hoping we'd be further along by the time Councilmember Klein was termed out. He was the one of you up there who was on council in 2007 when this process started. So we've made good progress, but it's taken a while. And something that was mentioned earlier that sounds very promising is maybe a different way of looking at the financing, where one of the vendors, one of the top 2 vendors, could finance the construction and initial operation, and then once the kinks are worked out, once our staff is trained, transfer it over to the city, because I think that is another great benefit that came out of this process, that ownership by the city and operation by the city would be in our economic interest in the long run. So maybe that's something you can discuss a little bit. We've got a month or so to figure out where we're going to go, and we look forward to working with you on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Kirsten Flynn, to be followed by Emily Remsel.
Hi, I'm a lifetime Palo Alto member. I went through Palo Alto schools. My kids went through Palo Alto schools, and I'm deeply invested in this community. And I speak, you've heard a lot of technical people, especially the experts from the various vendors, and I'm not going to give you any technical information whatsoever. However, because I'm a passionate member of the Palo Alto community, you know, PTA mom and all that, volunteer, I think it might be interesting to hear my point of view of how I wish Palo Alto would go on this, and I promise to be brief. I'm interested in this town surviving and thriving in an uncertain future, and I think that this proposal is a component of that. And towards that end, I support a solution, first of all, that gets rid of our embarrassing incinerator. It's not the way I want Palo Alto to go at all, to be incinerating our biosolids. And I support a solution that is local. I believe that we can assume that transportation of waste will only become more complex and more expensive in the future, and that we have an opportunity to lead here by handling our mess where we make it. And I also support a solution that handles biosolids, food waste, and yard waste. Again, it's sort of part of being a responsible citizen of the planet. And I'm not an expert in your RFP process that you have already been through. However, I would support a solution that would take place in a timely manner, because people haven't stopped pooping as far as I can tell. So it would be good to have a way to take care of it. Okay. Thank you so much for all of your service to our community, and that's all my comments.
Emily Remsel, to be followed by Cedric.
Thank you. I think staff has done an amazing job of synthesizing some very, very complex issues, and that you should look closely at what the direction they are suggesting going. I think it is probably not too risk-free, not too risky for the city, because our staff has had some experience in building things here on the sewage plant and other places. It's a very, very complex issue. Everything that happens on the sewage plant has to be approved by our partners, our partner agencies. They're going to be paying part of it. We only pay 38% of what goes on the sewage plant site. Our ratepayers will pay 100% of everything else. So I think it's important for you to look at how the financing works out, how the complexities of introducing food into the sewage plant and the financing of our portion of that's for food versus what is paid for by the region. And so I think staff has done an amazing job of trying to pull together a lot of the complex issues, and for once in probably 14 years, I agree with Walt Hayes.
Thank you. Cedric, to be followed by Herb Borak.
Hi, I'm Cedric de la Boujardière. I also generally support the staff recommendation. I really appreciate the completeness of Harvest's proposal and handling all three waste streams that we wanted to handle and doing that on site. And I also appreciate Canby's bringing forth the thermal hydrolysis process, which I understand Harvest would be happy to do as well. So I think doing the thermal hydrolysis with anaerobic digestion is definitely the way to go. I support as well having more discussions with the vendors and seeing if we can either do a accelerated timeline of they operate it and work out the kinks and then they transfer it to us once that's all going. Otherwise, I also support looking into doing local ownership as soon as possible. In general, it's more economical for the city. I would hope that we would pursue local handling of yard waste sooner than later. And I understand from your perspective as policymakers that you probably would appreciate some analysis of the life cycle cost, both in money and greenhouse gases for the local option versus shipping it away. You know, it could be that it's cheaper to send away our yard waste, but that it reduces greenhouse gases, and then you might want to know, what's that cost per greenhouse gas, cost differential per greenhouse gas saved, and how else might the city want to spend that same equivalent money? Maybe there might be other ways we can spend that money for more greenhouse gas impact, although I would hope that answer comes out to be that, yes, the local handling of yard waste is the best. I think the anaerobic composting of yard waste is definitely the easiest way to go. I hope the city, though, will look into some of the technologies that are out there, like maybe biochar or gasifications, and see if those make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Herb Barak, to be followed by Bob Wenzel.
Good evening, Mayor Shepherd and council members. Our staff has been, and some of the community members have been talking about canceling an RFP. I mean, it's the city council and the municipal code that can make a decision to reject all of the responses to the RFP upon recommendation of staff. And with the evaluation 90% to 95% complete, I don't think it's appropriate for that decision, if the council is going to make it, to be dragged out, waiting for a long time on the staff's analysis of this four-step process to bring a recommendation. Because as you know, this process has been delayed a number of times from the time it first appeared on your tentative agenda. And I think to be fair to the responders, that you need to get that recommendation, if that's what staff's planning on to do, to come to you on a timely basis, rather than finding reasons for delaying it because you're still studying an alternative process. The second thing is there's been some lack of precision in discussing whether or not any part of these proposed facilities are on the 10 acres that were undedicated from parkland, because some of that area is not part of the landfill. And so staff seem to say that the proposed biosolids facility would not be on the 10 acres, whereas I thought some members of the public were talking about it being on some 3.8 acres, which might be the part that's not part of the landfill. And in response to those who've been suggesting that we shouldn't take too long, or that we should also still consider using the responders in a city-owned process, I'd like to remind you the way this all started was to delay filling the landfill and therefore incurring millions of dollars of labor expenses because of an idea that if we delayed filling the landfill and spending all that extra money on labor, that somehow we'd end up a process this way. And the original process was from Kleiner Perkins company Harvest Power. And to say that this is a process that somehow what we're supposed to do is to find something for a particular private vendor rather than in making the best decision the council can make based upon an impartial evaluation to staff, seems to ignore the fact that the reason it's taken so long is that the landfill itself was delayed in being filled because we held off filling with that commercial refuse and therefore spent all that extra money that the ratepayers had to pay. And I think you should remember those things when you make your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Winslow, to be followed by Wynn Gershich.
Hi, my name is Bob Winslow, and like others, it's great to see Phil here. So I wanted to remind you that, to me, the roots of Measure E were in our local composting operation. And at least my interest at the beginning on this long, long journey was to keep composting in Palo Alto. We had that wonderful operation at the landfill. And I feel that what has inadvertently happened is it's been preempted by important discussions of biosolids and the topics at the wastewater treatment plant. And as you deliberate the direction, I hope that you can keep a tighter time frame on the local composting, not let it just be open-ended, and recognize that the local composting, for me, as I think about our drought now, is that one of the amazing features of this is that it's a soil amendment that reduces irrigation water. We're in a drought, you get this back on the gardens and irrigation goes down. So finally, the other point I noticed, and it was just in the slides, Phil, is that our food waste volumes at the home keep going down. And I've been a little bit on a diet, and I'm sure I'm trying to make my contribution. But I was surprised to see those volumes going down. And I was also a little bit surprised to see the yard waste volumes going down. And I noticed this large growth in biosolids volume. And I'm sure it's been well vetted, but it sort of was a turn on some of these numbers. And I just hope as you examine the topic, we keep an eye on those volumes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wynn Gershich, to be followed by Mike Mueller.
Hi. I don't live in this city, but I go to a lot of city councils, and the reason I started coming to Palo Alto is because I had read a news article about Peter Dreckmeyer, and it was talking about how this city took their incinerated copper-laden sewage sludge to Kettleman City. And I thought, wow, what a great idea, because on my side of the bay, what they do is they grind it up and use it as fertilizer, and it's real toxic over there. And I thought, whoa, this is really neat. And then, you know, I said, okay, you guys, these are the science and technologists over here, and then seeing this thing about this composting. And then he said that he wanted to take this incinerated copper-laden sewage sludge and mix it with tree trimmings and use it as mulch. And that kind of blew my mind, because what I gave to you last week, and I put it on public record, was from the cassette from Sonoma. And they were talking about why not to fluoridate, and they were saying about the reason you have copper in your sewage sludge is because the pipes are corroding. And they know that chlorine corrodes pipes. And then adding that ammonia strengthened it, made it more toxic, and it really corroded the pipes. And in that article I gave you, if you flip it over on the backside, it'll tell you why there's copper in your sewage sludge. So then when you add fluoride, and this city's been fluoridated since 1954, that it's really corrosive, because on the materials safety data sheet for fluorosilicic acid, it says it can etch glass. If it can etch glass, what do you think it does to copper pipes? So when you take this incinerated sewage sludge and you put tree trimmings in it and use it as mulch, I was here at your city council where they had said that you have 5 wells. That's for your extra water, you know, in case we have some major catastrophe or whatever. So if you're going to put copper-laden sewage sludge as mulch on top of your wells and it seeps into that, you just made that water more copper, right? And then when you have the fluoride already in the water and the copper's already leaching, it's like you doubled those copper levels, didn't you? And copper in the brain causes Parkinson's, Lou Gehrig's disease, Alzheimer's, and this city has one of the highest rates of Alzheimer's, and Stanford got a huge grant to do research on Alzheimer's. And you wonder why. And the reason Sonoma is fighting not to put fluoride in the water is because of that. And copper in the brain is known to be a neurotoxin. So I don't know why anybody I think it's good to compost. I think it's good for a lot of stuff. But if you can't get the copper out of your sewage sludge, that'd be the last thing I'd want to sprinkle on top of any ground so it can seep into the underground aquifers when you've got 5 reserve wells and make that water any more copper laden. So if there's some way you can get that copper out, I don't know how you're going to do it. You know, that's cool. But that's the only thing I'm questioning, is that I hope that the people here realize that copper in the brain is a neurotoxin. And if that is, that's why you took it to Kettleman City. And I was hoping that all the other cities would do it too, because to follow your example, if you've got one kind of place that's a, you know, a hazardous waste dump and it can't be built on or anything else, I thought they'd take our poop there too.
Thank you. Mike Mueller is our last speaker this evening.
Well, it's always good to follow somebody so energetic. Mike Mueller, Biogas Equity 2, I was the rejected one of the 3. I'm a local entrepreneur, worked with Steve Jobs closely, created the electronic keyboards and many other things. In 2010, I bought a biogas plant in Germany, 1 out of 8,000. Until 2012, I spent the time looking around in Europe for the best technology, because there were 8,000 plants in Europe, in Germany, and here we had 240. I thought this was a great slam dunk to get into business here. So in 2012, right after I selected the best technology that I became aware of, I made a proposal to Phil to do everything that's in the RFP today, and essentially everything. In addition, we're finally getting a plant going with the latest technology that's called wet gasification, and that's going to be online in April. So you can take all of your sewer sludge after you digested it and got the energy out of it, and then you digest it, you gasify it without drying, and you get a lot more energy out of it. By the way, you can also take all your dirty wood and construction wood and get rid of it. So 100% input ends up to be 5% output. Everything else is gone. No pollution to the environment because the syngas is clean. Another couple of comments I'd like to make about the hydrogenization. That is a law in Germany. You have to do this. So my proposal included a biochar and steam and heating. Anything that has any food waste in it has to be done at least for 1 hour by code at 70 degrees centigrade. So that's not anything special. So I had included that in my proposal. But I was 3 days late with 2 sections of my proposal, and I got rejected. And there was a deadline. But now I'm so happy that you guys are all reviewing it again. So maybe I have another chance. I also proposed 100% financing. I had that all lined up. I put my $100,000 down, and composting is the worst thing you can do. Composting does not get rid of methane. Methane is 22 times as bad as carbon dioxide. And the system for composting, and Harvest Power does a great job, and the other ones. But you have to control the temperature, you need water, and if you don't do that exactly correctly, you lose methane. And besides, it takes up a whole space in Hollister, and it smells. So it's no good thing. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Phil, for being here.
Thank you. Did staff want to respond to anything? We've been doing this, Phil. It's a new thing that we do after public comment. So if you have anything you want to respond to from public comment, you can do that now. Otherwise, I'll bring it back to council. And I was going to go ahead and try something new this evening to turn the buzzer off here and to put us up to 6 minutes, and have the Vice Mayor just kind of give us some timing so that we can follow the buttons out here, and we can follow how much time we're using when we spend time discussing this or giving feedback to staff. It's 7:15, and we hope to be concluded with this item at 7. So at this point, I don't see anybody with any comments, though. Councilmember Price.
Yes, thank you to everyone who made very thoughtful comments, and the staff for all your hard work. I just wanted to extend my question before which was related to the concept of encouraging that the RFP process not be canceled straight out, but to consider one of two things: continue with the RFP with the top two proposals. The other part would be is it feasible to consider asking that a joint proposal be brought forward? I am aware of processes where the finalists or semifinalists were asked to team together. That way we could get the best of both proposals. And I know of situations where that's been done in the past. I know it's complicated, but complicated never seems to bother anyone in Palo Alto. I think that would be useful. The other point I wanted to make was that if we went the route, or I'm interested in seeing us look at having the proposers, either singly or jointly, handle the design, build, and operation, and get all of the problems, challenges, opportunities handled. So then by the time it comes to us, we have basically a post-turnkey operation, one that's been vetted and makes a lot of sense. Because in fact, what we don't want is an extended, new, revised RFP process, extended. The plan that you've proposed has merit, but this way I think we'll get to the finish line, or part of the finish line, more quickly, and frankly utilizing the expertise of and the technologies that have been so well demonstrated in the proposals, etc., would be a huge advantage for the city. I know we've been developing expertise, but it seems to me that if we had this handled in this way, we would still get to the outcome that would be appropriate without going through all of the machinations, the learning curves, the 2 steps forward, 1 step back, etc., which is very common for very, very complex projects. And I think everyone who's been involved in complex projects would concur that there are tremendous risks with that effort on its own. So I'm stating my concern and observation that we look at kind of a hybrid approach with the intention of transitioning it, but it will be a transition that we end up with a product and an operation that works. So I did want to extend that so that my colleagues could hear, and the community could hear my thinking on this. I think it's worth looking at.
Thank you. Councilmember Schmid.
Just a couple comments. Thanks for staff. Thanks for the public's comments. One of my big concerns is financing. I do recall that in this budget year we are paying somewhere between $6 and $7 million to cover the deficits that the refuse fund had during that first decade of the 21st century. So it's important that as we move forward, we're confident that we are investing in the future. It's not clear to me, I guess there have been hints about rejecting the RFP, and it's not clear from material that we have on what basis that decision has been talked about or is being made. And I think that should be something that is very clear as we move forward and when you come back to us on that. Number 3, I noticed a couple of the proposals included the word use of outside feedstock. Is that outside meaning from outside the city? So this is a sort of new twist that the proposals are based upon us importing. Some have exporting and some have importing. So a clarification on what that involves and the financing of that, and what percentage of our feedstocks will be imported in these proposals. Partners are obviously very critical, since everybody is proposing operations with the water quality control plant. And it seems to me the earlier we get involved with our partners in having them aware what we're doing, the choices we're facing, and see if they have inputs to those choices, the better off we'll all be as we move down the road. Final question. I know council made a special vote to put aside 31 acres, I think, of Bixby Park on hold for a 12-month period. And that 12-month period is coming up. And so a clear direction to the council on where we are in that 31 acres of final fill for the Bixby Park is a question that should be addressed. Good. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Holman?
Yes, thank you. And it's literally a chorus, Phil. I think I will also welcome you back. Great to see you. The water quality control plant, as a part of any upgrades to that, I just want to make sure that increased levee protections will be provided as a part of any project there, as we talk about rising tides and greenhouse gas warming and all of those implications. So I don't know if staff wants to respond to that or not, but is that a part of any proposal that would be considered there? Raise levee protections or higher levee protections?
It's not a specific part of this. We continue to depend on the regional program to come up with those protections.
I'm just hoping it's going to be contained in whatever proposal comes forward, because I would think that would be part of what would be included in what we present to our partners, and do a cost split on that as well. So
I just obviously this is an issue that exists whether or not we're doing this project or not. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. It just seems like though, as a part of any project, we could, spread the cost of that, though. Financing and costs, also a concern, and I know I've brought this up before, but I'm going to bring it up again, because the more time goes on, the more I keep reading about this. We still are focused on facilities. I think that's kind of what the focus has been on. Understand why staff would be going that way, and also appreciate the conclusions you've come to. I do, though, want to go back to something that's really much more basic, which is home-based composting. And, I do read more and more about that. And, $50 to $100 million is, it's, as some would say, that's serious money. I personally don't do any, I do all of my food waste. I compost it all at home. So I don't send any.
That's best.
It is best. I have a lot of trees, though. So I do put, my green can at the curb sometimes. But if there were programs for neighborhoods or on a block basis, it's another way to, build community and build neighborhood awareness, neighborhood well, it's good for neighbors to know each other for any number of reasons. So that's a byproduct, if you will, not an inappropriate word for this conversation, of promoting and supporting, even financially, home-based composting. Master gardeners for decades have talked about how they don't send anything off-site. Everything stays on their property. It gets processed or ground up or whatever. So I would hope that, as like I say, continue to read more and more and more about that staff actually starts to consider that more seriously as well. Councilmember Schmidt brought up the question also about import versus export. Import was creeping into the language of these considerations in the past, and I just wonder, maybe staff could respond to this. Is import a part of the consideration now, because import as well as export has a greenhouse gas implication?
We were just pointing out the obvious. Maybe we shouldn't have even put it in there. We did not rely on that. We did not count on a certain number. We're just pointing out that if more food primarily came our way, we'd get more energy out of it. That's all we were pointing out. There was no, we came up with no statistics. We have nobody yet that's demonstrated an interest, even though the mayor, Mayor Scharf, sent letters to all the mayors saying, are you interested in this? We didn't have any takers from that. Jim sent memos, emails to his counterparts. My phone was silent. So we did sort of try, and maybe we shouldn't have even put this in here. We're just pointing out the obvious, that if you had more stuff, we'd have more energy production.
Okay, thank you for that. And then Councilmember Schmidt does bring up a good point too about the 31 acres. So maybe staff would like to respond to Councilmember Schmidt's comment about that. Is there anything that could be said at this point in time?
Councilmember Holman and Councilmember Schmidt, I believe you're talking about last year's recommendation that we hold off with the cap of the additional 51 acres, I believe. We brought to you a contract, believe back in January, where we are designing and about to install a cap over the entire 51 acres.
We've
so
actually commenced it now, Mike. We've commenced.
Right, so we are moving forward with the entire cap.
Yeah, the cap is commenced.
Great, good to know. And lastly,
that's I just might clarify, that's obviously a neighboring issue, but not part of this item.
Yes, absolutely. You're exactly right, City Manager. It's a neighboring issue. And then last thing is, well, maybe if staff would like to respond to or just have any comments about promoting of on-site or home-based or block-based composting.
It is best from a greenhouse gas standpoint, and we do everything we can think of to promote it, and we continue to run the seminars and promote it where we can, but it's still a very small percentage-wise number of people that are doing it.
I would see it as being, personally, I would see it as being a much more aggressive program. This is what I've seen the city does is the same program that's been made available to people for the last, how many years, 30 years, 20 years, 30 years, something like that. So I would like to see a much more aggressive program. Thank you.
Councilmember Berman.
Well, I first want to welcome back Phil. It's good to have you back in the chambers. I also want to commend staff on the job they've done and the process they've taken in working with all sides in our community. If somebody had offered me a bet a couple of years ago that the first time staff came back to council with this issue, we'd have Emily Renzel saying that she agreed with Walt Hayes, I'd have lost a lot of money. So I think that's a testament to you guys. That said, and I assume we're just kind of talking about what we'd like to see when you guys come back to us in a couple of months. I'd love to see a really thorough analysis and explanation of how what you guys, the pros and cons of what you guys want to do vis-a-vis the proposals that we received from, in particular, Regeneration and Harvest Power. I guess in particular Regeneration, because they were the ones who, in their proposal, included the exact same process that you guys are suggesting in terms of thermal hydrolysis and wet anaerobic digestion. And you guys talk about in your canceling the RFP why slide, lack of firm pricing, weak supporting documentation, cost, none of which is mentioned in this staff report, none of which was supposed to be mentioned in this staff report. But I'm sure we're all going to be looking very closely to try to understand, why it you guys are advocating for the process you are versus going with one of the proposals we received. Along that line, I know, speaking personally from somebody who doesn't have a degree in any of this and hasn't had reason to analyze any of this before, it would be great if we could get, if the timing works, the staff report for these items maybe a week and a half before that staff meeting, or longer than the 5 days that we normally do. I think for a lot of the stuff that we deal with, getting it on Wednesday nights just fine. But I think in this instance, staff, rightfully so, is sort of surrendering their impartiality in comparison to some of the other proposals. And it would help me also for some of the folks who made the proposals to have a chance to offer us their opinion on the staff proposal, on what staff is advocating for. That also gives me more time to review staff's analysis and ask you guys all sorts of questions in a more leisurely manner. So to the extent that's possible, given the complexities here, that would be appreciated. Thanks.
Councilmember Scharf.
Thank you. And yes, welcome back, Phil. It is great to see you. So the questions I have is, we got this letter here from We Generation, and it contradicts the staff report. And so I'd like staff to comment on what the difference is. Basically, what the letter says is that the dewatering is different for THP technology than not for THP technology. And if we go and build the dewatering plant first, we'll build the wrong one, and therefore we'll incur costs. And that because it's completely different. And I was wondering if staff could address that point.
We're going to ask Dave Green of CH2M Hill to address the technical question of these two types of dewatering.
Yeah. I'm going to bring Drew back up here with me too. Drew Whitlock. This is Dave Green. I'm with CH2M Hill.
Drew Whitlock, CH2M Hill.
And I think the question you're after is the dewatering issue, and whether we can build a dewatering facility that serves your current purposes as well as has value if we implement THP. And I think the answer is yes. There's some features that we need to incorporate into that dewatering facility, but I mean, that's what we talked about with Jamie as well.
Yep. We agree with the assertion that that can be representative made, that there are two different types of dewatering processes required for this. In our analysis, we included that as well, because you have to have a thicker type of dewatering for the anaerobic digestion process, and then there's another dewatering process afterwards. So could you build a facility that could be compatible with a future CANDI process? The answer is yes. The quantity of material that you're dealing with could be different, but that's also affected by the waste streams up front as well. And I believe what staff are recommending is to understand what the quantity of those waste streams are, and including the food waste, so that can be defined and developed further.
Right. That's one of the reasons that we show that component as a second component with some pre-design work needed, is because we'll need those amounts. They'll need some other data so that they can design this dewatering facility to be fully compatible with the thermal hydrolysis.
Good, because then I guess I misunderstood a little bit in the presentation. So you're not suggesting we go out and build the dewatering and load out truck facility without doing the design work and having a plan for the entire process first? Because I got the sense that that was actually the recommendation, was to do that first.
We need to do some of it. We don't need to do all of it. But you're right. This sizing question, we've got to get further along on this sizing question. But no, the other elements I mentioned, not so. The energy pricing, the financing plan.
So when you come back to us in April for action on this item, are you going to have those questions answered by then, or not?
Well, remember, on this dewatering facility, we're going to be requesting your authorization to move forward with design. not to build it, but design. Design takes months. We'll be scrambling, answering some of these questions during the design process. We won't be bringing back to you this answer of what is the design and how big is it. No, that won't come in April. That will nail down during the design process itself.
So you can figure that out during the design process, and you'll have enough time to be able to do that?
Well, we'll take enough time to do it right.
Okay. The other concern I had was, I mean, it's just my ignorance in this, I suppose. We have harvest power and we have generation. Are they using the same technology, or are they using different technologies that are proprietary?
Well, this Canby process is proprietary, and Harvest is not suggesting using it. Thermal hydrolysis is a more general term. Canby is a proprietary term. So in terms of a hierarchy, of thermal hydrolysis is a general term, and there's no reason why somebody like Harvest Power couldn't do thermal hydrolysis.
And the dewatering part of that's you have to use is it just for the Canby process, the second stage of dewatering, or is it for any thermal hydrolysis? And are they the same whether or not you use the Canby process or you use the Harvest Power technology?
So the answer is the other thermal hydrolysis technologies that pre-treat, thermally hydrolyze, and then anaerobic digestion, they all require a dewatering process, a similar dewatering process prior to the thermal hydrolysis.
But is it the same? I mean, that's my question, is when you design all this and you're going through design, are you pre-choosing the Canby process, or are you foreclosing the Canby process as opposed to one of these other processes? And you now tell me there's other ones as well. So I'm just wondering how specific all of this stuff is, and if you can really design this, as Phil's suggesting, on the fly, so to speak, without having decided on which technology you're going to use. I mean, one of the interesting things I read in here was the guy from WeGeneration says you're going to be using the Canby process. Well, it's not what I'm hearing from staff. We might use a different hydrolysis process. So I'm just trying to understand, if we've thought these issues through and how it all works. So this is fairly technical stuff, and the staff report at least didn't answer these questions for me.
Well, I think, I don't know if you guys want to comment. I would just come back to, it's another point that we have to be sure of. We have to work it out during the design process. And we'll take enough time during the design process to make sure we've got it right.
So what do you see as the overall arc of how long this actually takes if we go with this kind of a design process and we cancel the RFP, as opposed to moving forward with the RFP now, working out with one of these two firms? I mean, what do you see as the pros and cons in terms of time?
We don't have a firm timeline on this. This is one thing we're going to bring back to you, is more in the way of a timeline. So we don't have a firm timeline, first of all. The part of the analysis that we haven't brought to you at all, remember, is the cost. And we've not addressed it tonight because our purchasing procedures for an RFP process like this are that we don't reveal the cost information until we're done with negotiations. And so we're in kind of an awkward position here. You're asking good questions about the stuff that we're presenting to you, but the very important thing that we're not presenting to you is, well, what are the costs of these things? And you'll see when we get to that point that that's going to have an important bearing on whether you're going to want to move forward with these proposals or not.
And you expect that to come then in April, March?
Yeah, we will definitely do that. At least that's the plan, is to give you that cost information at the same time we're giving you the recommendations, which still isn't perfect from a RFP perspective, because it would really be best to have you make that decision, have us, if you're if you direct us to do negotiations with somebody, do those negotiations all ahead of releasing the cost information. That's best. We didn't think in this case we could do that. It's just not, you're just not going to be able to make that decision without the cost information, we don't feel. So that's the plan. You could direct us otherwise, but that was the plan, was to give you that cost information, give you our recommendations at the same time in late March, early April.
So really my final hesitation on all this is I'm not really clear what the purpose of tonight is. Is it just simply a check-in and you're not making any decisions, or is it to get sort of council feedback to say, it's okay that you go ahead and reject the RFP and we're not going to do, or is that decision going to be made in April by a council vote? I'm not sure really what you want from us tonight.
I think it's more the former. It is a check-in. That's a very complex. There's a lot of information. So we just felt like it's the kind of thing we should do a study session on, because of if we had brought you all this stuff at once, it would have been overwhelming. This way we felt like you could understand what the proposals are, what the technical information is, and the next time it would be more around the cost. So this from our perspective, this was our attempt to tell you from a technical perspective what these people were proposing. What's the stuff on the ground? What are the components, the facilities that they intend to build? And then give you an indication of where we found agreement and where we didn't, and what our proposed components of a technical program would be.
Great. So you're not looking for any direction as to whether or not you want to hear from council members if we should reject the RFP or if we should move forward with it or anything like that. You're just really looking to educate us and have a check-in. And based on tonight, you won't be making any decisions that are irreversible or anything like that.
No, we'll be continuing with our analysis. We'll be fine-tuning and considering stuff that we haven't had time to consider yet, but we weren't expecting direction from council.
All right, thank you.
If I just might add, though, I mean, we are still on the track to be coming back for a recommendation relating to rejecting these proposals. Is that correct? So that's not lost. But I think that in addition to what Phil was saying, is that as we got to this point and in the conversations with the different respondents, the fact that the staff would be moving in this direction would be something that you would be indirectly hearing about also, and you'd be kind of inundated perhaps with, you know, kind of comments about, well, wait a minute, we've been in this process, et cetera, and we thought it was worthwhile to give this grounding before we actually came forward with a formal decision.
All right, thank you very much. And Phil, it's great to have you.
Councilmember Klein. Councilmember Klein.
One question and two requests for more information when you come back. I think this question is, I hope, very straightforward. We've talked about the present incinerators becoming a backup at some point, and I'm not clear whether they would become the backup only when all of these projects are completed, or if the biosolid dewatering and truck loadout facility was completed at that time. Which one is the backup?
Maybe I misspoke. I didn't mean to say they were the backup. It's not our intention to have them be a backup, except while they're being, while we're debugging the dewatering facility, I guess. So maybe a 6-month period while we're not sure that the dewatering system, we've got all the bugs out of it, but no longer than that.
So after the, excuse me, the dewatering system was up, what would happen to the incinerators?
Well, how soon would we?
The plan is to take them down. It's a 50-foot tall building. We would demolish it, take it down, and then that creates more space to properly install the anaerobic digestion system. It's a very tight site, and we do believe that taking the incinerators out of the way is an important step in before building the thermal hydrolysis.
Good.
But it would, until it's started up successfully.
Good. That That's what I wanted to hear. You've already addressed one of the concerns I had, and that is the timing and the economics of the various proposals that we have, the two applicants, and what you're suggesting is sort of what I think of as the city do-it-itself alternative. I hope when you come back with that these three categories go into a fair amount of detail. That seems to me that there may be subcategories, not just the three. The city, for example, not just doing it itself, but contracting on a design-build system or anything else that you can think of. I think council members have made a variety of suggestions. Councilmember Price talked about this hybrid approach. I think that we haven't talked enough about timing between these. I think that Mr. Dreckmeyer said he's disappointed that this won't be accomplished by the time I leave the council. I hope it's accomplished by the time all the rest of my colleagues leave the council. I'm concerned along those lines. My other area of interest that I don't think we've been fully developed is our relationship with our partners in this. I'd like to hear a lot more about that. For example, what happens if we're moving forward in steps 2 and 3, or want to move forward, and some or all of our partners don't want to go forward? And do they have a veto, or can we do it on our own? I'm also concerned about the potential for conflicts of interest. Somewhere in here you talk about the pricing of the power that would be transferred from the facility to us as the utility. How is that going to be determined? How is it that we strike a deal that our neighbors can feel comfortable that we haven't structured it in a way that would benefit the city of Palo Alto at their expense? And any other information you may have as to what their feeling at present is about all of this. I know you mentioned keeping them informed, but I'd like to hear about any reactions that they have to date. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, Councilmember Klein asked a question. I was really wondering about the sequencing, and it sounds like that's planned out well enough that the removal of the incinerator is going to be necessary to create the space and the construction staging for the next phase. Just following on to this convergence of the food waste and which technologies and our partner communities. First, taking a step back, I've heard kind of some confusion in the community over that, gee, we're back to this anaerobic digestion without a distinction between the original concept that was being explored 2+ years ago of dry anaerobic digestion, which was a technology, as I understand it, that was hoped might be able to address all 3 of these organic streams. And the wet anaerobic digestion that I think staff had shortly before the election said this is looking like a higher possibility. I don't remember the exact context, and maybe Phil, I don't know if you can clarify that, but they're not one and the same. They're the wet anaerobic is a much more mature, established technology, and the dry anaerobic was more cutting edge. And that one of the reasons that we were looking to have third parties do this is that if it was an unproven technology, like a dry anaerobic digestion, that would be less likely that we would feel comfortable with doing this as a part of our wastewater treatment facility. And I see you're nodding your head yes if you want to comment. Is that basically correct? Okay, good. And so then that goes back into some of these other concepts that there's not an easy demarcation to, but when Bob Winslow had talked about, gee, we're seeing less, I think he said less food waste and more biosolid in our stream. Was that what he had said?
he said less food and less yard. And we do continue to refine these numbers. If you'd like to, Ron Arp to comment on that, he could. Why?
Maybe as you move into the next phase, that will be interesting because, frankly, when we all have food waste, there are 2 places or 3 that it can go. It can go down our garbage disposals, which in that case, it ends up in your lap at the wastewater treatment plant, and it becomes part of the bio waste and bio sludge. So we already have a portion of the food waste that's going through your treatment systems. The other is composted at home, and the third is that it would go into either trash or in the future recycling. But in any event, there's not a sharp line, as I understand it, between you treating food waste currently through our current technologies and you taking supplemental food waste in that would add more potential energy sources for the biogas and a different mixture of what you treat. But those are shades of gray rather than fundamentally different processes. Is that correct?
Well, food waste that comes in from the garbage side, if we could call it that, it has a much higher component of plastic and junk than what people jam down their garbage disposals. So.
Okay, good. So, given our wastewater treatment plants' decades of experience in similar technologies, but not the wet anaerobic digestion, can you give us some sense of the basis for what if we move in the direction of this being a do-it-ourselves process, what sort of confidence level and how akin would it be to things that we have done for many decades? It's not identical, it's a different process, but you've been talking about changing processes as you go through in the next generation of this facility either way. So can you speak just a little bit to that?
Yeah. So you're absolutely right that when we started this process and we didn't know whether we were going to be doing gasification or dry anaerobic digestion or some of these technologies that are much less proven, we thought made perfect sense that an outside vendor might come in because there'd be a lot of risk and they would take that risk. Now that we're honing in on wet anaerobic digestion, the sewage treatment plant industry has a very long history. Most sewage treatment plants have wet anaerobic digestion. Most of those own and operate it themselves. So we can look to others and see that that's a low-risk situation. We can get good long-term low-interest loans from our state to finance these things. And we sort of know how to do it. You're right. So, sure.
In the Canby technology, there's 40 installations worldwide. 38 out of the 40 are owner-operated. And most have food waste with the biosolids. A lot in Norway, England, where they have higher energy prices, and it's very standard over there. And 38 out of 40 are owner-operated. And I believe that DC Wasa will probably be owner-operated
And
as
our
well.
sister city, Linköping in Sweden.
Okay.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor Niss.
In the interest of brevity, I'm going to align my comments with the ones made by Councilmember Berman some time ago, if you recall what they were. And I think I'm hearing 3 things tonight. We're concerned about the cost, we're concerned about the sequencing, and concerned about the timing. And with that, I would say how delighted I am to see Phil Bobble back, and I have spent time with him at his treatment plant in the past, and I'm sure I will again in the future.
Always will.
Thanks.
And I just have one question, and this is getting back to just our regular old compost that we used to do, our yard clippings, and it sounds like that's going to be separate. It's not going to be part of this facility, and I do know people miss that we don't do it, but I just know that anecdotally. my question is, if we did it ourselves, do people come then, they come and buy it from us, is that correct? And then, with the trucking, the reason why I'm asking this question, if we truck it somewhere, are we saving them mileage by buying it from us here? That's my question. Is there a net gain of not having to truck?
Well, that could be a positive feature of doing it more locally, is it could be sold more locally. What usually happens is the community that has it, as we used to, give away a certain amount for a certain number of weekends, as we used to. And just so you know, Palo Alto residents can currently go to Sunnyvale, our smart partner, and get free compost at the smart station. So that exists even now.
So I'm just thinking of the timeout period when it's ready to go to gardeners or to us. There would be some costs. There would be some greenhouse gas savings by not sending them someplace much farther away.
Correct.
That was an interest of mine, so I just wanted to know. Okay, that's it. And thank you very much for putting this in a presentation format. It's always much easier to digest after you do the presentation, though this is always a stretch to learn the technique that's going on, and I appreciate that. With that, we're going to move on to the next agenda items on our agenda, but I'm going to take a 5-minute break so that we can clear the room. Sorry. If colleagues can be back by 5 after 8, that would be great. Okay, Councilmember Sharp, could you get Larry and let's get back up here. Do you mind going back?
Yes, and you're a good one.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene the meeting. And Jim, can we just discuss a little bit the agenda changes, additions, and deletions? I know we've got something that does get changed from consent calendar.
So, Madam Mayor, two items. Item number 4, which deals with a contract for planning and environmental consultant services, which I would just say is actually routine. It's just in a reformatted approach from what we do essentially today. But I am pulling the item off of the agenda because of some changes I want to make. We will return to council at a future meeting, and I will say that I do intend probably to bring it back on consent. I think there has been some confusion in some sectors in the community that it can't be on consent or it should not be on consent. But so we will be doing that at a date uncertain. Also, we did make an error in not combing through the minutes of the Finance Committee precisely enough related to item number 6. Item number 6 was a placement of on the consent calendar of the development impact fees project list. And actually the committee had made a recommendation, and I think it was a unanimous vote, for when this comes back to put it on the action agenda. So we will be pulling that off and working with the mayor to find a future date for that to be on an action item. Pardon me?
Item number 2.
And item number 2, I'm sorry, we did, I think, already have an app places memo on this, but this is a contract approval on parking that we're just going to continue it to the next meeting. And I think there was some additional, pardon me? Contract signature issue we just hadn't gotten completed. So we wanted to have that for the meeting on the 24th.
So items on consent calendar 2, 4, and 6 will be pulled from staff when we are pulled from staff right now. So
are pulled by the staff. That is correct.
Pulled by the staff.
That is correct.
Okay. In that case, we'll go into city manager comments.
Thank you, council members. Well, first of all, that was just a great discussion that you just had for 2 hours. I just kept thinking when you volunteered to sit on the council that you'd be having to deal with, thermal drying and dewatering and gasification pyrolysis and anaerobic wet digestion and thermal hydrolysis. Wow. Amazing. And I must say, following Councilmember Klein's question, it was good that we cleared up the fact that we would not be debating the destruction of the incinerator following the debugging of the dewatering facility. So I thought that was really good also. All right. I did want to repeat to the council and the public who may not be aware of it that planning staff did release a consultant report last week related to the storage and handling of hazardous waste at the CPI site adjacent to Barron Park. I know that the community had been raising lots of questions about when that report would be released, and we've scheduled an event on Thursday, February 20th at 6 p.m. at the Creekside Inn near the neighborhood, where the consultants will be available to answer questions at this public meeting. We do have more information on our website, and interested members of the public are encouraged to review the report and attend. Over the next 30 to 60 days, city staff will be developing and then bring a recommendation to the city council that is based on the report, community input received at the meeting, the site history, land use compatibility issues, legal parameters, and other factors for the council's consideration. Fire Prevention Week, Every year, in honor of Fire Prevention Week, the Palo Alto Fire Department hosts a youth fire safety poster contest, and the contest is open to all Palo Alto students from kindergarten to 5th grade, and for more than 20 years, almost 200 Palo Alto children have participated in the poster contest each year. This is a fun way for the fire department to get involved in the community and get students interested in fire safety and in art. So the winning posters are displayed just outside the council chambers in the walkway towards the front lobby. So take a look at them. And prizes are generously donated by University Arts. Fire apparatus operator Tamara Yasso leads this important community risk reduction effort. And one other item from our fire chief, calling all heroes. We're happy to inform the council that later this week that Palo Alto Fire Department, in partnership with the Santa Clara County Fire Chiefs Association and El Camino Hospital, will be announcing countywide deployment of the life-saving Pulse Point Citizen Responder, which is a CPR, AED, or automatic defibrillator mobile app. You've heard Chief Nickel mention the Pulse Point mobile app when Council purchased AEDs last year. Integrated into our 911 system, Pulse Point notifies CPR-trained citizens of the critical need for CPR nearby via their smartphone or mobile device. And the app also directs these citizen rescuers to the exact location of the closest publicly accessible automated external defibrillator, or AED. This notification happens simultaneously with the dispatch of our emergency medical service crews to improve bystander response while our crews are making their way to the scene. Pulse Point engages citizen first responders to CPR calls at public locations such as stores, offices, and parks. And more details can be found at the Vimeo site, vimeo.com/pulsepoint/PAFD for our fire department. And then last but not least, not resting on our laurels, with 600 solar systems installed to date, interesting fact, Palo Alto ranks 7th nationwide for the highest number of solar systems installed per utility customer per capita. Ignoring the 4 higher-ranking Hawaiian utilities, who have exceptionally high electric rates, Palo Alto then ranks in third place compared to all other utilities in the country, public and private, on a customer to solar system install rate. Just how much power are we talking about? Presently, solar systems operating here in Palo Alto right now have 4 megawatts of capacity and can generate enough electricity annually to make 2 pots of coffee a day per year for every adult Palo Alton, keep a TV on for 5 hours a day all year long in every Palo Alto home, and run 1/3 of all refrigerators in Palo Alto for a year. But not satisfied with past success, we are now looking for how we can do even better using innovative programs to further promote the use of solar energy both locally and in the region. Our goal is to expand local capacity to 23 megawatts by 2023. Our peak megawatt usage is about 180, I think is my recollection. And so to that end, utility staff is presenting a comprehensive local solar plan to the Utilities Advisory Commission this coming Wednesday, and the plan will then go before the Finance Committee and the full council later this spring. And sure we'll hear more about it, but the State of the City is tomorrow night at the Lucy Stern Ballroom, and I'll turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. I was just going to welcome everybody to State of the City tomorrow evening. Lucy Stern Ballroom, 7 o'clock. The next agenda item is council member questions, comments, and announcements from colleagues. Councilmember Price?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to make a couple of comments about my VTA vote that took place on February 6th. As you know, I represent Group 2 on the VTA board, and the VTA board was asked to consider an urgent item before them concerning high-speed rail. And basically the request was for VTA to participate in a friend of the court brief High-Speed Rail has filed a writ petition asking that the appellate court review the lower court's findings. The lower court's rulings have cast uncertainty on the state's ability to issue bonds for high-speed rail and all associated projects. VTA received a request from the legal counsel of Caltrain because of the inability of high-speed rail to issue bonds, jeopardizing the funding for Caltrain's modernization program. As you may know, the state of California, through these bonds, has committed $706 million to Caltrain modernization. And the VTA is on record as supporting the Caltrain modernization program and has committed $60 million to the project. The vote was conducted, as I said, on Thursday. All of my colleagues voted unanimously, and I supported the issue in my mind is I supported the Caltrain modernization program by taking this vote. Failing to support Caltrain in this critical moment would cast serious doubt on my personal credibility for any sort of position of influence with Caltrain, both now and in the future. In order to be as effective as possible in representing the City of Palo Alto and the North County cities, as well as my fiduciary responsibility as a member of the VTA board, I exercise my best judgment by supporting Caltrain and VTA on protecting the modernization funding that Caltrain is so deeply depending on. And I do realize that there are a lot of other items around this issue. It's a very complex one, but I wanted to clarify the reasoning of the reasons behind my vote. And I know there was coverage in the newspaper recently about this, and I wanted
Councilmember
to
Price,
just
if we
mention
could
that.
keep it
Thank
just
you.
to the report out of the meeting. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any other? Seeing no other lights for councilmember questions, comments, and announcements, we'll move to oral communications. I have two items here. Wynn Gershrich, to be followed by Omar Chadi. And you will have 3 minutes, and this is on a topic of anything that, as long as it's not on our council agenda tonight.
Well, I know this isn't on your council agenda tonight. On YouTube, there is a whole lot of fuss about fake snow. And in Michigan, people actually were taking snow from their backyard and trying to light it. They took like a cigarette lighter or they took a blowtorch and it wouldn't melt. And the odd thing was it turned black. So since Stanford has a contract with NASA to spray chemtrails, you know, in the movie What in the World Are They Spraying on Us? You can see that Stanford's a big part of these chemtrails. And also, too, this lady here, this is on YouTube, and you have to listen to her speech. It says, whistleblower ex-military Kristen Megan on January 18th, 2014, and she's in New York, and she's telling you about what's in these chemtrails. And it's kind of amazing to see what is happening right now because people are getting really scared. So, you know, this area, you want to use your copper-laden poop on top of the ground to contaminate your aquifers and cause brain damage, you know, Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. And also, too, these chemtrails do the same thing. Because yesterday on Republic Broadcasting Network Live.org, there was a holistic medical doctor, and they were talking about having aluminum in the brain and different things that, you know, like fluoride leaches aluminum from pots because it's so corrosive, and about the chemtrails because the chemtrails also, they spray aluminum oxide. And in that movie, What in the World Are They Spraying on Us, they actually took this little girl's hair from Hawaii and they tested hair strand and she's loaded with aluminum. So since you have the highest rate of Alzheimer's right here and Stanford has the grant to spray that stuff, I think that people would be a little scared with this, but this is also why the weather changes. And when the weather changes, because they can turn on that HAARP machine, they can do all kinds of things and make, you know, this global warming, because global warming is really a bunch of garbage when you can cause droughts, you can make floods, you can cause tornadoes and all kinds of horrible things, even earthquakes. And whistleblower scientist exposing secrets of Agenda 21 explains what that HAARP machine does. But here's another one too. This is what you can look up on YouTube by Dr. Russell Blaylock, is what chemtrails do to the brain. And I would think you'd all be interested in this, But like I said, look up on YouTube the documentaries of people actually taking home videos where they're trying to burn snow and it doesn't melt. That's incredible. And we need to figure this out here, because this documentary right here tells about why they invented this machine, and there's a whole bunch of them all over the world. And a lot of people know about this, and this is something that's, we need to get this stopped too, because this is also how Monsanto makes a lot of money, because when they can make droughts and floods, they can end up buying farmland because the farmers go broke or they have no water to water anything, and then they can end up growing genetically modified foods on there. And there's a big movement to label genetically modified food. Hawaii got something done about that. And they said now that Monsanto didn't want it labeled because if they can test a tumor and find out what chemical caused that, like the glyphosate in the Roundup that they put in the plants, then Monsanto could be sued. So nobody wants to label any of that, right? And you had a professor at Stanford that was on the TV telling people not to label things. So since this whole thing, and Paul Ehrlich came from Stanford for depopulation, do check this out and check out that snow that doesn't burn.
Thank you. Omar Chadi, to be followed by Herb Borak.
Hello, I was at the meeting last week at the VTA, and I do respect Gail a lot, but I'm going to be a little critical. That vote was inappropriate to support the amicus brief. You guys have spent a lot of money fighting high-speed rail, and the blended solution is nothing but, as I said before, a KY solution to cram high-speed rail up this corridor. Caltrain has killed now 203 people since 1995. It's already killed 2 people this year. It's injured 2 others, and it killed 13 last year, and 20 people were rescued before they were killed. This train is out of date. It needs to be replaced, and my position is that we need to start talking about bringing BART up the corridor in a way acceptable to Palo Alto. But with this awful monstrosity over here, it's outdated. It's time to move on. The way the vote went last Thursday with Ms. Price is it was put on the ballot to override the Brown Act, a 2-week review period, and Ms. Price stepped down out of the dais and didn't vote. Then when it came time to do the actual amicus brief, then she got back up there and she voted with the full party. Now look, this train is not good. Every major state watchdog agency has said high-speed rail is not okay. It didn't pass muster. It was ruled unconstitutional in 2011. This is a bad deal here. And the court again said the 2008 ballot measure still did not comply. That's why the funding was withheld. Now why Palo Alto representative would vote at the VTA board to join an amicus brief when it's not even that important. Such a decision will have little impact on the legal proceedings themselves to do the amicus, because the Joint Powers Board is doing it, not VTA. We did not need to say. It would have made a stronger statement for Palo Alto to back up its high-speed rail position and its lawsuit and its expenditures and tough tax money to say no. We don't want the amicus brief to be done to overrule the judge's decision. Last night, Dan Richards said on KCBS that the way high-speed rail is going to be make its operating revenue, which it won't, but the way it will come out even is from the revenue from the fare box, which has now been downgraded, transit-oriented development that will be under the eminent domain under the High-Speed Rail Authority, not the city of Palo Alto, and retail stores. And they cited 23% of the income that they get overseas and other high-speed rail is from retail that the high-speed rail people control. SB 461 passed this year to give eminent domain and all the land that high-speed rail will have to the authority of the high-speed rail, not GSA, like most excess land. You guys are stepping into a minefield, and this is not okay. It's not consistent with your position, and I would ask you to please, next time an amicus or something comes up, say no and have a consistent position not to support high-speed rail, and don't get suckered into this blended solution. You're not going to get 2 tracks. You can't have 4 train systems operating with 3 different entities on 2 tracks. So let's plan for this trench you're studying to see if BART can fit there, because you're going to still have to have the freight liner anyway. And let's look to the future. You want to do transportation demand management? Let's let the people from the East Bay who now have to transfer or drive hop on BART. In fact, the guy who was killed in Santa Clara lived in Pleasanton. Now, he could have taken BART if there had been some forethought. Thank you. Please think ahead.
Thank you. Herb Borak. He will be our final speaker under oral communication.
Mayor Shepherd and council members, during discussions of rail issues, it's been the council's position to try and get a representative of the North County on the Caltrain Joint Powers Board. But as I guess we can call what's happened here with the VTA board and its action on this lawsuit, somewhat of a teaching moment, because just because you might get someone, whether from Palo Alto City Council or one of the other neighboring communities, on the Caltrain Joint Powers Board, doesn't mean that person is going to be representing the position of the Palo Alto City Council. So just be careful of what you wish for. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item, minute approval for Oh, we have one more? Okay. We have one more speaker, Adina Levin. Sorry.
Hello, good evening, council members. Adina Levin, Friends of Caltrain, and I would like to thank Council Member Price for supporting the blended system and Caltrain electrification. It is true that the blended system is not perfect for Caltrain and provides capacity limitations, but does provide capacity increase, speed increase, and the ability to get more stops in the same amount of time, including stations like CalAv and San Antonio that serve Palo Alto residents. And as the city considers parking tonight and transportation demand management in another 2 weeks, an efficient electrified Caltrain is going to be very important to be able to deliver those results, and therefore, with all the complexities, supporting the blended system and Caltrain electrification is the right thing to do. So thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you. Moving on to approval of minutes for January 6th. Do I get a motion from colleagues?
So moved.
All right, the motion minutes are approved by Councilmember Berman and seconded by Councilmember Price. Please vote on the board. And that motion carries unanimously. Moving on to consent calendar. Do we have any consent calendar cards, clerk? Any cards for consent calendar? No public comment? All right, we have now items on consent, items 3, 5, 7, and 8. Looking for a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Councilmember Price makes that motion. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Councilmember Burt, you would like to speak?
Yes, I'd like to remove item number 5 from consent.
I'll support that.
I'll support that.
Okay, so council, so item number 5 has been removed from consent. Jim? Do we take that up tonight? Do we have enough staff?
Well, here's my suggestion. It's 8:30. I think we have staff here who would be staff on this item. We very well may need to punt it till the 24th, but if you guys are really good and get through this fast, we'll do it. No, just kidding. We'll just sort of play it by ear and potentially take it up at the end of this evening. Is that okay? Looking
At the end of the evening, so you would like me to schedule this for after the parking?
Yeah, with the understanding that when, we'll do a check-in. If you got to that point, it was too late, then we would carry it over. But obviously, it is a parking-related issue. We are here tonight, and actually, we have a mess of items on the meeting on the 24th. So
Right.
it would be best to try to do it tonight if we can.
Okay, so you want to move item number 5 to the end of the meeting?
That's correct.
So let's put that as an item number 9A. Okay, I see no more lights, so do I have a motion for consent calendar? I had a motion, I didn't have a second. Oh, you seconded? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Price and Vice Mayor Niss. All those in favor of consent calendar, please vote on the board. And that carries unanimously. And now we are into our item tonight, our main item, which is parking supply recommendations. It's a very long notice, so I'm going to go ahead and just turn it over to staff who has a presentation for us.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd, members of the council. I'm Hillary Gittleman, the planning director. I'm joined by Jaime Rodriguez, our Chief Transportation Official. I also wanted to acknowledge the assistance of Jessica Sullivan and Aaron Acton, who aren't here this evening, but contributed a lot of information and hard work to tonight's presentation. The item before you, as the mayor mentioned, is about parking supply. And just to refresh our discussion from last week, the city is using this organizational scheme called our Palo Alto as a principle in which to talk about ideas, actions, and design related to our city's future. And tonight what we're going to do is talk about action. Specifically, we're going to talk about 6 actions related to parking supply. Tonight's discussion is also one of 3 that we're having on related issues. The 3-legged stool, as some of you referred to it at our discussion of residential permit parking. That discussion of neighborhood parking restrictions happened on January 27th. Tonight we're talking about parking supply, and then on February 24th we're scheduled to talk about transportation demand management, or TDM measures. All of these actions are intended to address traffic and parking demand resulting from our enviable prosperity here in Palo Alto. Just to give you a quick overview of what we're going to talk about tonight, and then I'm going to hand this over to Jaime to do a more detailed presentation on each one of these recommendations. First, clearly we're asking you to accept the study that we provided to you about downtown parking garages, and then we have a series of 6 recommendations. The first one seeks your authorization to proceed with design and environmental review of a new parking structure on Lot G, Gilman, downtown. The second seeks your authorization to issue a request for qualifications. In other words, solicit ideas from potential partners in public-private partnerships. The third is related to pursuing planning and grant opportunities related to Urban Lane, another new garage opportunity, and actually a whole transit center opportunity. The fourth is related to the design and environmental review of potential satellite lots that would be served by shuttle service. The fifth is related to our permit sales, and it seeks authorization to take a couple of immediate actions to make permits available where they're currently not. The fifth is related to an RFP that would proceed with access and revenue controls. So Jaime's going to go into a lot more detail on each one of those things, explaining them in some detail and hopefully anticipating some of your questions. We also, just as the city manager indicated, we had this item, the contract for the valet or attendant parking trial in Lot R, High Alma, and that item was scheduled for this evening, but we've just had to continue it one meeting because we were waiting for a signature on the contract. So that will be forthcoming. And of course, we're also open to any suggestions from the public and from the council this evening on other strategies that didn't make it on our list of the top 6 here. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jaime, who's going to walk through some additional slides, and then I'll come back to wrap it up.
Okay, if I just might say one other preliminary comment. In the recommendations that the staff has advanced, we recognize that in some cases there are alternatives. So, for example, some of the parking lot location designations. The staff recommendation was formed on some particular factors. In your conversation, you might, may come up that there are other factors or ways of looking at stuff. We want to express that staff is very open to the council's feedback as it relates to these recommendations, obviously, also. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. Good evening, Mayor Shepherd, members of the council. My name is Jaime Rodriguez, and as you mentioned, I'm your Chief Transportation Official for the City of Palo Alto. Before I begin, I did want to recognize Ron Sanzo from Sandus Engineering here in the audience. Ron was the project manager for the parking feasibility study that we'll be presenting to you tonight, and will be available to answer any technical questions that you may have later this evening. We started this feasibility study about a year ago, and we did have an opportunity to check in with the City Council back last spring around May to solicit some preliminary feedback regarding the feasibility status at that time. We did study 5 surface parking lots located within the downtown core, as well as one surface parking lot located outside of the core along Urban Lane. We do have a total of 6 parking structures in the downtown core. 4 of those are owned by the city. The 2 other lots or garages are available as public-private partnerships with the city and the private sector to offer public parking during daytime business hours. We also have a total of 13 surface parking lots within the city's parking inventory, and again, 5 of those were selected for studying tonight. The locations that were part of the study are circled here in black on this diagram. It includes Lot O, just up near High Emerson, which is adjacent to the Aquarius Theater. Lot P, also on High Street, across from the Lot R parking structure built several years ago. Lot D, which is the surface parking lot located behind CVS, just down the street on Hamilton Avenue at the corner of Waverly. And the 2 surface parking lots that are actually located on Gilman, south of Hamilton, right adjacent to, or behind, in this case, the post office, as well as behind the Chase Bank. And again, the last lot was Urban Lane, located west of the Caltrain tracks. What we have here on this slide are the findings of the feasibility study. Again, we did study 6 locations, but we did look at the 2 lots on Gilman as a potential for a combined parking structure on both facilities. That's why this table here shows 7 studies versus the 6 that were part of the study. What we are recommending tonight is that we advance 2 of those potential parking structures for additional study. And those are the 2 lots that are highlighted here in green. The first is, again, Gilman. That's the lot right behind the post office on the east side of Gilman. And that's our first recommendation, is that you authorize us to begin design and environmental assessment on that lot. That lot would yield approximately 166 structured parking spaces over 5 floors. If we went below grade on that site, we could pick up an additional 30 spaces. And if we actively managed it during the day with attendant parking, as Hilary mentioned, is going to be proposed to you in the next couple of weeks over at Lot R, we could recognize an additional 44 parking spaces by parking cars along the aisle. So that site at Lot G has the potential to provide about 240 parking spaces, for the community. And then the next series of recommendations, again, all stemming from this report, include an additional long-term parking strategy, and that's to figure out, well, if we like these garages or any of these sites, how the heck are we going to build them? Because that really what it comes down to is finding funds to build them. One of the things that we discussed with you back last spring when we were checking in on this project was the concept of trying to find public-private partnerships to build the garages. That could be something very similar to what Stanford does for improvements out of the Stanford Research Park. They, in essence, lease sites, for 30 to 50 years or some amount of time, and then a partnership builds an improvement on that location for that time at the end. Then you start all over again, you rebuild the site. So that would be the basic concept of developing a public-private partnership. All of the sites that were studied as part of the feasibility study, or in general, any of the sites in the downtown or in California Avenue or in other parts of town would work under that type of a concept. And what we're asking for your permission tonight is to allow us to develop and release a request for qualification statements to solicit ideas from the private sector. Again, this is the things that the private sector does. They're very creative in putting together schemes that are both financially feasible for them as a business investment and that can deliver quickly a product for the community to be able to benefit from. And again, what we would propose are soliciting ideas for parking structures within the downtown core, as well as California Avenue, and potentially the area behind or around the Town and Country Shopping Center. The next recommendation, again, is also a slight longer term type parking strategy. That would include something that it was been to you before. That's the concept of looking at Urban Lane for a parking structure. Urban Lane was one of the sites that was within the feasibility study. That is currently a site that is owned by Stanford with a long-term in perpetuity lease to Caltrain. That site currently has about 164 parking spaces. It serves as a park and ride light for Caltrain, and so basically it costs $5 to park there, and you can park during the day. One of the concepts that was proposed in the feasibility study is the concept of trying to expand the transit mall. Again, that would be a key strategy, not only for building parking supply for the city, but also our transportation demand management strategies in the long term. And you'll hear more about that in a couple of weeks when you have this presentation on the 24th. But one of the concepts that we've identified was trying to expand the transit mall onto Urban Lane that will yield about 17 additional bus bays for that core area and provide a parking structure with about 478 spaces. So what we're asking for you tonight is to allow us to pursue planning grants to figure out if that truly is a viable option for the community. We know you can build a garage. We've gone through the feasibility process, but that is a very complicated project because it requires a partnership with not only the city and Caltrain, but also Stanford. So we want to make sure that there would be a long-term interest from all those parties to try and build something together for the community. There are, again, 2 grant opportunities currently available through the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, as well as the Valley Transportation Authority. So we would want to bring a consultant on board to help us develop grant proposals right away. This slide here shows the concept of the Urban Lane parking garage that we showed you last year in March. Again, ground floor bus bays for the extension of the transit mall, 4 floors of structured parking, providing 478 spaces. So now we're going to shift gears towards, we talked a lot in the last few slides about long-term parking strategies. What we're going to talk about now are more kind of short-term things that we can do right away. One of the things that we were asked by the council to consider last fall were opportunities for satellite parking facilities. That would be an opportunity to still provide parking for people that need to drive into work here at the downtown core or other areas such as the California Avenue Business District, but encourage those people to park outside of the core so that it doesn't have to be an impact to the surrounding residential communities in both of those areas. And one of the key strategies to make satellite concept work is making sure that there's a way to get people from those satellite facilities to those business districts. And so one of the things that we looked at was, where are we providing current shuttle service? Can we enhance that shuttle service to provide more redundant service during peak hours of the day when people are trying to get to work? And then see if we could actually build something out in those areas. So we identified 2 potential surface parking lots that are discussed within the staff report before you tonight. One of those includes the concept of trying to figure out if it would be appropriate or not to restripe Embarcadero Road east of Highway 101, or in this case specifically east of Faber Place. That roadway currently has 4 lanes of traffic with bicycle lane facilities and parking on the south side of the street. The concept here would be that we are potentially do a study to see, could we reduce that down to 2 lanes, take the extra space, and add in parking for the community. And so that's the concept before you tonight. And what we're requesting is for your permission to develop an RFP to release to the consulting community to help us design and study that potential option. Here's a concept of what Embarcadero Road could look like if that were moved forward. Another short-term strategy really is something that we can do immediately, and it focuses around permit management. It's something that we've talked about a lot in the past. And today, what we're asking for your permission on is to actually make a policy change that we would follow as staff. That would be to release permit sales to people that are outside of the downtown business district. Here on University Avenue, permits are currently only sold to employees that work within the parking assessment district. And the concept would be is that we would change that approach moving forward and allow people that work in the SOFA or South of Forest area business district to also participate in that permit program. And what we're asking for your permission is to allow permit sales here at the Civic Center site, being the closest parking facility to SOFA, as well as the Cowper Webster garage, which traditionally has had the most capacity in the downtown core. The last recommendation before you tonight is what I'm going to call more of a midterm type strategy, but it was specifically we would be asking for your permission to develop and release a request for proposals to implement parking technology solutions for the downtown core. 2 specifically. The first one would be to develop what we call a parking guidance system. That would be a system that includes dynamic wayfinding signs located around strategic points of the downtown to highlight where available parking is, and more importantly, how many spaces of those spaces of the parking is available for people to drive to. That would help avoid kind of the drive around, trying to find an on-street surface parking space, and guide people to parking structures immediately. The second element would be introduce access and revenue controls for the garages as part of the PGS, or parking guidance systems. Access and revenue controls introduce very specific benefits to make permit distribution more flexible to us today. Today, permit sales are limited to individuals because of conflicts with the bond council or public bonds for that financed the garage construction in the past. But with the concept of access to revenue controls, we can introduce what is called a business lot of permits. Many of the larger employees in downtown already pay for their employees' permits. They already cover that cost, and it's not uncommon for a company to come in and pay for 20, 50 permits at a time because they're already covering that cost for their employees. So with access to revenue controls, we could allow the company to have a direct account with the City of Palo Alto and basically remove a cap of permit sales for that company. And as long as the permits stay within the ownership of the individuals, a business could say, I need 25 more permits for my other 25 employees. But when the 50 that aren't using the parking facility that day, that permit will be transferred to someone that doesn't have a permit right away. So that provides flexibility and something that we've heard a lot of interest from the business community. So it could be something that we could move forward. And but first, more importantly, we need to release that RFP, and then we'll want to come back to you in August with those recommendations and have time to work with the downtown parking committee to figure out those would be strategies that would work within the business community. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Hillary to talk a little bit more about parking data.
Thank you, Jaime. I'm just going to talk briefly about Attachment D, which you received late. First, let me apologize for that. Luckily, it's a somewhat brief memo. It attempted to summarize what we know and what we don't know about the data we have on parking supply and demand. First, we quantified for you what has historically been called the, quote, deficit. This is a methodology and based on a baseline that dates back to 1988. Essentially, at that time, they quantified what they saw as the, quote, deficit in supply in downtown. And then going forward each year that has been monitored, and when we've added spaces to the supply, the deficit has gone down. And when we've allowed parking exemptions, the deficit has gone back up. So it's fluctuated, and we've provided in the memo to you today what the current, quote, deficit is using that methodology and baseline. We also included a snapshot of garage and on-street parking supply occupancy. And I have to say about that data, first of all, it's a snapshot of one day in time when this data was collected. I think we all understand that occupancy fluctuates a little bit over time, and what we've presented is not always reflective of every ongoing conditions or every day. And we do think as well, I think this is noted in a footnote in one of the data sets we provided, that the data is probably skewed by the number of employees who had permits at the time the survey was taken of the garages, but were not using them. We saw employees moving out of downtown in this period, and we were able, as a result, to release a whole lot of additional permits around the end of the year, which means that the garage occupancy data we're showing you has likely changed quite a bit, and we'll pick that up in our next occupancy survey. We will continue to monitor both of these occupancy trends, on-street and garage, and be able to provide that data to you as we collect it. I also wanted to make sure the council knew again that we're going to collect employee density information, so the number of employees per square foot, which affects parking demand. That's something we're going to get out of the downtown CAP study, which is ongoing. They're doing a statistically valid survey, and we hope to have that information for you in the May-June timeframe. The bottom line here, I think, on the data question is that obviously we've presented some data. We could present a whole lot more, and we could chase this data for a long time. And in fact, we're committing to you that we will do that. But none of the steps that we're recommending this evening that Jaime outlined are related to design work, planning work, releasing additional permits, and the other things on our list of 6 recommendations. We don't feel that any of those things need to be held up waiting for the perfect data set or the final word on supply or demand. They're all things that should be investigated, and that before any capital funds are expended, we'll come back to you at a decision point. So moving on to the conduct of this evening's hearing, I wanted to run by our recommendation for you and how to do this discussion tonight. You've heard the staff presentation. We're asking that you take public comment on all 6 of the recommendations at one time. And then when the item returns to council, of course, we'd be happy to respond to any questions that come up in the public comment or any statements that we feel need correction. But then we're suggesting that the council take questions, comments, and motions on a subset of the recommendations. It's by far most of the recommendations that we're presenting to you this evening, but we've excerpted out 2 recommendations where individual council members may have conflicts and wish to excuse themselves. So the first one that we're suggesting be take up separately relates to the urban lane planning issues, and the second one relates to the permit sales at Lot CW. Cowper-Webster. So that's our recommendation in terms of the conduct of the hearing. We do have 3 recommended motions for you. When we proceed to that, I'll show you what they are. This one is the first one, all of those issues that are not excluded because of potential conflicts. You note that we've added timeframes to these things. So in the first instance, we're saying, solicit design and environmental review for the garage, new garage, and bring it back to council for possible discussion and award in June. The statement of qualifications for public-private partnerships, we're saying that we would bring that back for discussion with the council and direction in August. Our hope is that we get a lot of really creative ideas, and that will be a wide-ranging discussion based on what those ideas are. Then in terms of time frame for satellite parking, again, that would be a June award. The permit issuance, the permit supply change would be immediate, and then the parking technology would come back in August, as Jaime mentioned. The last 2 slides show the subsequent motions that we're asking for, and we'll get to those later in this evening. So we would be happy to answer questions, or perhaps just proceed to public comment and take your questions after that.
Yes, I have a few public speakers on this, and so let's go out to the public. And our first speaker is Chop Keenan, and you will have 3 minutes. The next speaker is Alan Aiken, and this is on agenda item number 9, the downtown parking.
Good evening, Chop Keenan, 700 Emerson. Well, supply, of course, is a big piece of answering this parking shortage. Just a couple of predicate questions. We've asked, and there's historically been a council liaison to the Business Improvement District Parking Committee, and sometimes it happens, but most often it doesn't. And it makes this conversation a little more difficult because you don't know what's going on in those meetings every single month for what turns out to be about 2 hours. And it's the public-private partnership in action. The second piece is that we have a staff meeting with stakeholders on Wednesday of this week on these items, and so it seems like they're backwards as well. So let's speak positively. The items 3 and 4 sound terrific. That's Urban Lane and a 200-space satellite parking structure, or parking out on Embarcadero. Item 1 sounds terrific, Lot G, but it could have been Lot O or both, but there was never any discussion about it. But the basic idea is a good one. I just don't think there's been enough conversation about where it should occur. On item 2, public-private partnerships, have at it. We kind of tried it with Lot P, but it sounds good. Item 5 is the selling permits in CW and CC to non-district employees. And I will tell you that both of those structures have had very recent capital infusions from the assessment district, so it's not like it's ollie oxen free. We can sell them to anybody. If anything, there should be a priority to the district that's paid for them. And finally, and really the most important item tonight, is this gated parking structures. Gated means don't come on in. Gated is a terrible signal. We've offered alternatives to Jaime. He knows the downtown committee's and retailers' position on that. We're fully prepared to talk about parking meters, smart meters, 2 hours free, zip credit card. You get more time, happier customer, they're not getting a ticket. But gates is a really, really bad idea. Transferable permits, we can talk about, I guess, another day. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Aiken to be followed by Bill Phillips.
Good evening, everyone. I am Alan Aiken. I live at the corner of Lincoln and Waverly. On my block, fortunately, we don't have a parking problem yet, but we do have a bit of a traffic problem. More than 4,000 cars pass my house every day. Well, more than 4,000, and it's been going up since I started keeping track back in August. There's a very clear peak at 8 and at noon and at 5, so this is commute traffic we're talking about. I see parking and traffic as connected, and I'd like to spend a little more time making sure we're all viewing them that way. For example, building Gilman Street Garage would likely increase the traffic on Bryant and Waverly because those two are special case paths from Embarcadero to downtown. It seems short-sighted to me to convert more of downtown into garages. This is some of the most valuable real estate we've got around, and garage is neither the most attractive nor the most economically sound use of that land. On the other hand, Urban Lane is great. It's accessible from El Camino, from 280, it doesn't cause traffic through residential areas. It's walking distance from downtown. Satellite parking on Embarcadero is easily accessible from 101. And I think a public-private partnership for shuttles would be appropriate there. So what I would like to suggest is the priority be given to the Urban Lane and Embarcadero options rather than to the downtown core garages. However, it may be essential to do a new garage downtown. If you feel that it is, then Jaime, the EIR really, really needs to look at mitigations for the neighborhood traffic situation. And you'll have to gather some data for that before your initial study. So that needs to go on the agenda. In the meantime, I hope you can convince us all that demand management will solve all of these problems and life will be much easier starting in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Bill Phillips to be followed by Paul Mikado and Tommy Derrick. You're doing 2 minutes. Anyway, let's all figure that out next time.
I'm Mayor Shepard. Good evening, council members. Bill Phillips with Stanford Land Buildings and Real Estate. I just had 3 comments on the Urban Lane parking structure, which I previewed with Jaime right before this presentation. And the first comment is really a clarification. The real estate interests in Urban Lane are Stanford is the owner of the property. The JPB has a license in perpetuity, not a long-term lease, to use that site for railroad purposes. The city of Palo Alto acquired a roadway easement on that property from both Stanford and the JPB. JPB actually consented to it. And the easement was acquired by Palo Alto so that they could allow Palo Alto Medical Foundation to build a roadway there and mitigate their traffic impact. So what we've got are really Stanford, JPB, Palo Alto, PAMF, and the adjoining property owner, major stakeholder would be Clement Chen. So all of those people really have to be part of any negotiation on Urban Lane. 2, even though it wasn't in the staff report, the consultant study identified an alternative for Urban Lane parking structure, which had parking on the ground floor instead of transit uses and layovers and stops. And as a major transit center user, Stanford wouldn't be accepting of that kind of alternative. But as I said, the staff report did not include that. Finally, the Urban Lane parking structure is supposed to support the new transit center. And the new transit center that I've seen is basically one that depends on the infrastructure from from 27 University and from the Arts and Innovation District. So doing too much work on Urban Lane might be premature given the study that has to be done of the other. That's all. Thank you.
All right, I have two people with one card for oral communication. Clerk, is this normal or no? So one person gets to speak. Is that how this works? Yeah, you can fill out two cards, but we can only have one person speak. Okay. And is that Tommy that wants to speak? Okay. So Tommy Derrick, to be followed by Robert Moss.
Okay. The reason we were coming together is try to do it in 3 minutes to save you as much time as possible so you don't have midnight meetings. I know everybody smile about that. We come here tonight after having been here many times complaining and asking and asking. Tonight we're here to thank you for what you did, particularly the motion that Larry put forth last time and moved forward on the residential parking permit. We're especially appreciative of Hillary's work and her work with us in moving this thing forward. We ask you to reaffirm that January date, which would imply that we've got to have a proposal in front of the council for the framework very soon, probably by July, in order to make January work. We sent a letter to each of you. We're supportive of the items that are happening on the agenda tonight. We want you to keep in mind and add to it that Evergreen Park is rapidly, you're working on the University Core, California Avenue Core is rapidly approaching the same demand. And so please put into your thinking to be able to pass to Hillary and crew very soon to start working on that project. If we can get this framework in place, move right on to the next one. Thank you again.
Thank you. Robert Moss, to be followed by Eric Filseth.
Thank you, Mayor Shepard and council members. Well, this parking deficit problem has been building for more than a quarter century, and obviously it's reached critical mass, and we're actually starting to do something about it, which is nice, but late. I have some comments on the strategies that staff's proposing. First, if you talk about putting a garage on Lot G on Gilman, as you know, that's been a site for a farmer's market for decades. And if you're going to destroy the farmer's market use, where are you going to remove it? Where are you going to move it to? I'd rather see the garage go on the opposite side of Gilman and Lot E first, rather than Lot G, or in some other location. But in any event, if you do put a garage on Lot G, be very clear about where the farmer's market's going to move to. Second, I'm concerned about the narrowing of Embarcadero to put parking out there. I'm dubious that the existing remote parking is actually being used very much and is very effective. So before we do any changes to Embarcadero, let's make sure that our remote parking system actually has some validity. And if you want to do remote parking, I think, as one of the staff comments says, start in near San Antonio, because that's not going to require narrowing the street. On the permit sales, I sent you an email suggesting how we can get people to actually use the existing garages. And one of the things that bothers me is that the staff report emphasizes primarily building new structures. It doesn't say an awful lot about the fact that existing garages are primarily vacant during the day. There are spaces available which are not being used because people can park in neighborhoods free. So the first thing we should do is put in restricted parking in the adjacent neighborhoods and require people who are now parking there to park in the garage spaces which are vacant. And then we can start talking about building new facilities, building new garages, and getting people in there. I didn't quantify doing the same thing in the California Avenue area, but the basic principles can be adopted to both of those areas. And finally, we have to get more people using public transit the way that some organizations, and Stanford Medical and Stanford University have been identified as two that do that. So if businesses can get people to take Caltrain or carpool, then we don't have to worry about providing parking spaces, and the businesses can be relieved from having to pay some of the money that we're asking to for parking spaces. All these things must be done together. Don't piecemeal it, because if you do piecemeal it, something's going to fall apart.
Thank you. Eric Filseth, to be followed by Michael Hodos.
All right. I'll be short this time for a change. I'm with Tommy. Thank you very much for directing staff to proceed with the parking permit program ordinance and for delineating the January 1st schedule, which is inherently doable. Obviously, there's a lot of thinking and planning ahead on alternative transportation and supply of parking, and it's all good. The one thing I'd say is please don't let that stuff get mixed up with the RPPP implementation. If the RPPP slows down, all the rest is likely to as well, whereas if we can all stay on schedule, it's our best chance to really solve the problem. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Michael Modos, to be followed by Nielsen Buchanan.
Thank you. The planning and transportation, first of all, I echo what the two people before me have said. The planning and transportation department is to be lauded for its intention to secure funding for the upcoming environmental reviews of the 6 parking supply recommendations. I hope the council will not lose sight of the fact that it is the woefully inconsistent application of CEQA over the last decade and the cumulative impact of dozens of negative declarations for individual projects that has contributed to the lack of adequate parking in the University and California business districts and the resulting intrusive parking in the adjacent residential neighborhoods. Given the situation in which we find ourselves, I urge the council to consider requiring a CEQA review for any and all commercial projects going forward, including those in the pipeline, to ensure that this type of oversight is not allowed to continue. In addition, I urge the council to consider requiring that in lieu fees accepted from developers in place of physical on-site parking should be dedicated to actually provide replacement parking and/or to fund TDM programs. To allow those in lieu fees to fund costly evaluations and/or studies of projects that may turn out to be unworthy, too costly, or politically unfeasible is a clear violation of the intent associated with the collection of those fees in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Nielsen Buchanan, to be followed by Herb Borak.
I'd like to thank the City Council and staff for putting together the sequence of City Council meetings that we've got here in February and in March. I'm beginning to see how the pieces of the puzzle can actually fit together by taking a good look at the supply issue and the mitigation of demand. Since last Wednesday night, about 24 leaders within the downtown neighborhood, with the university core neighborhoods, have met mostly by email and otherwise, trying to make a sensible comment about the parking supply issues before this council tonight. All we can say is this is a great way to go about it. I'm not sure if that's the only 6 or 7 or 8 projects that you ought to be thinking about in terms of supply, but it's a good enough start. It's totally impossible for us lay people to really begin to dig into the cost and benefits. We just don't have that information. That's all going to come out in the process that you have outlined. All we ask is that you make sure all the options are really on the table, that they're diligently scrutinized, and the return on the value on investment is taken into consideration, which I think it will be. We have a little prejudice about 2 or 3 of those projects, like the technology and the quick sales and more permits. I think all that's going to fall into place. So basically, I just want to tell you, stay the course. Just one tiny little footnote, because it can't be that positive. Got the attachment D a little bit late. I didn't get to it till late today. And I think we probably have a little technical difference on some of the maps that you were given, the color coding. Doesn't quite jive with our maps, but it's just a technical issue. I'm sure we can resolve that with staff, but since it's going to the public record, I do want to protest a bit much. It's not a serious issue that can't be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Herb Borak, to be followed by Adina Levin.
Mayor Shepherd and council members, first I agree with Bob Moss that you need to first solve the problem in the residential areas before proceeding with what to do about, or even whether you need additional parking in downtown. Until the residential areas are more expensive places to park, people will continue to park there and have lots of empty spaces in the garages downtown. I also agree with Michael Hodos about spending these in-lieu parking fees primarily on studies rather than providing parking. It's a way to study a problem and not solve it. In regard to some of the individual proposals, I believe the urban lane structure is the worst place to have parking. If you want to have a mid-peninsula high-speed rail station, essentially the High-Speed Rail Authority wants to have that kind of parking structure in that location, and they want that kind of development that John Barton and others have been talking about in that location. And the idea of needing a parking structure there in that place would be primarily for something like high-speed rail, where people will be coming from other cities and need to park to use the train. Under Caltrain's proposal, they would have stops frequently at all stations. And so it would just be mainly the Palo Alto residents who would need to get to Caltrain, and they can come by other means and not have to drive to a parking lot there. And to have commuters taking a car to park in a structure at the Caltrain station rather than taking the train or a bus there doesn't make any sense. In regards to the Baylands proposal, which would be on dedicated parkland and would reduce the number of lanes, and to be in a location where Stanford University already has its own shuttle going along Embarcadero Road, might be just providing a parking place for them as well. I think the comments made by Mr. Aiken about the location of the Gilman lot is true. Wherever you're going to increase the parking without stopping the number of square foot of development, you're going to have a problem. Perhaps the best place for remote parking lots are in the towns where the developers live. Have one in Woodside, or Portola Valley, or Redwood City, or Atherton, so that the people who want to build the office space that brings all that parking will have the parking lots in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Adina Levin, to be followed by Elaine Yuang.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Adina Levin, Friends of Caltrain. Like many people here, I'd like to thank City Council and staff for moving forward on the three-pronged approach with the residential parking permit and demand reduction, supply efficiency, and supply. With that, with all these things working together, I think it's good to be studying some of the supply additions, starting now. But I would urge you not to pull the trigger on expensive investments until there's a better sense of how much the additional efficiency and the additional demand reduction will get, because the parking garages are very expensive, and any amount of money that can be avoided and then used on the other measures, that would be a better use of funds. I have a couple of usability questions and concerns about a couple of the garage proposals and supply proposals. The first has to do with the satellite parking. At the residential parking permit meeting, there were a number of workers who came forward and expressed some of their concerns about hours, about safety. And my question in thinking about the satellite parking is, has the city yet gone out and talked to people, coming from the South Bay, coming from the East Bay, who might be using that, and would that satellite parking actually meet their needs? How much would the shuttle add to their commute time on both ends? And all things considered, would people actually use it? If they would, if staff ask people and they say, yes, this will work for us, that's great. And if people say, well, no, actually this will not, then that might not be a good investment. So please check on the usability for that. Is that solving a problem for people? Different usability questions on Urban Lane. How many people are coming down from 280 and El Camino for whom that would be convenient versus coming from other parts of Palo Alto for whom that would not be convenient? On the public-private partnerships, partnering with a developer who has some self-interest in creating parking has potential benefits. However, the structure of a public-private partnership where the private entity makes money off the parking revenue is really risky. The stadium in San Jose makes profits off of parking, and they're really resistant to improving transit, improving bike and pedestrian, because they're making their money off the parking. So please do not go in that route. And lastly, on supply, I'd like to build on what Chop Keenan said about starting to consider metered parking using the level of pricing in order to incent what should be short-term and what should be long-term over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Ang, to be followed by Cedric de la Bourgeoisie. You're going to have to help me with that, Cedric.
Good evening, Elaine Wong, 321 Kipling. Again, thank you for taking up this three-legged stool. It's great to see a solution, practical solution, finally coming forward, and I applaud you for considering all of this. Again, it would be great if all of these three things could be considered in the room at the same time. I recognize there's constraints on time and you can't tackle all three at once, but good to see that this is all moving forward. And I would urge you to continue thinking about those three pieces as each one of these things continue and as these agenda items come back to you, because as some of the other speakers have mentioned, these all need to happen in tandem and together. If one falls apart, we may not have a complete solution. I do want to echo the comments about doing what we can do to utilize the parking supply as best as we can before moving forward with really expensive garage proposals. I know that some of these garage proposals are long-term, and so we need to kick these things into gear if we do want to get a garage, 5, 10, 15 years down the line. But just looking at the data that came out, it's pretty troubling. At the peak occupancy for permits, we're talking about, just to do the quick math, maybe 700 spaces that are unutilized in the downtown garages. That's a significant number. If those spaces could be filled and those parking spaces shifted from the neighborhoods, that would do a lot to free up spaces and traffic and just general circulation. So I would really urge you to consider those things. I know that there's always a great emphasis on technology, and I would applaud you for taking up the technology item, and I would actually urge you to be more aggressive about it. I think it's coming back to you in August. If things like that could be expedited, maybe we could see also some additional progress much more quickly. I also want to think through, Adina brought up some usability issues. There are also some usability issues with the permits in the garages. I wonder if there's also more low-tech issues that we're not considering, just issues of process. How does one get a permit? Day permits. Are there day permits? Are there different forms of permits that we can create as part of the solutions? Because sometimes I know technology is great and it's sexy, and in the cases that are proposed, it can be very helpful. But sometimes just the human factor of using and finding out where to park is important to consider. So with that, I thank you again for taking up all of these issues. I do one small additional thing. The farmers market was mentioned. Please do find another home for it. I think I threw out a suggestion, Florence Street right off of University Ave, and having a really visible farmers market would be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Cedric, to be followed by Barbara Gross.
Yes, hi, thank you. Cedric de la Beaujardière, 741 Josina. I kind of coming at this a little bit from a bicycle perspective. I find it interesting that the rough order of magnitude is $60,000 per parking spot, per net new parking spot. So I kind of took a look at the recently passed bicycle plan, bicycle and pedestrian plan. And I find, for instance, that for $60,000, you could get about 60 bicycle parking spots and bicycle corrals. So for one car spot, you could get 60 bike spots. For $75,000, you could get citywide Shero markings and wayfinding signage to help bicyclists know how to get around town on a bike. You could do $90,000 for basic bicycle boulevard comprehensive signage and markings, $30,000 for adult bicycle safety education and on-street skills trainings. These are just some of the things that you can do for, maybe 10% of what you're talking about spending here. You might have a much larger impact if you say, hey, let's put this into getting people out of their cars. So instead of spending, $20-30 million on basically infrastructure that codifies the use of a car, maybe 10% of that can be taking those people off the road, off the cars and into bikes. However, if you do go forward with these structures, I agree. I hope we can not lose the downtown farmers market. And on the urban lane structure, I hope it won't impact the bicycle path that's on the west side of the Caltrain tracks. That's a very heavily used facility to reach from South Palo Alto along Park Boulevard and then up the tracks to the downtown transit center. So anyways, those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Barbara Gross to be followed by John Hackman.
Good evening, Barbara Gross, 520 Cowper Street. I really didn't want to talk tonight, but I feel like I have to give you the other perspective in regard to RPP and doing that as a first step. It would be tantamount to an example of saying that on any given day that all the city employees could no longer park in the Civic Center garage. But we intend for business to go on as usual. And so there's a huge impact to businesses by shutting them out of that parking. And I think that everything needs to be done simultaneously. And so I wanted to offer that to you tonight, along with my best wishes for a really fruitful conversation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And John Hackman is our final speaker.
John Hackman, Palo Alto. I have 14 points. The first is you have three categories of parking. You have employees and owners, you have residents and guests, and you have customers and clients. Clients are people who are driving to your place to give you money. They should be made very convenient to do this. These three categories must be handled differently and segregated in some way, logically or physically. Private management of the garages would probably be a benefit to Palo Alto. I think right now we spend $500,000 to $1.5 million just maintenance, cleaning and maintenance, patrolling with high-level police officers who are needed for other purposes. You have to let prices do your planning, according to the Bible of parking. Prices have information. Information is valuable. Information is destroyed when you don't have prices. People have to make decisions, be able to allocate resources. It's not the number of spaces to focus on primarily, but the use of the spaces. Are they empty or full? How are they turned over? What is the probability if I come to Palo Alto I will be able to find a space in my mind? What is the profit and sales revenue per space? For example, employees and owners should not be parking at all in 2-hour spaces. They should just be prohibited. If you're an employee, you shouldn't park there. There's easy ways to enforce that. The ticket's $200, but if you check here and say you're not an employee or owner, the ticket is $10 under penalty of perjury and social pressure to work. You need to have spaces have value. You've got to capture that value. You have to address behaviors first before we build structures. We need to consider the meters that work in Redwood City and the North Campus of Berkeley by the Graduate Theological Union Library there on Holy Hill, two places I go to. They've worked very well. And their time of day, demand-based,
Even in the middle of the day, if there's no demand, parking can be free, so the customer can buy an expensive lunch or an expensive pair of shoes at one of CHOP's tenant stores. We need a fee on every employee is better than a business tax. Charge about $480 per employee for a transportation fee. Apply it to their parking permit, their Go Pass, or waive it entirely if they bicycle. Start with a voluntary program that will gain some traction, that will give you information on how to design one later that may be mandatory if not effective. I don't think the urban lane is a good source. I think parking should be largely underground. 5 to 10 square blocks of underground parking would solve the problem in general. We could even try Heritage Park, which is an easier place to build. It's about 100,000 or 120,000 square feet. A very large number of cars could be held under Heritage Park in a 2-story parking garage, which we have underneath the building that you're in. So I think these would really, really help. I think that, thank you.
Thank you, John. Hillary, did you want to make any comments after public comment?
Mayor Shepherd, if I could just follow up on a couple things, I'll be really quickly. First of all, my apologies. I meant to mention in our presentation that city staff has talked to the farmers market manager with regard to Lot G and assured them that if council were to proceed with that recommendation to let us proceed to design, we would of course enter into discussions with them about alternative sites and work with them in every way we can. Also, I failed to mention that we did receive a couple of comments in advance of tonight's meeting about concerns related to the satellite parking locations we'd articulated. Those primarily had to do with its proximity to the Baylands and the congested intersection in that area, but also a concern about auto break-ins in that area. Also, just to follow up on a couple of the comments, of course, we're very open to the comments we received on garage technologies and the idea of paid parking, and we look forward to working with the parking committee and all of the stakeholders on just framing up that RFP, putting it out, and getting all the input we need before we move forward with that. That's part of the reason that that recommendation in our recommended motion we're suggesting would come back to you in August, the August timeframe. We think that'll take a while to work through with all the stakeholders on the issues. Also, we heartily agree with all of the speakers who indicated that we really have to make better use of our existing garage capacity. I think that's the storyline that comes out of the data we shared with you. We're aware of it. As I indicated earlier, we just released another 500 permits at the beginning of this year that's not reflected in that data, and we're going to stay on top of this and make adjustments as we need to. It's also true that implementation of neighborhood parking restrictions will increase garage capacity overnight when that happens. And then finally, one of the speakers mentioned something about the parking deficit in the neighbors somehow being new and the result of some current or new or recent decisions by the city. And as I think we indicated in our memo on parking data, that calculated deficit goes back to 1988. And has fluctuated over time. So this is not a new issue. I understand that at the moment it feels like it's gotten worse because the economy right now is so hot. But it is a kind of legacy that we're all attempting to get our arms around and address in a meaningful way with the recommendations we have before you this evening. We're available to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Hillary.
City Manager Jim.
Yeah, so I think we're off to a great start. I think the staff presentation organized a lot of complex items for your consideration tonight in a way that I think are both descriptive and at least chart a course for you being able to take some action tonight. I'm sure the council will want to discuss some of these options in more detail than others and have your own suggestions. I would just remind the council again, though, for the most part, to borrow a term from Chop Keenan that he used again tonight, these are predicate actions to subsequent decisions that, for the most part, that we're asking you to make. And I think the majority of speakers certainly have the same perspective that the staff does, is that we've got to proceed in parallel with these, both these questions relating to RPP, the garages, and the TDM measures, and they can't really be done sequentially for a lot of different reasons, not just as far as, but some of it has to do with the time frame that it takes for some of these options to be developed and to unfold, take longer than others, obviously, as it relates to garages. And then I just wanted to add something to what Hillary said about the occupancy in our existing garages. I happen to see some other data over time, and it is very clear, even in recent years, there's been a lot of fluctuation in that percentage. And so if you look at what's in the attachment here, for a lot of reasons, this is a lower occupancy than I would say what a lot of the other data has shown. That being said, I've also talked to our staff about us having a little bit more real-time assessment rather than just going out to do a periodic survey by even using some of our other capacity, whether it's, when our parking enforcement people are out and doing things to be able to give us reports, so that there's the ability to look at how to make adjustments on the number of permits that we're releasing in a little bit more real time and taking a little bit more risk in oversupplying and dealing with that after the fact rather than having a lot of unoccupied spaces. So thank you.
Okay, let's go through this just one more time. You've got, if you go to the next slide, you have a proposed motion. And then if you go to the next slide after that, there's another proposed motion because we might have conflict tonight. I know I'm going to be conflicted with the Cowper-Webster garage. And should we go ahead and go through conflict now so that we can be clear about who's going to be recusing themselves?
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd. City Attorney Molly Stump, happy to do that. So we do have 3 council members who have issues on small parts of the total package of items that's before you this evening. I believe Council Member Scharf and Mayor Shepherd wish to recuse themselves from the Lot CW component, the change in the administration of the parking permits on that lot. And Councilmember Klein wishes to recuse himself on the urban lane item. So those 2 items have been broken out by the staff. The first item then allows you to deal with everything else, and you can go ahead and have an open discussion. But I would ask council members to please be sensitive not to wander into those 2 areas where we do have council members who would like to see those items segregated so that they can participate in the first part of the discussion.
Okay, so let's be clear. We're going to be on item on your number 4 up here with the city Civic Center garage. We're going to be talking about the exact same thing for the Cowper Street garage, but I cannot be in the room for that. So I'm going to have to move myself to the back room along with Councilmember Scharf. So, but I will be able to weigh in on that, so people will know my thinking on this, even though it's for a different garage.
With respect to the Civic Center garage.
Right.
It's a similar concept, but the administrative change is distinct as to the 2 lots, which is why the 2 items can be separated.
And then when colleagues want to speak on these 2 items, either Urban Lane or the Cowper Street garage, Cowper-Webster garage, they cannot do that until after I've left the room, and subsequently Councilmember Klein has left the room for Urban Lane. So I just want to be clear that that's how we're going to handle this. And so the recommended motion is up here. This is to move staff forward with doing more research to come back to us. And so I'm just going to go out to council members now. So Councilmember Scharf, you are the first light.
Didn't realize that would be the first light. So I guess the first thing is looking at the staff's choice of Lot G. It struck me that Lot D was also a good choice, frankly. And why Lot G?
So we're clear, we put up the list of potential options that were there just so that it's correct.
Right, and I think that's very helpful. Okay. I mean, Lot D, you seem to get more bang for your buck. It's closer to the downtown core. Gilman seems further off. It seems a small lot. I mean, why?
Thank you, Councilmember Scharf. The reason we selected recommending for you Lot G over Lot D is specifically because that's the way the ranking came forward from us from the study. Part of the process of developing the feasibility study was applying what we called constructability factors towards each site. And any near-term impacts resulting from the construction to adjacent businesses received less points in the allocation. So Lot D is a wonderful site for a garage or some sort of a mixed-use project through a public-private partnership. But during the construction, it did have some fairly significant impacts to the surrounding businesses. And so that's one of the reasons why it ranked lower on that priority. And subsequently was the only reason that we didn't recommend it to you tonight.
Where was that exactly? I remember seeing the staff report, but where was that ranking?
Yeah, if you forgive me, Jaime, to jump in the study, it's really like the second large table. And
Do you remember which page it was in that study? Oh, it's not page.
It's like the fourth or fifth sheet.
Figure 2, if that helps.
Figure 2?
And the observation I wanted to make is that all of these come out relatively close together. The difference between Lot D and Lot G is really only a few points.
That was my recollection. That's what I was going to say.
I think we're open to the council's suggestion about alternate. We chose the top vote getter, but if you want to...
Yeah, it was 71 versus 74, right, which is very small, frankly, it looked to me like. And then there was the Lot EG issue, which far and away did better than anything else on your point scale. And I was really unclear as to why we just, decided to jettison that without much more discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Scharf. When we had our preliminary kind of findings with the City Council back in May, we had interpreted some of the comments from the City Council members that felt that the Council felt that that was not a consistent use of those sites in relation to the existing properties. And so we didn't advance that recommendation just because we thought that there was some perception
Putting
from
a bridge over the street, that wasn't the consistent use? Or
That's correct.
Was that the issue?
That specific element, yes.
Okay. So it was really just based on the point scale, is that the question? Okay. The other issue I had was the SOFA employees at the Civic Center. So the whole SOFA thing has always struck me as a little weird, frankly. These are municipal parking garages on city-owned land. The IRS regulations don't allow us to favor one group and say, you can't sell just to businesses. And that's why we sell to individuals. I believe it's probably a violation of those IRS policies to not sell to people who are in SOFA. I guess I wanted to get some clarification of why we don't think we can just open us up completely, all garages to people in SOFA. Do we have any sense of why we can't do that?
Well, maybe it makes sense to start a little bit with the legal, but move very quickly to the policy. So I'll leave the policy pieces to the city manager and the planning director. But on the legal piece, we do have tax-exempt municipal bonds as the funding mechanism for those garages, and those do require that the garages be used for a public purpose. I might frame it a little bit more carefully, as I think you would if we sat down with a pen and talked about exactly what the rules and parameters are. And in fact, we've worked with bond counsel on exactly doing just that so that we do remain compliant with the IRS requirements. So the city's current policies and practices do comport with the federal tax rules and also provide some flexibility to the city in terms of administering those public facilities, but the city has a long history and practice of working closely and collaboratively with the assessment district leadership in terms of the administration of those garages. So I think that the staff's recommendation today was to take an incremental step to open up the administration on a couple of the lots, and I don't believe as a policy matter they're recommending a wholesale change in the administration of the lots, but I'll leave that for further comment.
So I guess my question is this a policy decision that council has the authority to change and say, no, we'd like it open to everyone, or is that something that we actually cannot change even if we wanted to?
So my understanding is, I think the city attorney's legal analysis also would support the council having the flexibility to make a policy decision to be more expansive or to move ahead more quickly than the staff particular recommendation would be. Obviously, as you know, there are a lot of different factors that play into policy decisions and politics or perceptions and those sorts of things, but I think our sense is the council does have the authority to be able to open things up.
Thanks.
If I can just pile on one more comment there, I guess our feeling is that this is a kind of cautious first step in the direction that you're heading, Councilmember Scharf. And if you or the council were interested in a broader approach considering more garages, we would want to do some more outreach to current permit holders and business interests in downtown. Because this was so limited, we thought, let's just try it out and see how it works. We didn't do the kind of broad outreach that perhaps we would have if it was a sweeping change in our practices.
If I just might add one other thing, sort of a little back and forth here on this. I think at a minimum, if the council wanted to make a broader policy statement that they saw that it could be appropriate to look at this much more broadly than we have in past practice, that could be worthwhile. And building on Hillary's point, and just even representative of some of the different speakers tonight, obviously there are different constituencies who are all sort of tangled up in this challenge together, right? We've got neighborhood folks who's has over parking in the neighborhood are concerned about, and we're looking at RPP. We have business owners who have who want to be sure their employees and customers can park, and they've been investing in through the assessment district in parking. We have neighbors actually who are concerned about traffic impacts. So part of our role in all of this too is to try to move ahead with each of those constituent groups as much in unison as possible. So I think that again sort of references at least back to the more incremental, cautious approach that the staff was making. But I do think it would be very appropriate to say that what has been past practice does not need to dictate and bind the city is how it looks at how to solve these problems going forward.
No, I think that's great. And that was my concern. I mean, is that if we're putting in RPP, which we've clearly committed to doing, the world changes. I mean, I think most of the people who don't have parking in SOFA probably park in Professorville. And if we're going to put it in RPP, we have to have a place for them to park. And so that's really my concern. I have no idea how many cars there are, and I have no idea if there's enough spaces in the other two garages and how that all works. So that's my concern. I think we need to get those cars out of Professorville, and I think we can't just say you can't park anywhere, especially in SOFA. SOFA doesn't seem to have a lot of parking for the small buildings there. I mean, that's just my impression of it. So I'm concerned about that. I wanted to talk a little bit, too, about the satellite parking. We're planning on starting that. If we approve that, when would it be ready to go, I guess is the question. If we go direction tonight to discussion on possible award in June, you'd award it in June. You come back to us, I assume. Then you award it in June. How long does that take?
Thank you, Councilmember Scharf. If the council authorizes us to move forward with that concept, we would immediately release a request for proposals to hire a consultant to do the environmental assessment as well as the design. It is, from the standpoint of a design, not a very complicated design. From the images we provided, you already kind of did a lot of the legwork for the consultants when they come on board. So I would imagine the environmental assessment design could be wrapped up before the end of summer. And so it could be as quick as first part of the fall that we would return to you for an approval on the design. At that point, it would just be a matter of coordinating the construction improvements with the Public Works Department and the street resurfacing program. But in theory, before the end of the calendar year.
And the thought behind this was that it would be cheap, you'd be free parking there, correct? And we'd provide a free shuttle, right?
That's right.
And until we have RPP, does this make any sense? I mean, shouldn't this go in the day virtually RPP goes, and it shouldn't go in before, right? I mean, we'd be running the shuttle that's expensive and people would just park in the neighborhoods. It's closer. I mean, am I missing something, or is that what we're thinking?
Councilmember Scharf, you're absolutely right that we need to coordinate this with the other parts of the three-legged stool, the other parts of the strategy. We're going to be bringing to you a discussion on expansion and shuttle service on February 24th. Obviously, that's something that would need to happen concurrent with this, and we should think about RPP as you suggest. It may be that this is one of those things that happens the week before or concurrent with RPP to ensure that people are going to take advantage of this satellite parking and the shuttle service.
Are we pretty sure then that if we did this now, and given the schedule we've outlined for RPP, and I don't want that to slip at all. I mean, I think we've made a commitment. I want RPP to be in. We've sort of done that. Would this be done by then, given the environmental review and all of that?
Yes.
Okay. The other question I had, which is a little tangential, was about the golf course. There's a 200-car parking lot there. While it's closed, is that a possibility to use that as off-site parking? And how that would all, maybe we can integrate that in, especially if we're waiting for, I don't know how long it's going to take to complete the golf course and how long it's going to be, but I was just thinking we could integrate that into this whole process, possibly.
Thank you, Councilmember Sharp. We'll definitely we look at that option as part of the RPP or the design process for that project.
And then the other final set of questions had to do with the, I was looking to see if you had it. It was the occupancy of the garages, right? You know, when you look at this, it looks like there's several garages of available space. I mean, I was a little shocked to see this, frankly. And what I heard you say is that 7 companies left, but that didn't make sense to me because, you know, wasn't that space released? Or it doesn't seem like there's huge vacant space all over downtown, or is there currently as 7 companies moved out and new companies haven't released it yet? Or so I'm not quite sure how that worked. And how often do you do the parking surveys?
Thank you, Councilmember Scharf. You're right on all your points. When it comes to the parking occupancy data that we provided to you for last fall, there's definitely a couple factors that go along with that data. You know, one is that we did collect it at the latest part of the season that we normally have done in the past. So we did collected data around the middle of November that was very close to the Thanksgiving holiday season. So that was definitely an influencing factor. Most importantly, there was, you know, several employers that left the downtown core. Some of those companies include Waze, Talent House, and Shopkick, as well as Hallmark personnel in the downtown core. And so there is a little bit of a lag time for the city when a company leaves. Those permits are usually sold for a minimum of a quarter, you know, as long as a year. And so we have caps on the permit sales. So, you know, until even when the company leaves, if the permit is not set to expire for another, you know, 2 months to a year, that permit stays in the queue. That's something that would definitely be changed as part of implementing, you know, technology improvements with the garage management.
So, I mean, I'm very frustrated by this whole thing. We've been talking about selling more permits now for, I don't know, 3 years. And I feel like every time, and this is not an attack on you, I think you're doing a great job, but every time we come forward, it's, you know, the top floors are vacant and, you know, they're not full. Now, I do remember you coming to us once before showing me occupancy numbers of 85, 86, that. And so my concern is, and I wanted to put this when we actually have a motion, which I may make, I don't know how to structure this, where I'd like it that, you know, you check this more often, frankly. I think twice a year is not enough. And, you know, if we go below 85%, you start selling more permits. I don't think I've ever had someone say to me they can't park and they've bought a permit. And yet, you know, we should be able to clear out the waiting lists on all these garages. That's sort of my sense of it. So what would that look like in a motion if I wanted to make this a priority for you guys to basically say, you know, it's every 60 days, it's every 90 days, or I don't know what the answer is, or do I direct you to come back with a solution to this? So, you know, so we basically fill these garages up, and obviously it's going to change. So you can't just say, we sold this number of permits, and, you know, you may sell 500 permits where people are using them once a day, and these occupancy numbers will barely budge. So I don't know, what would I do to get this issue put to bed forever?
Councilmember Scharf, if I can respond. I think you've heard the city manager and Jaime and myself indicate that we are going to get a handle on this. I think if you wanted to reflect it in the motion, you could add something to paragraph 4 up there, authorize permit sales to SOFA employees at Lot CC Civic Center immediately, and take the steps necessary to release additional permits on an ongoing basis, given the vacancies that we're showing in our data tonight.
But you already have that authority. I mean, I know that. I mean, Jaime just said he sold 500 more. So the question is, how do I get it? There's some metrics in it that, hey, if the upper floor is vacant, you go sell more permits. I mean, if they fall below 85% basically in any garage, you go sell more permits. Yeah. I just don't know how often you should look at those metrics. That's what I'm looking for.
Councilmember Scharf, if I can, let me suggest, I definitely would encourage you to, as part of your motion, to just in general require us to do more monitoring. If you wanted to go monthly monitoring, that is completely capable, something that we can do at staff. So if you make that recommendation and want to set a threshold of 85% as a metric,
is that the right number? 85%.
Yeah, I would say let us monitor for every month for the next probably several months, and by the time we come back to you in June, have some sort of a more firm recommendation. But I did want to note one important fact I think that is important for the council to be aware of, as well as the community, and that's that the city is in the process of beginning to look at the installation of solar panel systems at almost all of the downtown garages. And so one of the largest factors that we've heard from people as to why they don't like parking on those upper floors is that it is definitely, one, it's a longer climb down and step back up, but also people's cars get a lot hotter when they're up there. And so it isn't an attractive location. By us moving towards the concept of installing solar panels on the roofs, that will provide that shade element, which would address a lot of those immediate concerns of the community. We also are looking to, as part of that, put more electric vehicle charging stations up that will take advantage of that power that's being supplied by the solar systems, and that would in general as well change the parking permit demand. And so those are things that we're already strategizing on, and we'll be in a position to report on that more later this year.
Okay. All right, then I'll move the staff recommendation with monthly, that's just the first one, it's not the rest of the motions, with the monthly monitoring that we just talked about. And also, I'd like us to look at lot O, frankly, not lot G.
Second.
Lot O or lot D? Sorry, I said the wrong. Lot D, I meant.
Yeah.
Lot D.
Okay, so you're moving this entire motion up here, except for you're adding a monthly check-in for permits for garages, and you're replacing garage G with garage D.
That's correct.
Okay, and Vice Mayor Niss has seconded your motion. Do you want to speak any further to it?
Yeah, I'll just speak briefly to it. I would just say, I think Lot D makes a lot more sense. I think it was very close in the numbers. I didn't hear staff having a strong feeling one way or the other. I think it's much more in the core. People will use it more. I think that just probably makes more sense. I also think it provides more spaces. It's cheaper, if I recall, and provides more bang for your buck. I have to look at the cheaper, but I was pretty sure it was cheaper. Is it there? It's not cheaper.
It's wrong. It looks like it's incrementally more per space, and it's a larger garage, so it's more expensive as a total.
No, total cost, but on a per space basis, I thought it was cheaper. It's a small amount cheaper on per space.
Yeah, it is.
That's what I thought. And then I would think the monthly monitoring is really important. I wanted to say I think that's something. I think the rest of these proposals are good. I'm glad we're going to move forward. And I do think we have to have a multi-pronged approach on all this. And I think staff did a really good job in putting all of this together in terms of the concepts.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Niss, would you like to speak to your second? Yes. Mike.
I would urge the mayor to divide the motion into 5 parts.
Can you let the seconder speak first on her motion? I'm not inclined to do that right now.
Well, I will move then with the time to do
Thank
that.
You. Vice Mayor Niss.
So to comment back on what you have said, Greg, and to begin way back at the top, we not only have a parking problem here, but our parking problem clearly long-term is going to really interfere with the economic prosperity that we've really enjoyed. There's a great deal of discussion long-term about the issues that have existed here for such a long period of time. And the number of comments we've had tonight about coordinating the RPP with everything else, I think, are absolutely essential. One of the last speakers said, you know, please don't let the workers be hanging out there wondering what to do next. I do hope we'll search for the satellite wherever that may be, whether it's, you know, on Embarcadero or where that might be. I am concerned that that's going to take a whole new school of thought on how to do that. If you've been used to parking in the downtown area where it's 5 minutes to get to work, it's a whole different story than if you're looking for a spot on Embarcadero and it's going to take you 10 or 15 minutes by the time the shuttle comes. So I think we're talking carrots so far, but you may need something more than a carrot in order to get behavior to really change, and that concerns me. Your technology piece, which is and I'm getting it lost in here, but the parking technology solution, I think is probably one of the most important aspects of this that I have seen. The system that would allow, for example, people to know what was available in a garage so that you're not twisting your way to the top and discovering there's nothing at the top is just critical. They do it many other places. I don't know what it takes to do it here, but you've offered it. I'm saying go for it. So beyond that, just as Councilmember Scharf has said, you know, push the envelope as much as you can on the permits for two reasons, both because people need the permits, but secondly, because the perception is that we have a lot of empty parking spots and that we're not taking advantage of them for whatever reasons. So I think the city attorney did a good job explaining what those parameters are. I hear the background on that. I'm looking to see if there's one aspect of this. No, and I think the monthly monitoring, exactly. So picking up on you know, I know that Councilmember Scharf had a long and complicated discussion, but I think has hit really on the highlights of the kinds of things that I wanted to discuss. And as far as moving the garage from the Gilman area to D or something that could be even better than that, I would be in favor of it.
All right, thank you. And I have lights that have been on for a while, and I'm assuming everybody's going to want to speak on this in the order, for example, that we've had in the past. But I would like to take Councilmember Klein's questions, separate the motion now, because I think that will take things in a different direction as to how we handle this. So Councilmember Klein, can we just take that one item up and not speak to the whole motion right now and see whether or not you have colleagues that would agree to split the motion?
Yeah, very simply, I moved to split the motion into the 5 numbered paragraphs, and the reason is quite, well, let's see if I have a second.
Second.
I guess I do.
It's 6 though, not 5 now.
Yeah, it's 6 items.
What was the 6th then?
Conducting monthly monitoring of permit parking.
Not only that, but the first item up there, the introduction, is to accept the report. So it's 7, basically.
The reason is quite simple, that it directs our conversation into, I think, more rational ways rather than people wandering all over, going back from 1 to 6 and then 2 and 3 and 4. I think that we're much better off when we have motions that are tightly focused.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and accept Councilmember Price's second. Would you like to speak on your interest?
I concur with Councilmember Klein's comments. I can't add any more.
Okay, I will take lights on this item right now if anybody wants to speak to it. Okay, I'll speak against it, and my turn in that I think that we can jump around on these. This doesn't bother me at all. But I guess we could do rounds. We could do 6 different rounds. on each item, which I guess is where we're going to go, and then 2 more rounds after that. And so I don't see that this is necessarily going to be more effective or efficient. I think that this is giving staff direction and not necessarily, and when they come back, there's going to be much more substantive conversations. So I've got Councilmember Burt now, and then Scharf, Holman, and Niss. So.
Speaking to this motion.
Speaking to this motion, Councilmember
So I
Burt.
wasn't going to speak because I thought it looked like there was a consensus that we would split the motion.
Okay.
And so I would say that these are really, in many regards, distinct subjects. And we'll have colleagues who will agree with one and disagree with another. And to try to put them into a single motion is really inefficient and problematic. And I would recommend that our discussions go through one and then the other. Going all over the map on different ones is just not going to be methodical.
Okay, Councilmember Scharf, on this motion.
I actually had no problem with splitting the motion. I'm a little concerned if we take them methodically one by one, how long we'll be here all night, frankly. So I guess if it was up to me, we'd split the motion for voting, but each council member would speak to all items, and that way we'd get through this at a reasonable time. And I actually think the mayor has the authority to just do that if the mayor wants to do that. But that's how I would do it. So I don't know what Councilmember Klein's motion is. Is it to actually take this one at a time and have 6 rounds, or is it let's just split the motion when we vote and let's talk about everything at once, and if you want to make amendments to each of these at a time or whatever, we can do that.
I wanted to do 6 different ones, and that doesn't imply that each council member has to speak 6 times. I think there's several here that I have no intention of speaking about, but others may have different views. I think that this is a major issue in our community, and we need to focus on it.
Okay.
Councilmember Holman, on this item.
Yeah, I think maybe, I wasn't planning on speaking either, but I just wanted some clarification. So I think maybe Councilmember Klein has answered the question. And I think even if we do speak, let's say, 6 different times, it could be very much abbreviated because of looking at just one item at a time.
And Vice Mayor Niss.
I'm opposing the motion for a variety of reasons, but I also want to ask the mayor if you would check the time. It's now 10 o'clock. I would think this would indicate, I'll let you indicate what it indicates.
Okay, yeah, we have 10 o'clock check-in, and we won't take anything new up after 10:30, but I'm going to consider all, I believe it's 7 if we have to accept the final report as well. I'm not sure if we can accept the final report with one of the numbered items here. So I'm assuming this whole bundle on this item number 9 will be considered here, including the other 2 motions we're going to have to make after we do the conflict sequestration of council members.
My thought on that. The second is, and I just heard what Councilmember Holman said, we could limit our comments. We haven't done very well in the past on any round without limiting the comments. This looks like it will pass. I would urge us to think of trying to at least be out of here by 11:30, which would mean we really do have to move with some speed.
Madam Mayor, I would just also state, I think it's highly unlikely that we will be taking up item 5 that was pulled off the agenda tonight, just so we're clear. Okay.
Okay, let's vote on the board on the amendment to split the motion. And the motion carries with Vice Mayor Niss and myself voting no. So let us, first off, let me understand, do we need to accept the final report? Hillary, this is another item. So is it really 7 items that we're taking up?
We didn't include that in our motion. I mean, you have the final report. You can do with it what you wish. Our motions relate to actions and direction we need from the council.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ignore the list of people that have put their lights on because we're going to take them one at a time. And let me just confirm, we do not need to accept the report then. Is that what you're saying?
We do not believe Well, we've included in our recommended motion that you accept the report and do the following 6 things.
Do you want me to go ahead and make that one of the items? So that would be item number 1. Okay, so item number 1, okay, so those who would like to speak on item number 1 to accept the final report.
That's not in the motion.
Yes, it is.
I didn't make it that way. I made the motion. It's not in the motion.
Well, it is, if you accept, this was the motion that was up on the board at the time. So when you said, I'll make the motion with these 2 changes, this is what I thought that you were making a motion on, and that's what we have. So are you saying that we now need to incorporate that into the motion?
Yeah. I didn't make that as part of the motion. I never understood why we would accept or not accept reports. I think it's a waste of time.
Mayor Shepherd, maybe I can retract my suggestion. I don't think that's a critical part of what we're here to talk about tonight. We're here to talk about these actions.
Okay.
So,
all right, let's go to item number 1. I have 3 lights. Are these 3 lights active for item number 1? Yep. Okay, in that case, Councilmember Berman.
So to confirm, item number 1 is doing Lot D, correct?
That's correct.
So let me just ask a couple of questions, more general questions, but in regards to parking garages. The first is, I remembered from our discussion of the 3159 El Camino Real, the mixed-use project at the WeFix Max site, and I went back and looked at the staff report, that they are planning on creating 196 parking spaces underground using 11 puzzle parking lifts. Did we consider those at all? If so, why didn't they make it into the report? And if not, why not?
Thank you, Councilmember Berman. The report does look at the concept of doing some sort of underground or subterranean parking. We didn't get into the level of detail of trying to design whether they would be parking lifts, but definitely when we move forward into the design of any of the facilities, that would definitely be something that we would want to do to make sure that we have a very efficiently used garage space.
Okay, because I think that would dramatically change some of these proposals. If we can do underground parking lifts that can provide that much parking, we probably don't need to go 5 stories high. We can do other things with that space. We can choose different lots. I think that really changes a lot of the dynamics here. I'm going to support the motion, but I don't necessarily know if I'm going to end up supporting the end result based on what you guys come back with in regards to these puzzle lists. That could change which lots it makes sense to use. That could change whether or not we need that much space or not. And so, I'm essentially saying I'd be okay with G or I'd be okay with D based on the report that was done. And thank you very much to the gentleman who did the report. It's a good report. But let's take a look at that because I think that's a way that we can be much more efficient. I have no idea what the costs are, but I'm assuming if somebody's doing them in a private for-profit development, it's probably cheaper and could be a way for us to not go as high and alleviate some of the stress that causes in our community and maybe even utilize that space for other things like housing downtown. So that's one thing. Another thing which I mentioned to Jim, City Manager Keene, a month ago, I had a kind of thought when I was traveling in South Africa over the holidays and was staying at a hotel. I'll cut the story short because we're getting late. Bottom line, in South Africa, the stories on parking garages are way smaller, and so they fit like 14 stories of parking next to an 8-story hotel. And so I don't know if maybe we're down to the mandated height in these parking garages. Another thing that I was thinking about, which might be totally silly, but I'll throw it out there, is can we have parking garages that are just for sedans? And so there's no SUVs. Can you then lower the height? And you say in the front, sedans only. There's plenty of other parking garages downtown that SUVs can go park in. And is that a way to just get a little more efficient with the space that we have? Let me go through real quick and make sure that none of these other things, that might just be silly. But I'm throwing it out there. I think that's all I have for this item. If we do end up going with Lot G, I know this says Lot D, but regardless of what we do, we've got to save the farmers market because that's a huge positive for the community. And that's all I have for this item. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Price.
Yes, thank you. I support everything Councilmember Berman said. I had a great lengthy, a couple of 3 sentences about the importance of getting information about parking lift operation. And related to that, I would like to request, and I can add it as a friendly amendment or make a comment here, that the parking garage design include the potential for potential installation of car lifts after the fact, so that you have both the car lift costs and you have a design option which allows for installation after the fact. And I support both Lot G and Lot D. I will be supporting the motion before us, which refers to Lot D as the first of the parking structures. And I do support all these other programmatic approaches first before we get into a major capital project such as this.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to have a little bit different slant on this than what I've heard so far. I think it's premature to go forward with garages at this point in time. And I have a laundry list here of reasons why. Some members of the public, Adina has gone by now. No, there you are. You're still there. You were one of the people who spoke to, whether we needed to do garages yet. There is a longer list. I'll just list them, but I won't go into a lot of detail about them. But we have technology. That's one of the other components of the motion. We have an RPP that does not eliminate employee parking. I mean, the neighbors are here saying, they're expecting to share the parking. We have TDM programs, GoPass programs. We have private garages that somehow didn't make this list, although they were incorporated in the RPP motion from last time. And I've been bringing that up for a long time, thankfully, and I'm grateful to Councilor McCline for including that in that motion. We have shared permits. That's another program that we haven't started yet. We have 500 more permits that have been issued that are released that we don't know what the impact of that is yet. We have staggered permit pricing that hasn't been evaluated yet. Cedric, we're losing people here. Cedric also mentioned improved bicycle facilities, which I think also are worth encouraging and exploring to help see where we really are and what the parking demand is, whether we need garages or not, or how much garage parking we need. Also, clarification on, and this has to do with this, although it's referenced later. It has to do with what I'm talking about right now. 800 high. It's not just giving people in the SOFA area access to downtown parking garages. It's like, what is the parking accessibility for 800 high? I was remembering that 800 high was supposed to provide as a part of their PC public parking places, but I don't know who gets those permits. Then it converted to permits is how I remember it, and I don't know who gets those permits, so that's something to look into. In the staff response to Councilmember Shepherd, I think it was comments, there's a PC that in the staff response it said, it referenced like 600 Channing. It's actually 901 Alma is the project that she described. It's Channing at Alma, isn't that correct? Yeah, it's 901 Alma to get that address corrected. And there are supposed to be, as again, a part of that PC, there's supposed to be public parking places there. But they are gated off and have been for years. So that's another handful. So there are any number of things that could be, should be fairly simple fixes, and things that just a little bit more time would help indicate whether we really do need parking garages at this point in time. Another couple of comments about parking garages is that I don't think this community really wants 5-story parking garages above ground. I don't think that's what this community has a tolerance for. We have a couple of those, but every place we're looking at now is much more sensitive, I think. I was glad that at least G went to D. That's somewhat better, but G is a very sensitive site for a lot of reasons. I think even though it costs more, we understand it costs more, I think the community would rather pay more if we have to do garages. I think the community would rather pay more money, however we end up paying for it, funding it, I would rather see, like 2 stories above and 2 stories below if we do something like that. Or, ideally we'd have 3 stories below and parkland above, something of that nature. But, we're not going to fill our downtown, I hope, with 5-story parking garages. It'll change the character of our town remarkably. Those are my comments on that. So actually, I will make a substitute motion to number 1, which is to not pursue downtown parking garage design at this time. I'll look forward to your comments, and then maybe you'll make another motion.
I don't see a second, so Councilmember Burt.
Well, I share a number of Councilmember Holman's concerns, but first let me go through a couple things. One is when Councilmember Berman asked about the puzzle lifts or other lift parking, you responded that you hadn't looked at underground parking, and I didn't understand why you referred to those as in the context of underground parking only.
Thank you, Councilor Burt. I think the intention of my response was that as part of the design, we focused strictly on subterranean additional floors of parking. We didn't look at the concept of whether or not it would make more sense to do no underground parking, but just have it be all lifts type systems, or 1 floor of underground parking, but then with additional lifts below that. We just didn't get into that level of design.
But I think his question was about lifts, regardless of whether they were above ground or underground, and you only focused on underground. So the question is, what about lifts, whether they be above ground or underground?
Definitely either option we would pursue as part of the design process.
Okay, well, it goes back to this issue of it's not just design process, it's site selection process, which is what's before us right now. So I'll go back also to the, in the years that we were looking at the 2 garages at High and Bryant. That was a several-year process, and we certainly all want to see this accelerated beyond that. But the decisions around that were really thought through and had a lot of public dialogue. Trying to do this on the fly tonight, this is a really big decision, and once we give this guidance on a particular lot, that's the direction we're going. We're not asking staff to continue to explore 2 alternatives, come back, vet it in the public, any of those things. I've got real apprehension. I'm not gung-ho on doing multiple garages at this time. I'm open to looking at 1, but the 1 should be done through a thoughtful, deliberate process, even if it's an expedited, thoughtful, deliberate process. So finally, even if we were to try to go ahead tonight, the decision making that we're doing is based upon the staff input on this big table here. Everybody saw this. I took a second look at it because I was trying to figure out some stuff that I didn't understand the first time, and now I see it appears like there's multiple serious flaws in this fundamental basis for ranking the different alternatives. And the columns or the rows that I would guide you to is row E, net space gain, and then the corresponding ranking down below it, right? Isn't that what that is? That's the ranking number of this whole lower section. So when if you look at lot D, lot U, and lot EG, there are 214, 314, 181 spaces. They're all given 10s. Now you look at lot O, or lot G and lot O, there are 113, 145, 32 different spaces, and they're both given 7s. And for instance, the difference between D and EG is 14 and 19, 33, and there's no difference in the scoring. The difference between G and O is the same difference, and there's 3 scoring point differences. That's just one aspect of it. Then we get into cost. We have estimated cost per space under row G, and I see quite a bit of variation, moderate amount, but then cost per space per added space unless I'm misunderstanding it, and chime in if you would, Jaime, if I'm missing this, it's the same number across all these. So why is it the same cost per added space on all the different garages? Isn't that the crucial cost?
Thank you, Councilmember Burr. I'm going to ask our consultant, Ron Sanzo, to guide you a little bit more through this specific table, and then we'll add some additional information after he's done.
Good evening, council members. I'm Ron Sanzo with Sandus. And maybe to start off with Councilman Burt's question about the difference in the costing. Just due to the variability of costs with sites like this, particularly in the Palo Alto area, the fact that real estate's so expensive down here, we made some preliminary estimates at what the cost per space would be, and then following review with city staff, we were directed to use ultimately the cost per parking in lieu fee as the overall estimate for what the cost would be. So that's where you see the discrepancies between G and H. The estimated cost per space would be kind of our original estimate at what these costs would be, and then after talking with city staff, for the time being, we determined it would be best to use a consistent number across these.
So H is just the in lieu fee, historic placeholder number. Okay, so that much I've got. But what about this ranking on, for instance, net space gain? That doesn't seem to correlate to the numbers.
The net space gain, and this is true for several of them, is somewhat qualitative. I mean, like you pointed out, there are several that achieve the ranking of 10.
Why would it be qualitative? I mean, you can set up a scale, and for each increment of 30 additional spaces, it scores one more point. Why would that be qualitative?
Well, I mean, to go back to your specific question, so for D, and I'm sorry, what were the other two that you had mentioned?
Well, if you look at
it doesn't matter. You can look at the whole row, really, on that.
Yeah,
one.
It's arbitrary rather than qualitative. Well, I mean, it just doesn't. There are some things in here that might be fairly subjective. The net space gain should not be qualitative. That should be quantitative.
I mean, qualitative may have not been the correct word to use, but what I'm saying is that they basically scored of the lots we analyzed. Those were the highest scoring lots, so we felt it was warranted enough to give those all a 10 because it was a constraint that ranked high enough.
Well, okay.
So well, at least you know the methodology on that one. So
or lack thereof. I mean, this is a big decision, and we're selecting when we really get down to constructing what might be a 5-story parking lot and the impact on the community and the built environment, and we ended up doing this for reasons we regret because we really weren't making well-informed decisions. Huh? All right. So I would move that we ask staff to return with this was item number 1, with additional reviewed information on the choices based on council member input tonight, and to provide a narrowing to 2 recommended alternatives to consider, as well as a consideration of the updated information on the need that would exist.
Well, could I make this updated as best as possible need? Because we may be able to come back sooner. I doubt that whatever we're going to come back with isn't going to need, again, more council discussion because it is sort of iterative.
It is iterative, and it'll be, what I meant was an update of the best information available at the time you come back.
So that's moved and seconded?
Yes, that's, did you want to speak more to your first on this?
Need for, Councilmember Holman asked me to clarify what I meant by need. It's need for how many additional spaces are really required.
We can do that.
It's not the best way to word it, but.
No, I mean, we can do that the best, using some other information. May I just say one other thing?
Sure.
If, as this motion unfolds, I know that the council has made some comments. They haven't necessarily been particularly orderly. And I just want to make sure that we have the benefit of the thinking, or if you're also giving us some freedom and flexibility. So I don't want to get in an argument about this, but I think a 5-story garage has a contextual issue too, and there might be a 5-story garage that can work in one location much more easily than in another location. So just the idea of 5-story in and of itself.
That may very well be the case. Okay. And I think you'll have additional input from colleagues tonight on the other related issues that would help inform this. The other thing that I would recommend is that you try and figure out what kind of outreach you can do to targeted groups to get some feedback, not binding, but air this, because I just don't think it's been aired well enough. These are complicated issues, and I know that there's a sense of urgency to get going on this, and I appreciate that, but we've got to vet it better. This is a big decision. It's not just the dollar decision. It's the built environment decision.
Councilmember Klein, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, thank you. First, Pat, could I persuade you to have 3 finalists rather than 2? Sure. Okay. I think that this motion is on the right track for a variety of reasons. This is a major, major decision for our community, and I had trouble looking at the chart. For example, when you go down to the bottom on line...
Can you speak into your mic?
I'm looking at the line that says net space gain, and Lot D gets 10 points, and Lot E gets 2 points. I can make an argument, which you can buy or not, that that ought to be reversed, because I'm worried that D would be more than we need, unless we'd be sending a significant amount of money on something we may not need, and that's going to depend on some of these other things. Several people have spoken from different aspects that we need to do things simultaneously. I think that that's not possible. I think we need to move forward in a variety of things. It would be nice if we could do everything simultaneously, but that's not the way the world works. But this is a long-term project. I'm assuming that it's going to be like 18 months from the day we give direction before we have plans in place. Does that sound right?
We thought it was going to be about 12 months at 8 o'clock tonight. Now I think 18 months would be more accurate.
Well, if you said 12, I was going to say 18 anyway, Jim. During that period of time, we're going to get a lot more information on how RPP works and how some of these traffic demand management things work and satellites and everything else. So it may be that when time comes to decide whether to go forward with an actual project, we will only spend the $1,500,000 that staff is suggesting will be needed for plans and evaluation. And if it turned out that we didn't need the plans, we didn't need the parking structure, I would say that's a great $1.5 million that we've spent, and never going to be able to be used, because that would be sort of a hallelujah moment. So I'm concerned that we also look at what we're talking about in terms of size of the project. I think that as we move forward on this, we're going to see, I hope, that we don't need as many parking spaces. Maybe not, but if we can always change on that. There's also the cost factor. Between now and the time staff comes back to this, you will have had a report from the Infrastructure Committee as to what we think council ought to be spending the infrastructure money on. And in that, which of course council may adopt or change or whatever, or deny, there'll be a recommendation, I'm pretty sure, for one parking structure. And what's the number we have in there, 12 million? Anyway, it's somewhere in there. That doesn't necessarily set the budget, but it gives you some idea. And to the extent council decides to spend more or less than what the infrastructure committee recommends, you're going to make adjustments in other things that are in the infrastructure program. All this goes to say that what size parking structure we want is not a decision that you can take in isolation. So I think it's one we need to spend more time on, and I welcome the motion and hope it passes.
Councilmember Schmid.
Yeah, I just want to, I think this motion is good, and I especially like the end of it, where you want to investigate the need of how many spaces are needed. I found attachment D did not provide the information of what is the current deficit. That stated the deficit is 962, I think. But if you look at the fact that there's 3.5 million square feet in the downtown of office space, office retail space, and you look at the available parking spaces, both public and private and street, you end up with a deficit of 6,000. Other people have mentioned 4,000. So I think it's important to know how large is the deficit we're dealing with and who is responsible for it. And it leads me to the question on looking at a parking lot is who's going to own this and have the decisions of who uses it? How do you allocate to the various groups who need parking the spaces that we're going to make available? So base question is, does the city own this? Will the city control it? Is it dealing through the parking assessment district, or is this a different ownership responsibility cluster? Do we have the right to say how many workers get there, how many clients get there, how many visitors get there? How are we thinking about this new space? So,
Councilmember Schmid, maybe to follow up and with a question and to respond to your question, with regard to who would build this space and own it if we pursued a new garage, we haven't even gotten to that. I think one of the other council members talked about the infrastructure committee looking at financing options. That plays directly into this discussion about who would own and operate. Those are decisions we would have to come to.
If you draw on in lieu fees, though, is the question, does that come with legal constraints on then who controls the spaces?
Not as far as I know, no. That would just be part of the funding strategy.
Okay.
The other point that you made was about a deficit, and did I hear you articulate that you think the deficit is 4,000 to 6,000 spaces?
I have heard public comments to that regard that have started with the 1988 figures and come to that conclusion. 3.5 million square feet of office space translates into 14,000 parking spaces.
Let me jump in. Hopefully we are not going to have to get this exact as we go forward, because we think there's a case to be made for some more parking provided through a garage. You can look here anywhere from adding 113 to 214 more spaces or whatever through a garage. I'm just picking a couple out. Based on an existing deficit of 962, which we have also acknowledged has not yet factored in the fact that we may have more workers occupying existing square footage in the downtown. So we would see that 962 itself go up. and the other numbers have all been higher than that. So, we can offset the fact that there is vacant space in our garages, but it's pretty simple to start to figure if we have an effective RPP program, we can assume that at least one garage is not going to be, I just can't see that we're not going to be able to make the case that one garage is
I think that is true. The exact number is not important, but I think the scale of the problem. Now, the other piece of data that was given out was the city's parking issue at mid-November at noontime. Now, if you compare it to the material we've been getting from the residents, both downtown north and downtown south, the city numbers are about 30% lower at the same time of day. So the question is, why the discrepancy? I think someone mentioned that tonight. Someone else mentioned that, gee, parking spaces have a value, have a price. And the fact that we have empty spaces, hundreds of empty spaces in the garage, says something about the pricing of our parking model is not working. That we're offering people ability to get permits that they don't have to use every day. They'll use them when they want. Now, that's an indication that the base pricing system isn't working. So when I ask questions about, where does the deficit come from, who's responsible for it, who should bear the cost of resolving it, I think those are issues that are important. And then when we talk about building a garage, laying out millions of dollars, that we have a clear answer to some of those questions. So I think it's important that we take a little bit of time when we come back with a proposal on parking lots and alternatives, that we can deal with some of those issues of who is this for and how are we going to use these spaces to deal with the people who are bearing the burden of the parking deficit.
Did that come out of my mouth? Nope. Councilmember Berman. Sorry.
Sorry, I already spoken, and so I won't speak very long. I just want to make sure that it's implied. Take a look at the parking puzzles, and when you come back, it'd be really helpful if it's a much more comprehensive kind of analysis of what's possible in the different places. That'll help us decide which one makes the most sense. Thanks, guys.
Councilmember Price?
I'd like to move the previous question. Move so we can vote on the motion.
Second?
Yeah, you don't have to second it. It's just I haven't had a chance to talk about anything yet. So I guess we have to go and vote on the motion then. Because that's... So we're going to vote on the call of the question. All those in favor of the call of the question, vote on the board. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to vote for that. I meant to vote no. Can you change my vote, please? Sorry. So the motion carries with Council Members Schmid, Scharf, and Shepard not voting in favor of calling the question. So we're going to go ahead.
The question requires a 2/3 vote to pass, I guess.
That is a 2/3 at 6-3. So all those in favor of item number 1, where not all council members have been able to weigh in on, can vote now. This is the substitute motion.
Mayor Shepard, I'm sorry, was the motion for 3 finalists or 2 finalists?
3.
Oh,
3.
Yes.
Okay.
Klein changed it.
Yes, 3 finalists. And the motion carries 7-2, 7-1, with me voting no. Motion carries 8-1 with me voting no. Okay, moving on to item number 2, solicit statement of interest qualifications for public-private partnerships to increase parking supplies on city-owned lots for discussion and action in August. Councilmember Holman.
I'll move that we take no action on number 2 tonight, referencing the motion that was just passed on number 1.
Second?
Motion is to not take up item number 2, and do you want to speak any further to it?
I didn't say not take it up, but not take any action on it. Not taking it up means we don't discuss or take any. I'm just wanting to not take any action on it.
So you don't want us to take any action on item number 2 here, motion number 2?
Correct. Because what we just did in item number 1 is that we're not going to yet consider parking garages because we don't have the information coming back yet. So why would we go into looking at public-private partnerships for, unless I don't understand what a public-private partnership is. Maybe that's the question. Could staff be more clear on what a public-private partnership entails?
We're only asking to solicit statements of interest in I guess there are too many lights on somewhere. I can't get, there we go. Statements of interest and qualifications from interested parties out there. We're not.
Maybe the question before I make the motion is, describe to me what a public-private partnership such as this would look like. Because I don't know what it entails very clearly.
Thank you, Councilmember Holman. Our idea is to solicit ideas from private partners who would be interested in constructing additional parking on city-owned lots that could be in the form of a parking structure, or it could be in the form of a mixed-use project that added to parking supply and achieves some other objectives. No commitments here, just we want to test the waters and see what's out there in terms of creative ideas from the private entities.
Okay, so I will move then that we not take any action on this item at this point in time. It would seem inconsistent with the action we took on item number 1.
Okay, Councilmember Schmidt, would you like to speak to your second?
Just in our earlier discussion, I think the issue came up is we are not sure the responsibility for the existing deficit, and to give up complete control over the few parking lots we do have in town to a partnership, I think is way premature.
Can I ask for clarification? In the staff report, you want this to be for University Avenue and California Avenue, but that's not in the motion. So are you expecting, do you want?
Actually, the motion we recommended is not specific to location. We were thinking this is a strategy that could be used at a number of locations in the city.
Okay.
And I articulate again, we really are just soliciting ideas here. It's an effort to get more information with which to make a wise decision on all kinds of parking supply strategies. So, there'd be no commitment on the part of the council if you let us proceed with this request for qualifications to add to the parking supply on any of these lots. We would be testing the waters to see what creative ideas are out there. We could then reject them, embrace one, embrace more than one. It would be entirely at your discretion. Our thought is we would bring it back to you in August for that discussion.
Okay, Councilmember Klein.
I will vote against the motion to defer. I think this is an innocuous proposal by the staff, and we ought to move forward with it.
Councilmember Scharf.
I'll also be voting against this. I think it's actually important to get out there and get some sense of what possible proposals are out there, frankly, and I see no harm in that, and I think that's a good thing.
We can't do a second. Okay, Vice Mayor Niss.
I'm going to make a substitute motion. I don't have a motion. No, no. So my substitute
Can I
motion.
ask the city attorney, this would be the third motion?
No.
Because we have a substitute.
No. No. You just have one motion on the floor.
Okay. We do. We have motion number 2.
Motion number 2 is on the board.
Right.
Councilmember Scharf moved, seconded by Vice Mayor Niss, to solicit statements of interest qualifications for public-private partnerships.
God, well, let's just do it again then.
She made a substitute.
Right. So I just wanted to do a point of order with the city attorney. Can I take up a substitute motion now, or do we need to vote on this already substitute motion?
Oh, thank you for orienting me right. It's late. So yes, you should address the Councilmember Holman substitute motion.
Okay, seeing no more lights.
Can I quickly?
Councilmember Berman.
So I'm going to vote against the motion, but I do, it is fairly innocuous, but I do want to make sure that staff is prioritizing the important items over the unimportant items. And I'll speak more to this when we get to a later item. But I view this as a fairly unimportant item.
Sorry, Craig.
Okay, so I'm going to speak against this motion that's on the floor because I believe that we need to go ahead and do these we need to solicit and find out if there is interest. And I also, at this point, I really think that we should also solicit with some of the private parking lots. I look at the Whole Food parking lot. You want to get something south of Forest. We have the Whole Food employees coming to us and telling us that they have to park in the neighborhoods. So it just seems to me that we can do it both ways on this one, that we can take a look at some of the private parking places that are spots that are not garages and see if there's a way we can do some type of solicitation and integration. So I will not be supporting this motion. See no more lights. Let's vote on the board. Okay, and the motion does not carry with Councilmember Holman and Schmid voting in favor. So reverting back to item number 2, I don't see any lights. Let's go ahead and vote on item number 2. Okay, so motion carries with Councilmember Holman and Councilmember Schmid not supporting it. Let's move on to item number 3. Solicit proposals for design and environmental review of 200 spaces for satellite parking for discussion and possible award in June. Councilmember Burt.
So I'm kind of skeptical about the satellite parking other than during construction periods or during a kind of bridge period. Say we implemented the residential permit parking and we didn't yet have the new parking structure. So first I have a question. How much, if any, surveying have we done to find out the interest level and participation that might occur from the satellite? Have we done any?
We haven't done any surveying of this, but it is an idea that's come up in our discussions of RPP, and we do think it's worth trying this out to see if it's going to work. As I think we indicated in an earlier conversation, a lot of things have to happen at once for this to be a viable program.
I know that we've had these discussions. My argument would be, you don't just try something like this out when you could do some surveying first to find out a little, inform the decision on whether it's worth trying out. So that's going to be my position. I'm not excluding it from consideration, but I think you try and do some degree of surveying to find out is there going to be any uptake here.
So I think it's a worthwhile point. I would also say that will be a moving target, right? Because I think that we might get different results right now than we would once an RPP program is in effect, for example, suddenly.
Absolutely. And that's what I suspect is that we'd get weak uptake right now. And if we put an RPP program in prior to having the new parking garage, then, or during the construction of the parking garage, we might get a lot more interest. I also want to say that intersection at East Bayshore and Embarcadero is already a level F, and I haven't heard any discussion about that. And then, but I do want to say that East Embarcadero from Fabian eastward, I've always been interested in better utilization of that street. It's an extremely wide street with very low traffic volume, basically dead end. And so whether it's this or some other utilization of it, I do think that's something to be thinking about. I think there are complications at the Baylands Athletic Center parking lots, including that they're parkland, aren't they? Are the parking lots on parkland?
Baylands parking lot. You mean, are you talking about for the golf course and that?
No, the softball. Isn't that
fields.
intended to, didn't the staff report say that would be part of this? Is that parkland?
We don't have the answer to that, Councilmember Burt.
Okay, well, I encourage staff to make sure that we're permitted to do something like this at that location.
Can I just make one thing, though? Again, we are trying to deal with the sequencing of things so that when there's an opportunity, when things shift, we don't have to, we're ready. And in one sense, this just says solicit proposals for design and review for possible discussion and award. So all we've gone out and said is, hey, what would you guys charge to be able to, and what are your thoughts about this? I understand the problems. The advantage of something like this, though, is it might be an inexpensive per space solution for, let's say, if there were 200 spaces, if it could work, and we're not necessarily obligated in the same permanent way as we would be with a garage. I mean, once we build that garage, we're doing it forever. This could be gap parking provision.
And under that description, I'm okay with proceeding on exploring it. I will say that the tone of the staff report I read is different from that. And if this motion is taken as a direction to go do this necessarily, I wouldn't support it. But based on the city manager's description and the literal wording of the motion, I will support it.
Councilmember Holman?
So there really are portions of the larger motion that I support. We're not there yet, though. This proposal, I appreciate the intention here of looking for satellite parking, but as Councilmember Burt mentioned, the intersection of East Bayshore and Embarcadero has been at operating level of F for years. This is, after all, the entrance to the Baylands, and part of it is actually in the Baylands. The athletic center, when I was on the planning commission, and maybe some of the people here were on the council, the athletic center parking lot is utilized by the international school for pickup and delivery of children. And the reason that that parking lot is used for that is because East Bayshore is so backed up at times of the morning and the afternoon when parents would come and take kids to school or pick kids up from school. That was a condition of approval of that project. That's how backed up that road is already. So we're displacing people and causing a disruption in that parking lot if we go forward with this. And I think you're going to have the international school, if they were aware of this, I think you'd have them kind of screaming in these chambers. You've got construction projects coming online, Mings and the golf course construction that's going to create a lot of traffic additionally along Embarcadero. I think this is well-intentioned, but it is creating, it's transferring an impact from one area to another location and creating some real conflicts. So I don't think transferring impacts from one location to another is a way that we want to be going. And I really am troubled when, this really would be an urbanization of that area. I mean, not so long ago, parking was not even allowed on Embarcadero Road, east of 101. And somehow or other, sometime, in the last small handful of years, parking is now allowed, or at least people do park and don't get tickets on Embarcadero because it was respected that was the entrance to the Baylands. Can we have less chatter? I'd really appreciate. There is, there's really a degradation of this approach into the Baylands. And this is really an urbanization. And my fear is, too, that should this go forward, that once we've done this, there's going to be a forgetfulness that, this used to be no parking on either side, and it's going to be kind of accepted that you can park on Embarcadero Road on both sides and even intensify that. It's the creep that happens. And the other thing is, I think this is this location for satellite parking is a very bad idea. And to just look at how much and how it could be designed, that's $75,000, if I remember it correctly from the staff report. It's that's not more than pocket change. So I really do not support this, and I am sorry that I can't support, more of what's in the staff presentation. There are those things, like I say, that I will and can eagerly and enthusiastically, but we're not there yet.
Councilmember Klein.
From 1984 to 2010, my law office was at the corner of East Bay Shore and Embarcadero, 1717 Embarcadero. I was there virtually every day for those 25 years or so. Maybe I had a few days off. So I think I know the area quite well. I have to, with all due respect, Karen, to argue that this wasn't urbanized means you haven't been there. There have been office buildings up and, sorry, but you've had your turn. There have been office buildings up and down Embarcadero for most of those 25 years. Just drive out there. This has to be the widest street in town per car. It's dramatically underutilized. The intersection at East Bay Shore and Embarcadero is at F, but it's at F going the north-south way, not the east-west way that the shuttle here would be going. The people do use East Bay Shore Frontage Road as a shortcut from 101. But there isn't any traffic hardly from the bay heading towards downtown. There's not a lot of trouble, as I can well testify to. There is very little trouble getting through the intersection there if you're heading from Embarcadero towards downtown. So I don't think there's much of a traffic problem. We do need to have something in place when we institute a residential parking permit program. The Councilmember Byrd, I think, talked about wanting to have something in place before during the time when the parking garage might be under construction. Well, there's no way that the parking garage is going to be in place by January 2015. We'll be lucky if we have it in place by January 2017. So if there's some better stopgaps, bring them forth. But I can't think of one, and staff hasn't thought of one yet. You do need to have some program for these people, for the whole earth people or restaurant employees or whoever, that if we're not going to let them park in the neighborhoods, and I think that's what we want to do, then you've got to give them some other place. And I think this is the place to do it. For all the reasons I've set forth above, the idea that Ming's, which of course is going to urbanize the place even more than it is right now, the construction that might be going on there is a factor. I don't think we can live that. We have construction projects going on all the time, and we have parking going on around it. My one concern about the language of the motion is I don't see why we're saying solicit proposals for design and environmental review. Why can't we do this in-house? The way I see it, the primary area of parking would be along Embarcadero. The number of spaces at the Baylands Athletic Center is trivial compared to what we can put on the street. So what do we need for proposals?
Thank you, Councilmember Klein. We just wanted to make sure that we had kind of an outside perspective regarding what the environmental assessment impacts would be, specifically when it comes to the issue around traffic. And so historically, when we've moved projects forward that weren't that had any kind of a concern regarding traffic, I'll use the example of the California Avenue Streetscape project.
Excuse me, but that's not a proposal. That's doing an analysis of the environmental impact. Proposal to me says you're still looking for somebody outside the organization.
That's correct, to do the design and complete that environmental assessment.
Wouldn't we do this is a pretty straightforward environmental assessment.
I mean, the design is done. I mean, I do that drawing that is before you tonight. The design is relatively complete. It would just be a matter of completing the environmental assessment for that, validating the design.
Yeah, it seems to me you've already done the designs.
So do we just change the motion or not?
Yeah. Well, Councilmember Klein, if I can interject. I mean, there are a couple things here. First of all, I think that we've acknowledged in the staff report, and some of the council has indicated the desire to consider alternate sites. I think we want an independent look at the design, and we need an independent look at the environmental impacts. We also have a whole ton of work we're doing as a staff and we're going to need to bring in additional resources on some of these things, or everything's not going to get done. So this is something we thought it would be a discrete project. We could contract out to do the additional design work and the environmental assessment, and it would be an efficient way to get this done.
I'm reluctantly okay with it, but it better not delay things, because if we are going to have the RPP in effect on January 1 or something like that, I don't want somebody coming back and saying, "Oh, I got it delayed because we had to go through all the contract proposing." You okay? Yep, I'm done.
So I'm fine as long as. Right. So I'm assuming you're fine with the way it's written then after that explanation, or? I mean, I just don't want it to get delayed for silly reasons, frankly. I just want to make sure that what I care about is when RPP comes in, that this is here. I don't think it needs to come in before RPP comes in, but it's there the week before. That's all I really care about.
While I'm talking, I wouldn't limit it necessarily to 200.
Okay, fine.
I don't know where that number came from.
I'm happy to say environmental review of spaces for satellite parking. You want that'd be better? Yeah. Because you may find there's more. And you may also decide to include the golf course for a period of time as an interim stopgap.
Yeah, I think we can do it this way. I think the shuttle's going to be more complicated than this.
And while I'm sort of stealing the floor for a second, Pat just pointed out to me in the staff report, it said 90-degree diagonal parking. What does that mean? Is that like perpendicular?
It's straight in. Straight in. It's lined up. There's a picture of it.
So it's perpendicular.
Perpendicular parking is actually 132 spaces potentially based off the design we provided on Embarcadero. And if you use the parking in the Baylands, and we need to validate that whether that would be appropriate or not, that would be an additional 66 for a total of 198.
Okay.
Councilmember Schmidt?
Yeah, I thought the description of a transfer of impacts was accurate and correct. What we're doing is we're transferring the burden of this in order to get to the Baylands. If you're a biker or riding in your car or jogging down the street, you're going to be asked to jog through a 3/4 mile parking lot. Our new designed golf course for gambling that people want to come to have a Baylands experience. You drive through and then you play along a parking lot. The people who will benefit are commuters from outside who want to work in the downtown. The people who will bear the costs will be the residents going to the Bayland. A changed and different experience. There's no nexus between the two. I would recommend that you ask the public what do they think of the idea.
Okay, I have a couple of comments. At first, this is really the most unattractive one to me, just because it means you have to get out of your car, get in a shuttle, then you have to wait for a shuttle, the whole thing. And yet I realize there is a lot going on down there. And this might also be a reverse commute for people coming off the train that work down there. And if we could get that to have a good experience, that would also be useful. It's some offices, I know my husband's law firms, Councilmember Klein's law firm was down there. They locate down there because it's easier for people to get to, but that means they don't get to commute on the train anymore. It's just hard. It's too hard. So I think that could be helpful. I'm assuming that if the shuttle's going downtown, that it could also take, it can go both ways. The other concern that I have is since we're looking at putting more fields down there, we're going to be stressed, very stressed, if all those fields are active at exactly the same time. So I think that all of those things should be bundled into consideration here besides just looking at more satellite spots. And for those reasons, I will be supporting this. So let's go ahead and vote on this. And this passes with Councilmember Schmidt and Councilmember Holman voting no. Moving on to item number 4, which is the authorized permit sales to SOFA employees at Lot Civic Center immediately. And nobody needs to speak on this? Okay, Councilmember Holman.
Just one question. I'm very supportive of this, and just one question for staff to follow up on is what the public's access is for the 800 high parking garage.
Thank you, Councilmember Holman. So at 800 High, we have about 63 parking spaces in that garage. 53 are available for permit use during the day. 10 are available kind of for hourly parking for restaurants in that area. We have a wait list of about 71 people right now that want to get a space at that lot. Those are predominantly prioritized to employees of SOFA. So all those 71 are people that work in the SOFA area for 800 High.
And the garage closing at 5 o'clock, is that accurate or not?
The permit parking is for between 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. After that, the spaces revert predominantly back to the resident use in that area.
All right, let's vote on the board. And that motion carries unanimously. And let's move to item number 5, which is solicit proposals for parking technology, access and revenue control equipment, and parking guidance system for discussion and possible award in August. Councilmember Holman.
Very supportive of this one as well. And just one question is, I'm just wondering if the August timeline has to be that far out, because we've talked about this for quite some time. So I'm just wondering why August and not, say, at least June?
Councilmember Holman, this is an issue that we think it's going to pay dividends to spend a little extra time up front talking to some of the stakeholders about how the questions are framed in the RFP. So it might take us a little longer than some of the other RFPs to get this out the door. And then we want to make sure that we work through the responses and analyze the different options before we bring it back to council. So I think August, unfortunately, is realistic for this one.
Councilmember Berman.
So this was the item I was referring to earlier when I was talking about prioritizing. And Hillary, I know that you've only been here for a couple of months, so this has nothing to do with you, but this should have been done a long time ago. I mean, we should not, we've been talking about, I've only been on council for 13 months, but I've been talking about it for 13 months. And we knew we were going to do it. We knew it was necessary. We knew the technology was out there. I don't know why, we haven't started having these conversations with stakeholders, and I don't know why it's going to take another 6-7 months. I mean, the information we get from this leads to the lowest hanging fruit, right? I mean, this gets to the issues of how we can better utilize the existing supply that we have, which is the holy grail in terms of all of this. And so I'm very glad we're doing it. I'm very frustrated that we haven't moved further at this point. Couple of questions. Or I guess random musings. One is also take a look, it wasn't mentioned here, but take a look at the different apps that are out there for guidance to parking garages for folks that are coming into town from out of town. Streetline, I think, was one that I'd seen a presentation from, and I'm sure there are a half dozen other really good ones out there. A thought, so if we have this new technology, if we have gates, which one of the speakers was vehemently opposed to, and I don't understand why, because I've used gated parking garages for as long as I can remember, and they're not scary. Would that allow us, I mean, I'm assuming that would allow us to know, for instance, how often people who have permits use those spots. So one thing that I would suggest, going back to what some of my colleagues have said, is maybe we think about saying, you know what, if you buy a quarterly pass and you only use it half the time, you don't get to renew it. If you buy an annual pass and you use it less than half the time, you don't get to renew it. I mean, if we have people, we have plenty of people of means in Palo Alto. If they're buying parking permits just so they can use it the 10 times they go downtown, they don't get permits because we have a lot of folks who need them to use them on a more regular basis, and I'd rather not build parking garages because people want to use parking permits twice or 10 times in a year. So that's something to think of. I don't know if other people have done that. I don't know if that's legal. I'm assuming it is, but something to consider. Another thing is, we've got this problem of companies move. And that totally makes sense, but if companies move and they have annual permits, right now they have no incentive to give those permits back to us. So do we consider putting some financial incentive in there? Let's say, and I'm speaking hypothetically, but they have a annual permit for $400 a year. We say, and 4 months into that, they move, and they're no longer working downtown. We can say for every 3 months, for every 3-month chunk on your permit that's left, we'll give you $40 back to relinquish the permit, and then we can turn around and sell that to other people, and so we'll be making more money and we'll be creating supply. And I heard that this is kind of getting off of the topic, but it isn't really, because we won't have any of that information unless we have the technology to be able to implement these things. That's kind of the random or a couple ideas that I had on that. Let's do this. Thanks.
Councilmember Klein?
Agree with Councilmember Berman. The attachment to Attachment D, chart showing how many spaces that we have vacant, is really the eye-opener, for me anyway. I think we have a marketing problem, not just a technology problem. And I don't expect people who are planners or traffic engineers or even city managers to be marketers. I think we need some marketing help. We have to figure out some way to get people to use these spaces. We don't need any environmental impact studies or anything else. These things are already built. So how do we get people to use the spaces? And if you look at the numbers here, just adding 500 permits isn't going to do the trick. The waiting list isn't all that long. So I would urge the city manager to find some marketing help too. And we've heard some suggestions from members of the public. That's great. I'd be interested in knowing what other cities are experiencing, how our vacancy rate compares to theirs. And there have to be some ideas out there. Certainly not my expertise, but do you do bargain sales from time to time, specials? Why don't we do what merchants are doing to find some way to use these spaces so that we can get people off the street? If we had the right marketing strategy, it seems to me we could put a significant dent in the problem next week.
So I think we can do that, Councilmember. I'll go back to something that Councilmember Berman said. So we met with Streetline, for example, about 3 years ago, just as the first point. And basically the business model didn't work because we don't price for parking. And it just doesn't work. We basically have free parking and we sell permits. But you even have 3-hour parking everywhere, and we have free parking all over the neighborhoods. So until the supply moves, we're not going to be able to start to price this so that it's worthwhile. Why would anybody drive up 2 or 3 floors in a garage when they can go a block over and park on a street or something? It's just not going to happen. And I just think we have to move to more pricing overall, and so we can have demand pricing, and then it's going to be easier to market stuff, and it's going to be easier to. People have talked about cheaper rates on the upper floors to incent people to do all of those things. I mean, all of those things are going to be in our future. I think this is setting us on the path to start to do the analysis and bring back some proposals and that sort of thing. So I think, again, we're back to where we've been all along. It's the combination of all of these factors that are going to ultimately, they're converging now, but as they sort of come out to play, we're going to be able to be more effective. There's going to be synergistic action between all of these things.
Councilor Klein, I just want to thank you for the marketing recommendation, because I hate marketing, and so we appreciate the help.
Councilmember Scharf.
So I just wanted to say, I think I have a slightly different perspective on this. I think it's fine to have people that use the permits, once a year. I think that's better for the city. I think if we sell 600% of our permits, I don't have a problem with that at all. I have no issue with someone saying, I want to buy a permit and I want to be able to park there, and I park there once a year. I think that's great for the city. I think we should encourage that. Because I think the trick is to make sure we don't put an artificially low cap. And that's why originally I asked that we, focus on this, because, we aren't filling these garages because I don't think we're selling enough permits. And that, to me, is the issue. Just sell the permits. I don't really think we have a marketing issue. I mean, I'm looking at the waiting list. It's on the attachment D. You can see it. I was going to add the numbers up, but it looks to me like we have a waiting list, if you exclude 450 to 500. Yeah, 450 to 500 spaces. That means we have 500 people, 450 to 500 people that want to buy permits that can't. It seems to me that we can sell them 450 to 500 permits, given the way it is, and then we can clear that. And this is before we institute RPP. And I think once we institute RPP, there's going to be a lot of people that want to buy permits. So in anticipation, you should get on the waiting list and buy your permit now if you're thinking about it, because RPP is coming. So that's sort of where I'm coming. I just thought it was important to lay that out there.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, this one would definitely be my first choice. I think key importance of where to spend time and effort. I think information is critical to make any of the decisions we've been confronted with tonight. So going out and gathering information, how many spaces are available, where are they, what is appropriate pricing. I mean, we had someone speaker tonight who said, oh, I started counting the cars passing my house, 1,000 passing a day. Why don't we have that information on every street in town? I mean, that's basic. Someone else is out counting cars on a street and can do it more often than we do. Comes up with different numbers sometimes. Why? But technology and utilizing it effectively, I think, is at the basis of any of the decisions we've talked about tonight. So this is number one on my list.
Okay, well, I have a couple questions that probably might have gotten, I'm not exactly sure where I get to ask them, since we've cut everything out like this and doing them each separately. First off, on the parking technology, just make sure we pick the right technology. My brother-in-law has his shop up in downtown Olympia, up in Washington State, and it rains there a lot. But they have to go back and forth to put coins in, and nobody knows how to do it. They've got one of those big boxes, and stuff. And if we're looking at that, street parking metering and stuff like that in this, or garage metering, just make sure we don't mess up like that, because they bought it from somebody else that it's messed up by buying it. And so they thought they were getting a good deal, and City Council just sat there and, put it through. But he's already recognized that because of that, he's lost tens of thousands of dollars, because people just won't go down and shop. So I want to do that. The question that I have primarily is on the cumulative parking deficit, which to me is, this is a little bit of fuzzy math. And I thank you for recognizing that. But I think it's based on an assumption that we haven't addressed tonight at all, which is the way we calculate the parking spots per built square foot, which is 250 square feet. And can you tell me when we get to address that, or how we can address it, or is it something that's a formula for the entire state, et cetera?
The 250 square feet per employee is something that we're looking at in the study that's going on around the downtown cap. So in May or June, we should have better data on whether that's a representative average employment density, or whether that's too high or too low. And at that point, we could consider whether we want to adjust the way we analyze parking and require it for office uses.
So if we adjust that and a project comes forward and it's been adjusted, then they're going to have to provide more spots, even though state regulation has a certain amount that they don't have to. Is that how that will happen or work?
I'm not aware of any state regulation that would govern office parking.
But isn't there a formula for parking that we're not allowed to overrule for parking exemptions for projects?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, I'm sorry, affordable housing. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so that was my big question, because once we figure that out, this calculation just might change. And I can understand how it would work just fine for a dentist office, 250, because we do have dentist office downtown. We have some of the old-time businesses, but the new knowledge economy is really one of the things that's changing the curvature and with what's going on with parking. So that is, I think that's my only question that I had to have on all of this. So let's go ahead and vote. And that passes unanimously. And now we are on to Councilmember Klein. We're going to move into another motion that hasn't been made yet, but I don't think you can be with us for it. No? Oh, I'm sorry. Item number 6. The extra one. Staff recommends that, where is it? It was monthly monitoring of parking permits. Okay. And I see no light, so let's go ahead and vote. Okay, Councilmember Burt, you have a light.
Yeah, I do want to say that this is something like what we've experienced with the school district on our Safe Routes to School, that every year at certain schools we have a constraint on the number of bike riders because they don't have enough bike racks, and they add bike racks, and the next year they have too few bike racks because we've grown it. And we've gone through this at least for a year and a half. This hasn't gotten solved. And so one of the things that I think is the most obvious one is the top floors are the first that to be empty. And the top floors of all of the parking garages are visible from upper reaches of this building. I think we're overcomplicating the difficulty of seeing we've got more permits that we can issue. You can look out daily, hourly, and make that determination right from this building. It may not be the precise determination, but gee, if they're the last ones, as Jaime said, because they don't have shade and rain protection, and they're the furthest up, that's the last place anybody goes, and you can just look out the window and see up. It's pretty obvious. We got to do some permits. You look at a few different hours of the day, and you certainly don't issue them based on the least occupied period of the day, but rather the most occupied. And I think it's a simpler solution than we've been making it out to be. I know we want to get scientific and do a comprehensive survey, but this is maybe easier than we thought.
I would like to report that, I looked out on a Monday, I think it was a week ago Monday, and the parking garage on the Cowper-Webster Street, it was packed all day. Next day, nobody. So I don't know what's going on, if maybe they had a meeting downtown or somebody's, but it is a bit of a mystery as to why that happens. So anyway, let's go ahead and vote on this. That passes unanimously, and now Councilmember Klein.
Can I make my speech? My wife is a member of the Stanford faculty. This item concerns property which Stanford owns, and therefore I must recuse myself under state law.
All right, Vice Mayor Niss.
Okay, I'd like to start this one off, which is maintains that we should pursue planning grants and coordinate with Stanford Caltrain for urban lane and so forth. I am not going to support this. I heard Bill Phillips was here earlier, and I think he's gone now. But Bill said this will take coordinating with not only the city and with all the other entities that are involved with this, including Stanford, Caltrain, and the clinic. And I think we're way ahead of the I'm sounding like Councilmember Holman, but I think we're way ahead of ourselves on this, and I think we're ahead of it on this. Aside from that, if this is really a valid depiction, I think that is absolutely out of scale for that part of town. So maybe it isn't. Maybe it simply looks maybe it simply looks ungainly and looks like, as described in one of the press today, like a Berlin Wall, but it simply doesn't seem to fit that area. I know we need some parking. I think that's another area that we could look at carefully, but this is not where I want to go next. I don't want to be negotiating with all those folks at this point in time.
Councilmember Sharp?
So I agree with everything Councilmember Niss said in terms of when I saw the look of this in the paper and the way the massing was, I said, this is completely out of scale with our community and looks inappropriate. So I'm actually most concerned, however, that, you know, we kill this because staff hasn't articulated it correctly. And I recognize that no one's made a motion. And that, so I actually want to hear from staff on this. There seems to be two components. There seems to be the issue of fixing the transit mall for more buses, which is really a TDM thing to bring more people here. And then there seems to be the parking component. And are they separate? Is it the same thing? Is it, I mean, what are you looking to accomplish here? I mean, I'm afraid if we just say no, we're throwing out the baby with the bathwater, as they say. You know, or is that not true? Is it just, you know, let's put this off and come back to it some other time? Or it's a big baby. No, it's a blimp. So what, you know, what's the thought here?
Councilmember Scharf, I think there's an opportunity to accomplish two objectives here. One is the improvements to the transit component of the site, but also to see if we can increase parking supply. And we hear your comments on, you know, the way we've tried to, you know, max out the parking on this site. I think there are options that we can look at, but it's an idea that we thought had enough merit that it warranted going after some grant funds, doing some outreach and coordination with the parties involved, and seeing if we can advance this and just do some planning around this as a potential idea.
So are there smaller options so it doesn't look so
Sure.
impactful?
I mean, I think it's very easy. I mean, this could have been, you know, chopped up or, you know, articulated in a whole different, I mean, you know, no offense. I mean, we had some engineers leading this thing, so, and not the sense, not the focus on design. So I think that that's an important issue because I think the immediate look, the reaction to the way this was designed, anybody would say that's not right. So, I mean, I think there are design solutions that could ultimately work, that could correspond with providing more parking. The staff is asking for some direction to explore this as a possibility. I do think that there are complications with this one. I mean, a lot of the jurisdictional, the actual, I mean, the potential cost implications could be very significant beyond the garage itself, because we are dealing with some of the larger transit, you know, center redesigns that might actually have to sort of fold into this. And, you know, I'm supportive of the staff's interest. If the council starts moving away from it, couldn't a case be made that it somehow connects to the earlier decision you made about us looking at parking garages and coming back with some more options, of which this is one? And it's only been separated out partly because we were having some conflicts.
So I actually think that motion was different. I really do. I think, and I don't want to speak for the whole council, but the way I understood the previous motion was come back with 3 different options on the downtown core parking lots, and Urban Lane was not one of those. I think this is, I'm glad you separated this out. I guess what I'm struggling with is it seems that we have a lot of other parking options we're looking at right now. And I understand this would be a big parking garage. I don't think I would be there that we need to build this big a parking garage right now. This seems like a 10-year process anyway. I mean, going through it. And so my only concern is if there are grants out there right now that we're not going to get that would get you to study this, because I'm actually very interested in the transit center stuff if we need to fix that. And I don't want to foreclose getting those grants, but I don't want the community to think I'm out pushing for a 400, huge parking garage, because I'm not. And, that looks that big. And so I'm trying to struggle with, should we ask you to come back with this in a study session where you explain the transit component of this? So, I'm not even sure when you say you want to fix the transit center and have 27 bus bays. Do I want 27 bus bays? I don't remember the number, but do I want that in Palo Alto? I think I do, but maybe I don't. Maybe the impacts are too much. And so I guess I don't want to just kill it and say, no, I want you to come back and explain it to me. And so I guess I'm going to move that staff comes back in either a study session or an action item where they explain this in detail in terms of the transit piece and what they're looking for and why we should do this, rather than a few sentences, in this focused on parking. Because I think there's a big transit part to this that we have.
I guess, Councilmember Scharf, we were hoping that we would have your approval to go ahead and submit a grant request if one presented itself, and I think there are a couple that are coming up for planning activities. That would let us do enough additional work that we could come back and have the kind of substantive study
so
session.
So they would be
you're talking
just
about.
for planning activities?
Planning and coordination.
Just planning and coordination grants. I would put that in the motion. Now if I can see if I get a second for planning.
That's all right. Yeah, fine. Just as long as we're not really, if I could speak to it, as long as we're not
Wait,
really
hold
doing
on just
it.
a second. Yeah.
Well,
This is
I'm trying to get clarity.
Yeah. So Councilmember Scharf has made a motion to come back in a study session for action to explain transit and
to have the ability to submit grants for planning. How'd you phrase it?
We were actually saying something different, which was all we're asking right now is to pursue these grants as a possibility. And rather than even having to come back on a study session right now, if we get some of these grants, then that would give us some information that could inform a study session.
So if you get the grant, I'll change it then. If you get the grants, then you come back as a study session. Is that acceptable to
Well, we don't have a motion to actually move forward with this, so.
I was making one. Didn't you just second it?
I did.
Missed it.
Well, so are you making, okay.
You need to rewrite that.
I need to reread this because I think you were trying to just come back with a study session. Now you actually want to go ahead and let them pursue the grants, which was their motion.
Right. No, the thing is, Councilmember Sharp moved second, and my vice mayor is to direct staff to have the ability to pursue grants, and if they get them, to come back in a study session.
Fine.
And that's planning grants. It's not building grants. It's not pursuing. It's planning grants for the area.
Okay. And so do you want to speak any further on this?
Yeah, I think that it would be good to plan the area. I just don't think what we saw in those pictures is the right thing for this. And I think there's a transit piece of this that we need to understand that could very well pull into TDM. I mean, Caltrain's great, but not everyone takes Caltrain and the bus service, and I got to understand it. I just don't have enough information.
Could I add to that, Madam Mayor? I mean, I just think that the TDM component that we're going to talk about next week is a logical interface with this. And by giving us this direction, we may end up, if we get some grant, to be able to do some parking garage and TDM planning. And I would imagine if you don't even like the parking garage, you would like the fact that we're getting some TDM planning around the transit center if that happens.
So can you work with this motion then? Because to me, I don't see the difference between that and what you had brought forward, but if there's...
Well, at this point, it doesn't really matter, does it?
This works the same.
Let's just do
okay.
it.
So Vice Mayor Niss, would you like to speak to your second?
I just have a question for staff. Where do you imagine pursuing these planning grants? Where are they?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ness. There's actually an active call for projects from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission for planning grants. That call closes in March. So that's a grant that we can pursue today. So if we receive your support, we'll actually move forward on that immediately. The VTA, the Valley Transportation Authority, will also be releasing a very similar planning grant for the same program, which will also close at the same time. And so we will probably write one proposal, but submit it to both programs.
Okay, it's the usual suspects. I thought maybe you had some mystery planning grant out there. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Price?
Yes, thank you. I think this is really a critical motion here, and we went through this discussion before, right? And so the one barrier grant options are still there. In fact, we had a discussion about which of the various concepts we wanted to move forward. This is a low risk, high possibility of reward, and since it is a complicated site with lots of different functionality challenges, it seems that we really can't look at this too soon in terms of all the stakeholders and whatnot. Also, its proximity to 27 University and all of those other related discussions will have really important implications for the infrastructure and the soft programs at this potential site. So I think it's a great idea, and I hope you're successful. And we'll hear more detail as you refine this. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt?
Where to begin? So first, what I'm hearing right now are a bunch of echoes of our 27 University discussion, where we got out ahead of what was an urban design discussion of what we want in this major area of our intermodal transit center, and started chasing grants and coming up with plans and reacting to plans rather than really doing long-range planning. And the long-range planning should go first in terms of what we want in this entire area. And we've got that process going. Not only do we have an existing comp plan that has had several intermodal transit center studies, none of which had a concept like this to my recollection, but we have also got our downtown cap that specifically had included this area. And all that should inform what we might pursue in a grant in the future. And these, as the questions from colleagues just indicated, these aren't one-time opportunities for grants. These are grant opportunities that will come up each year or thereabouts. And we should follow a process by which we decide as a community what we want to build there. We deferred the 27 University that had been a council direction to do this community planning process. And we didn't defer it to say, and let's consider a parking lot that is 600 feet long and over 50 feet high. No, we said, let's defer doing a proper community design for this area in order to do a broader discussion. Now we're just forgetting this. It's like this council doesn't learn from our errors. We're headed right back down the same sort of community reaction, saying, what on earth are you thinking? That's where you're headed after all the promises that you got it, that we've learned from the things that have gone wrong over the last couple of years, and we're ready to go do it again. I think it's a bad idea, and everybody ought to reconsider this.
Councilmember Berman?
So could I get a better sense from staff as to what, if we were to pursue a planning grant, not a building grant, not a big old parking lot grant, not a Berlin Wall grant, but a planning grant, what does that mean? What is that? What can we use that money for?
Well, Councilmember Berman, I thank you for that question. I think we've got the message that the designs and engineering drawings that we've shown are out of scale with what this council would support and probably the public would support. So our thought is that we would submit a grant proposal to get funding to do planning and feasibility studies to work with our partners on the site to figure out what the best configuration would be to enhance transit and TDM services from this site, and then to also add some additional parking, but to do so in a way that this council and the community would not find objectionable.
So I think so. That's very helpful. Thank you. So I think Councilmember Burt brings up good points. I just don't know that So how would you see this kind of coinciding with some of these broader downtown plans that we are working on?
Okay, I'm sorry. So, listen, we have a real parking problem. That's all we hear about. And the staff has scurried to put a market basket full of possible things. They're incomplete. I said that at the very outset, even when we said, here are the garages, and you may have different ideas, and I guarantee when we bring the stuff back after our criteria, there'll be issue of adjacency or context or scale or whatever it is, cost, the council will want to further refine. And this is the same thing that happened here. But I think it's a legitimate point in the sense of just seeing an opportunity on a grant and trying to put it forward in this time frame. There are a lot of hurdles, and let me go back to Councilmember Nissa's original, Vice Mayor Nissa's original comment. This is complicated just given the jurisdictional aspect of it, the location, and the different factors. Go to what Councilmember Burt said. I think those are very good points. I mean, we're going to be here on the 3rd talking about the design schedule for the comprehensive plan work over the next 2 years. And I don't think, sorry to do this here at this point in this, I don't really think we get that much on a complicated project with a grant that probably would take a lot of time to be working through anyway, and having that happen before we set the context on the comp plan work about what we want to do in some of these key areas. And I do think it could be, I think we should be sensitive to the fact that it still could be misunderstood, even though the intentions are completely focused on just trying to identify solutions related to parking. Ultimately, parking, land use, all of these things connect. And as opposed to, in my view, the ability to build a downtown garage in a relatively short time frame once we work through the issues you've told us, I think that this location has a much longer horizon and is much more complicated, and we ought to think about it get beyond just the parking solution problem and realize there are other issues. Now, we're going to run into very real issues on the transit issue. I mean, our existing transit center does have limited capacity. Stanford is planning on expanding the Marguerite. We're talking about expanding shuttles, and to the extent that we want to be able to get in the flow with Samtrans and all of those folks, we might very, not in a too far distant future, forget the whole Arriaga project on 27 University, just the practical aspects of really making that transit center work better for the long term is certainly an issue that we have to deal with. But it's probably better to be even leading with that in some of these discussions rather than this idea of how about a garage here and then how does it affect those other things. So I would respectfully sort of depart from what our original recommendation was and urge you to think about holding on this myself.
Well, I'm totally confused now.
Well, in that case, Jim. I'm saying I don't think just because there's a grant out there from MTC, we ought to launch this project right now.
So, Jim, in that case, I'm going to withdraw my motion, but I got to say, I think it's really unfortunate that you wasted our time tonight with this and didn't support your staff and didn't think about it beforehand, because I sort of look for the city manager and the staff to be on the same page and not at the last minute to change their mind like that without having thought it through.
It's our job to think.
And it's only our job to think? I think...
All right. Well, I'm sorry, I don't want to get in an argument, but I'm able to change my mind in the course of a meeting just like the council does. And I had this concern, and as I listened, I do think that we lose more by proceeding with this recommendation right now than we gain. That's all. It's not a matter of not supporting staff. I mean, I'm sure when we talk about it tomorrow, they're not going to feel like I don't support them.
Okay. First off, I have a couple questions because you did have this on One Bay Area grant. And subsequently, I've heard colleagues from time to time say, why haven't we looked at, being more aggressive with getting a parking garage here? So I have heard a lot of mixed signals here, and I really am sorry that this has turned into a little bit of a hostile conversation now. And it's the way I understand it, it's typical for cities to not tell people what they're doing their grants for because they don't want, and so grants do have a tendency to pop up with different cities without councils vetting them ahead of time. Can you just explain what this process is like for the grant? Did I ask the wrong question here? Or? No.
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought, you know, you've given them to me periodically. And I know that this is one that is a problem for everybody that services this. And I actually have to say I'm very worried when we do residential parking permit and the people that ride their bike to Stanford, you know, don't have a place to park anymore because they were parking in our streets. Or the Caltrain riders, because then all of a sudden we don't have enough parking for them to take the bullet train. So I do have concerns about what's going on, and I know we're going to have more detail later, but it's not going to coordinate well if we're trying to get the residential parking permit done by January. So I wanted to understand the grant process a little better before we completely leave this item.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd. So specifically with this type of planning grant, it's to address a lot of the issues that the council has been bringing forward tonight, concerns about land use, compatibility with surrounding uses. That's what planning grants are targeted for. The grants themselves are to advance things that we normally would not have the funds to do on our own. And planning grants don't come around too often. They usually come around once every couple of years, and they come around usually in advance of a larger capital type of grant program that will follow that. And that's to help cities plan the planning portion of that, to think about the preliminary design to figure out if they really want to advance something more down the line. And that's how I see this happening. This planning grant was not random. It really was strategic by MTC. It was strategic by the BTA. It's to try and help communities figure out and get ahead of some of the major community concerns and preliminary planning issues, so that when the capital grants come out, you can then decide as a council and we as a community if we want to move something forward. And so they aren't random. They usually are timed to accommodate a future grant call later.
So I wasn't totally finished earlier.
Oh, okay. All right.
2 questions.
Okay, I'd like to finish up, and then I'll let you and Councilmember Scharf, are you still? I have a light. Is that? No. Okay, so you accidentally did it. Okay. So in that case, if we were to go ahead and give you which we can't now because there's no motion, and nor does it seem like there would be a second if I tried to put it back out there. So you're saying that we would possibly get the grant, and then we could just get to study it, and when a capital grant comes along sometime in the later future, we would actually know whether or not we needed it, and we would then have all the plans ready to go. So a design grant, how frequently are those available?
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd. So the cycle for grants has really changed because of the One Bay Area grant process. There used to be that there were calls for projects every couple of years, or in some cases in 1 year, 3 or 4 different calls for projects. That has now changed with the One Bay Area grant program. For significant capital type improvements like this, there'll be a call about once every 4 to 5 years. So the last OBAG call was last year. There won't be another call for OBAG grants probably until about 2017, 2018. That's why I was mentioning that the planning grants are a little bit more strategic to try and let communities get ready for that larger call later. In this case, as much as the 27 university planning process, wasn't favored by the community, it did introduce a lot of discussions between the partner agencies, us and the BTA, and Stanford Marguerite and SamTrans. And what we did here that we just didn't know before those discussions was how much planning expansion was being proposed or just thought of by the BTA, thought of by the Stanford Marguerite program. And one of the things that SamTrans was very clear about was, we like the idea of planning, we're open to concepts, but we won't plan on our own. We leave that to the local agencies. I can tell you right now, SamTrans will never plan this site for you. If you want this, you have to do it. You have to tell us to do it, because SamTrans has already said that's a local planning issue for the jurisdictions. If we don't take that lead, they never will.
Yeah, that's the way I understood it, and that's why I thought that this was a slow way to go. We'd come back with it, but it sounds like so. hang on, I've got Councilmember Berman that says that he wasn't finished with his term. So I'm going to go ahead to you, Councilmember Berman. Back to you.
Thanks, sir. I got a little distracted when everything went sideways. We were talking about planning, I mean, grants. What dollar figures are we talking about? I mean, hypothetically speaking, that these grants are going to be, what amounts?
The planning
For
grants.
the planning grants.
So there's about, if I'm going numbers off memory here, but from the VTA side, there's about a little over $2 million. And then total for the region, for our Santa Clara County.
Okay.
At the MTC level, there's significantly much more. And I think they had minimum calls for their projects of about $500,000.
Okay.
This site could easily do that.
And now, do we need to get a planning grant to then be eligible to get a construction capital grant down the road? No. And then, is there any reason why we, as a council, as a city, can't just decide, you know what, I mean, I think we've decided we need to do some amount of planning in this area, but that can be a part of, we'll just pay for that.
Yes.
And that can be a part of the broader, comp plan, downtown plan, whatever you want to call it, plan. All right. So I'm going to, this is a not insignificant amount of money, but I think that, we can just decide to if this is a priority for us, then this will be a part of the comp plan, downtown comprehensive plan, whatever plan that we are already going to have in place, and let's just look at it through that. And I'm fine with not seeking the grant money for this right now.
Okay, Councilmember Burt, did you want to go back up?
Yeah, I did. Because we had council direction a year ago this last December to do a community design process around this area. That's the grant you should have applied for. We had, that was the, and that would involve the intermodal transit center and the other uses of that area. So that's a planning process. This has leapfrogged over that process, which we didn't do this last year. So I really hope that as staff and as council, we remember not only what we did wrong, but the direction that we had that was going right, and what was the policy direction that was an official council action around this area. And this process has ignored it and gone back to, let's do a proposal for a massive grant for a planning for a massive parking garage and improvements to the intermodal area, which we don't dispute that there are needs for improvements on the intermodal area. I don't know whether there's a need for a parking garage here or not, but either way, I agree with a planning grant. I don't think a garage with some intermodal is the concept, and it's certainly not the policy direction that the council specifically gave and hasn't been done. And we've recently agreed to forestall that, but not instead forestall that and then leap to this.
Okay, this concludes this item.
May I just make a last comment for both, since I've upset a couple folks. Anyway, so first of all, I remember the council's direction more broad than this one. This was on the whole 27 University, which included the site where the Arriaga project was, and ultimately the connectors and the transit center, and not as much this. So I think it was even bigger than what this was. And I think what happened here, really the staff was trying to respond to what are parking solutions. And then in this particular site, the parking solution connects, and Bill Phillips even mentioned that, connects to both jurisdictional issues and the transit issues. So we kind of got pulled back into that in trying to just bring an array of choices for the council to consider related to parking. I appreciate the council's support on coming forward and saying, let's try to do something on this, because it was narrow. But I think again, and thank Councilmember Berman for this recognition that, yes, we could pursue a grant, but we could also fund this ourselves and still be in a position to get the actual capital dollars. We want to do everything we can to support this revived comp planning process that staff is bringing forward on the 3rd to really look over the next 2 years at what to do, in which this conversation about this area would be one of the key things that we would be talking about. And I'm not sure in the end that we lose much time, but I mean, I really, Greg, I thank you for putting the motion out. I'm just sorry, as I was listening to it, a lot of the concerns that I had really did kind of come up as saying, yeah, the better sequence would be to not move forward on this right now and be able to revisit it at a later time.
Okay. Then can somebody go get Councilmember Klein, because I'm going to have to turn the meeting over to Vice Mayor Niss, because my husband has a lease downtown too close to the Webster Cowper Street garage, and I will not be allowed to participate.
And I can't participate, even though my wife is not a Stanford affiliate. I still can't participate because I own property close to the Webster Cowper garage.
Okay, while they scoot out of the room, the next motion we're going to be asked to do is direct staff to authorize permit sales to SOFA employees at lots CW, Cowper Webster, immediately. So I would certainly entertain a motion. Is there any discussion on it? I don't see any lights. Would you vote on the board? Oops. That's all right.
So I thought it was a good idea to sell permits out of this building for SOFA, correct? We already acted on that, right? Yeah. But I don't quite, well, I'm not sure whether it's needed to do it on both Cowper Webster. Just a little more insight on this before we leap into it. And I'm open to it, but I think we had a big agenda tonight, and it's late, but each of these in other times would be fairly significant decisions, and kind of the speed dating version of this is not necessarily good policy making, and I may support this.
Well, no, I think real quickly, and then you guys jump in. I think the thinking was, that, again, we have these pressure points around the downtown with parking. SOFA is one where we've got some complaints, and in a sense they've sort of been shut out from access to the parking garages. I think, as Molly said earlier on, the city actually has more policy flexibility about how to open up these garages, but there are a series of kind of stakeholder conversations, et cetera, we ought to have. So I think the staff pretty simply just landed on the fact that both the Civic Center garage and the Cowper Webster garage are really city garages and not really part of the assessment district for the most part. And so that was the main reason for just suggesting both of them, both provide some parking, but actually to start to open up the way we're looking at thinking about how the garages could be used.
If I can just add to that, I know we're going to release a lot more permits based on the discussion here this evening, but currently the Civic Center garage has a waiting list and the CW garage does not. So we thought it was useful to pair them and consider this policy change in both locations.
Good enough, thank you.
Councilmember, okay, good. Okay, in that case then I don't see, oh yes they do. Okay, who wants to speak? Lights on? Councilmember Holman?
Yeah, it's just a really quick question. We've talked about permit sharing for some of the other garages, and I know there are constraints because of how they're funded. So can we permit share, or are we permit sharing in Cowper Webster and this facility? And if not, when will we be?
We're talking about implementing the technology solutions that was supported earlier this evening to support permit sharing. Until we have those technologies in place, we can't sell permits to businesses, and employees, I guess, could trade on their own. But
okay, thanks for
comprehensively.
Thanks for clarifying that that's part of the technology program. So thank you.
Okay, in that case, then, can we vote on the board? And that passes with those who are still present in the room and Councilmember Scharf and the mayor absent. And I believe that's the end of our items for this evening. So therefore, we have adjourned at what looks like 12:02.
I got it, exactly 12.
Exactly. We'll call it midnight. Let's call it midnight.
You're 2 minutes late.